Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Austin, if you're out of town, like I am. But anyway, this is it's about 9 minutes after 9 in the morning on October the 18th, and we'll call today's meeting of the Compact Low-Level Radioactive Waste Disposal Compact Commission to order. Generally, the first item of business is to identify the Commission President. We do have a quorum. First, Mr. John Salzman, all the way to our right, Judge Richard Dolgener, Commissioner Vice Chair Milton Lee, Linda Morris. I'm Bob Wilson. I understand Dick Sodick is on his way. At least Dick is on his way. Lee Ing is up here, who's our interim, for lack of a better term, executive director. She's helping us out terrifically. Audrey Farrell is our administrative person that we've just put on within the last month or two, and she's here with us. I don't see any elected officials except other than the judge, unless I'm missing somebody. I see some. Sir? Yeah, I knew that. I saw Bobby. I hadn't gotten around to that yet, but is there anybody else? Beck Brune was here earlier, who's the governor's appointments person now, but I don't see any other representatives of any elected officials that I recognize. Normally it's my practice is, are there any press people here giving press reports, because I like to have you introduce yourself and say thank you if you're here. I don't see any. I will recognize TCEQ representatives who are here. There are 3 of them. I'll wave at you. And Richard Ratliff of the Department of State Health Services is also here. He's here for, at our request, just to be introduced to everybody. As you know, the Department of State Health Services has functions with regard to transportation and some other things with low-level waste going to the site, and questions come up from time to time. So we invited Richard to be here and say things if he wants to. If he doesn't, he's available to answer questions to people. Okay, the next item on the agenda is, and we do this in 2 things. One is public comment, and there are 2 aspects of public comment. And I'm going to say this today for the first time, and sort of reinforce what our bylaws say. We have 2 periods. First, anybody can register to comment on any particular agenda item as they wish. And secondly, there can be general public comment at this time for any matter within the purview of the Compact Commission. And we're glad to have that done. The public comment with respect to any particular agenda item, the bylaws are pretty clear that it's to be addressed to the Commission, not necessarily the people who are appearing before the Commission. And we've had some suggestion that we might be able to save a little time if we emphasize that portion of that wording of the bylaws, so that if anybody has some question about some particular item that they want to raise, if they will address those questions to the Commission, and then the Commission, if it deems it appropriate, will ask the questions of the person appearing before us. But really, the questions should be addressed to the Compact Commission. I see Ms. Betsy Byrd just entered the room representing Senator Seliger. And so with that, having said that, and Robert, you're here, you want to give us your comment on general items within the purview?
Sure. I have 4 items that have absolutely no relation to your agenda except tangential, so I guess this is the point to put them in.
Yes.
I'd like to start out with an apology to those of you, Commissioner Salzman, for example, having trouble finding an affordable hotel room in Austin these days. And I just want you to know I did oppose the F1 project. I did a lot of presentations at City Council, and about 20 years ago someone told me, never give them a copy of what you're telling them about while you're speaking, because they'll stop listening to you. So I'm going to have copies of these things for you in just a minute. I'm going to give them to you in hopes that you'll read them during someone from the other side's speech.
Okay, we all know you, but can you, for the purposes of the record, state your name?
Robert Singleton, CODA, and representing Seed Coalition today.
Thank you.
I've got 4 news items that I think are important that the Commission know a little more about, and you might want to look into these, and I will give you copies of these in a minute. First is an item from the Lincoln Journal-Star on September 29th. Midday crash closes part of Nebraska 2. A stretch of Nebraska 2 in East Lincoln was closed to traffic for several hours Saturday after a container of radioactive waste slid into the sleeper bed of a flatbed trailer that was hauling it. Lincoln Fire and Rescue Battalion Chief Gene Pashalik said the truck made a sudden stop at a yellow light at the intersection, causing the container filled with low-level radioactive material to slide forward into the rear portion of the truck's cab. The waste container and another on the truck weighed as much as 17,000 pounds. Pashalik said heavy equipment from a local company had to be called in to assist in the cleanup. I think that's important to note because we've been assured that radioactive waste accidents, transportation accidents, are unlikely. I just want to point out that they're not impossible, that they do happen. And until you've got designated routes, I'm glad to see someone from the SHS here, until you've got designated routes and you know that the first responders are trained to handle these events, you need to know that accidents do happen. Second thing, and this also concerns something that we've been assured is virtually impossible of happening, leaking sealed sources. The Nuclear Regulatory Commission last week got a report from Arizona that says in part, the state of Arizona reported the following via email. The state agency was notified on 9/19 that the licensee had test results which indicated that 2 of the americium-241 sealed sources they possess are leaking or contaminated. Each AM-241 sealed source has 3 solid metal foils of AM-241 with an activity of 2.1 millicuries for each foil for a total activity of 6.3 millicuries for each source. The failed leak test, which showed 0.22 microcuries of removable contamination, occurred on April 19, 2012, was not reported to the agency until September 19, 2012. The second failed leak test occurred on September 19, 2012. It was previously installed in a positive mode ion mobility spectrometer where an engineer viewed signs of corrosion on the source. A subsequent leak test showed 0.92 microcuries of removable contamination. The agency laboratory confirmed the results. So sealed sources, we have been in the past led to believe are safe in some way that they never leak. They do leak occasionally. The next item is headlined, Halliburton's radioactive rod found alongside Texas highway after going missing. And I want to assure you that radioactive rod is not a reference to Mr. Balzer. Public relations people and top-level executives at Halliburton, one of the world's largest oil field service companies, are likely breathing a sigh of relief after the oil field service company found a radioactive rod that it lost last month. The 7-inch rod of americium-241 and beryllium was found alongside a Texas highway some miles away from where it was being used to locate oil and gas deposits eligible for fracking. Previously, members of the FBI, the National Guard, and Halliburton had been searching for the radioactive tool that is classified as a Category 3 source of radiation and could prove fatal if held for an extended period of time. It is the first incident of a lost radioactive rod of its kind in the past 5 years, according to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. But radioactive materials turn up in unexpected places. In 2010, Italy experienced the worst radiological incident in its history when a shipping container arrived in the port city of Genoa with unsafe levels of radiation. The source turned out to be a radioactive rod not much larger than a pencil. And this last part I could probably leave out, but I just like it so much that I thought I'd read it. Still, concerns over safety violations are nothing new for Halliburton. In fact, more recently, critics have raised concerns over the effect its fracking fluids have on nearby drinking water, even prompting one executive to publicly drink Halliburton fluid to prove that its ingredients are benign. Again, I would suggest perhaps that's a test we need to provide to the people who want to ship nuclear waste through Texas, is they're willing to ingest it. And the final item is from the Salt Lake City Tribune. Budget woes in Thule, and I'm not sure I'm pronouncing the county name right, in Thule County lead to hazmat cuts. And I'll just summarize this because I'm going to give you copies in a minute. Revenues from the Energy Solutions dump in Tooele County are down, and as a result, Tooele County has had to lay off the only person who was responsible for inspecting hazardous materials and the dump. So it's just something to watch out for in the future. If the revenue stream suddenly dries up, and the article suggests that part of the reason that the Tooele County revenue stream dried up is because somebody else opened a dump and now material is going to it. I'm not pointing any fingers, but it is possible that your revenue estimates might be dependent on factors that are beyond your control, such as someone opening a dump in another state like, say, New Mexico. But I am going to give you copies of all of those, and I'm hoping that you'll look into particularly the transportation accidents to find out whether this material was headed for Andrews County. And again, ask the gentleman from DSHS what's being done about transportation routes and about the first responders' preparedness. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you'll hand those you want to see the meeting, Mr. Sadek, Ms. Sanders, thank you. Good morning. And Mr. Krausen, good morning. And for those of you who don't know, we're joined by our two Vermont representatives, by Mr. Krausen. And Robert Singleton had just addressed us on general matters, and he had four things. One was related to transportation accidents. One was about steel sources to meet. One was about lost rock from Halliburton that was used in probably the oil fields that was displaced. And then we talked to us about revenue decreases for solutions in the county as a result, leading to a layoff of some of the people in the county who were inspected. Did I summarize that appropriately? All right, thank you. And I'll pass these on. Is there anyone else out there in the audience today who wishes to make some general comments to us about matters within our purview that they'd like to address us on? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Marian Malotok, and I'd also like to address matters relating to the agenda. It says in two different places on the agenda, I don't have the exact words in front of me, but one of them says that TCEQ will present whatever other matters it deems necessary, and the same thing for the radioactive waste specialist. And to me, that's not actually an agenda item. That's just sort of like so that's not really publishing the agenda ahead of time if they have things to say that aren't actually on the agenda. That's just like this blanket permission to say anything they want to say without publishing an agenda ahead of time. So I'm not in favor of that.
Okay. Thank you. And I'll just respond briefly. We tried to, this time as we drafted the agenda, we wanted to set up specific bullet points on what we were interested in, but we also want these meetings to serve as a form of official communication in the public between us and TCQ and the site operators. So there may be things that we're unaware of. It doesn't mean that we'll vote on anything, but it's like members of the public bringing matters to our attention. We think that the regulatory agency or the site operator is entitled to do the same thing when they come up here, just as you are. So that's really the intent of those agenda items.
I did have a follow-up question about the agenda item. There are no paper copies of the agenda in the back of the room. Is this something that we're going to be doing in the future, or?
I forgot.
Okay.
Suzanne takes responsibility.
Okay.
She said she forgot. We did publish the agenda to the Secretary of State's office. We did put it on our website. So if anybody's curious about what it says, they can generally find it at least a week in advance on the website, because it's put up as soon as we submit it to the Secretary of State's office. And so you're welcome to. And one of the things I wanted to say was about Ms. Ing and Audrey. They sure have been a big help in getting our website updated and getting the information on there quickly. And thank you to both of you for doing that. You're doing terrifically well.
Sure, I would ask sometimes if I could be put in the back of the room, if anybody wants to talk to the commission, I don't think the sign
traditionally, we've done that, again, that's one of those things, a sign-up sheet for people to bring to me to identify yourself, to let you know that I own you. If you know people here today, because we can probably accommodate it today this way, but it may not always be that way. And so, if somebody out there wants to address some particular item on the agenda, and I see Audrey making a note for herself, so next time we'll have that done. Thank you, Judge. Okay. Next item on the agenda is item 5, consideration of and possible action on each of the following applications for proposed agreements for importation of low-level radioactive waste, and I'll observe that this is one of those business items that probably will take a significant portion of time on the agenda today. And so I want to say that in general, when we get these applications, we post them for public comment. We have a comment period of 25 days, are deemed accepted on the first business day of the month following the month that they're submitted. I will also say that we received a request, although we haven't acted on it yet, for an interpretation of, and this is something that I'll discuss with the Commission a little bit later, for an interpretation that first business day of the month, if a month, calendar month ends on a weekend, that we extend that calendar month for all practical purposes into the first business day of the following month for purposes of receipt of the application. We haven't discussed that, we haven't made a determination about it. We just received the request from Mr. Jacoby on behalf of one of his folks to deem it. Rick, you did send an email message asking us for one of your clients who didn't submit an application by the end of September to deem it received on October the 1st, which was the first business day. And so we'll talk about that a little bit later, and I'll just bring it up as part of my report to the Commission, because that's just one of those things. It's an interpretation they've asked us to make. We haven't officially talked about it, so I want to get a sense of the Commission, see if we should interpret our rule that way. So with respect to these applications, the other thing that happens is we have a technical committee set up. Ms. Morris and John Sullivan serve on that technical committee, and Peter Bradford, although Peter's not with us today, I guess he's off in Russia still, and he's trapped over there and can't get out apparently. So the first application is one by RAM Services as a broker applicant, and I'm going to ask Mr. Salzman. I know that he has looked at these applications closely, and I'm going to ask him to. Sorry, Mr. Salzman, I'm going to ask him to start making his observations and comments about it.
Would you repeat everything you just said?
Yes. And I'll be glad to take another 10 minutes to do that for you, Mr. Locke, if you'd like me to, but
Make sure you got your hearing aid on.
yeah. I thought I was talking loudly enough for most people to hear me, but now that I know, I'm sorry, I just turned that off. But Mr. Salzman, go ahead and tell us what you about your review of RAM Services as broker applicant, and Ms. Morris, if you have comments too.
All right. Well, the technical committee has reviewed this application from RAM Services Incorporated. It was received, at least noted as received in accordance with our procedures on August 1, 2012, and thanks to the cooperation of this commission and TCEQ, we now have a numbering system, and that application is numbered 1-0013-00. In this particular case, RAM Services submitted an application where they are acting as a broker for radioactive waste. Their application indicates that they're a broker and also a licensed waste processor and waste collector. Sort of some of the highlights are the material they've requested for import is sealed sources. It's a volume of 15 cubic feet, and with a maximum of 32 curies. These sources are sealed, and they're Class C in terms of the waste classification.
Mr. Sullivan, let me just interrupt you briefly. Mr. Krausen asked me to pass out. Mr. Krausen asked me to pass out a couple of documents, and I noticed that, Dick, you were asking what the difference between the two of them was.
One's a generator, one's a broker. Yeah, you got it.
All right. So everybody now knows that we're looking at, they're not filled in, they're just blank forms of the agreement.
Lucky guess.
Shows you know, you haven't lost your reading skills, and I appreciate that. Sorry, Mr. Sullivan.
All right. And these sealed sources come from industrial devices and items like that, again, sealed sources. The applicant in the package has provided written authorization from the waste generator. Again, the applicant, RAM Services, is acting as a broker in this case, so they've provided to the commission information from the generator that the RAM is allowed to act as their agent, I guess, if you will. Go through the high points. The compact facility operator has been authorized to dispose of the waste. That happened in a letter from TCEQ to WCS that was dated September 28, 2012. The generator of the waste was actually a company called QSA Global, who is a manufacturer of radioactive sealed sources. They're located in the state of Louisiana, which is also a part of the Central Compact, and in keeping with our requirement that if waste comes from out of Texas or Vermont, that if it's comes from another compact, that they have permission if that compact requires permission for waste to be exported. In this case, I believe the Central Compact maintains a list of entities that are authorized to export waste, and QSA Global is on that list, if I'm correct. Pardon me. The commission has looked at the volume and curies of radioactive waste that they're proposing, and they are in underneath the limits that were established by the legislature in terms of total curies and how many curies we can receive in our first year of operation. They are very, very small fractions of the limits that were established by the legislature. The TCEQ rules do not talk about or establish rules regarding commingling for non-party waste. The generator, actually we have a letter where the generator has stated that none of the waste is of international origin. Let's see. Also, the broker has requested that the waste be considered from a small quantity generator. It does appear, based on the volume and radioactivity requested, that the commission would consider that. And to the best of our knowledge, the generator, QSA Global, does not have access to another disposal site to dispose of the materials. One issue that I think the commission needs to consider with this application is QSA Global is a source manufacturer. So their business process, and some of this will speak to issues that the commission perhaps will discuss later on in the agenda, the next agenda item, I believe, in terms, or one of the agenda items, which is sort of when a radioactive material becomes a waste. But QSA Global manufactures sealed sources. That's the business they are in. They have, over the years, been called other companies. I believe Amersham is one of those. For those of you who are been in the radioactive material industry very long, you'll recognize that name, a big manufacturer of sources. And part of their business practice is that they make sealed sources and they sell them to other companies. Another part of that is that they will take back sources and sell the company a new source. And I think we can sort of all understand that business practice. You might ask, well, why would anybody ever want to get rid of a source and get another one? Well, sources decay. That's the nature of radioactive material. So a source that you buy in 2000, when 2020 rolls around, it may have decayed enough that it will not continue to perform the function it needs to perform, so you need a new source. You may change out the entire device, or perhaps you just change out the source. But QSA's business practice, again, is they will take back sources. Now, they won't take back just sources they manufacture. They will take back other manufacturers' sources as well. So the question before the commission, or one consideration anyway, is if a company like QSA Global or any other source manufacturer, if they take back sources, whether they are their own or manufactured by another entity, do they become the generator of that radioactive material? When that source is no longer needed, no longer wanted, is QSA Global the generator, or is it the company that sent them the source? I'm not here to give you an answer. I don't know. I'm not entirely certain this is really a technical question. This may be more of a legal question or a regulatory question, perhaps. But that is definitely an issue for the commission to consider.
All right, that interpretation or issue aside, what is the overall evaluation of the application? Does it generally meet the content of the rule, and is it acceptable?
Based on the technical committee's review, I believe the application meets the intent of the rules. If we call QSA Global the generator, they did supply information to say that the sources, none of the sources are of international origin, if you will. So we may not necessarily know where every source was originally manufactured or who had their hand on every source, but they have indicated that those sources are not from international entities.
All right. Are you talking now to us, John, about both applications of RAMS, or just the broker?
Just the broker application.
Just the broker application.
Other than perhaps that one question, whether it's a concern or not, their application does appear to meet the requirements for consideration as an importation.
All right. And I'll just observe my own comments for those of you who are here. One of the questions that we are dealing with, and you'll understand this when we get down to the discussion item, when a waste is a waste. The radioactive material in these sealed sources, and John did not say this, may very well have originated outside the country. The radioactive material that's incorporated into the
Actually, I was saving that for the future discussion item.
But I just wanted to let everybody know that that's something that we're aware of, and so it bleeds into our discussion of how we handle these sources. And I think, I have my own opinion about what to say about that, but I'll open it now to questions from the other commissioners, if they have any. Ms. Sanders.
I spoke to Peter about this, and he concurs with you. The question that you raised is, I think, very, very important, and I wonder if we're setting a precedent by saying, okay, you're a broker, even though we're just taking your word that it was not outside of this country, and we never will know the source. I worry about that, and I wonder whether we should postpone the action on this until we have the discussion about whether somebody is a broker or a generator based on where their waste originates.
Actually, I perhaps it's later on in the agenda, but with Mr. Ratliff in attendance, he may be able to answer or at least shed some light on this subject. One of the issues, or one of the questions that's, I think, a part of this is does the state of Texas or perhaps the Nuclear Regulatory Commission have rules in place that would establish how material is tracked and, quote, when it becomes a waste and what forms have to be filled out when it goes from being a useful device to when it becomes a waste?
Richard, do you want to come forward to address that? For those of you who don't know him, Richard Ratliff is with the Department of State Health Services. He's been there for more than 30 years dealing with radiation issues, and I've known Richard about that long. And I'm very glad to have you here this morning, and thanks to Betsy for inviting you to be here. And you've heard John's question, and can you?
Yeah, Commissioner, for the record, Richard Ratliff with the Texas Department of State Health Services. The rules that we have at the Texas Department of State Health Services are identical to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. They don't really address when a source becomes a waste, but they require the companies to have receipt, transfer, use, and disposal records. So someone can receive materials, and I know in some cases they have not shown where it's come from, they just show they've received it. I think that's one of the things in the rule that we have looked at. From our concern, it's not been a problem because we're looking at the radiation safety and that they log that they have a source and then what they do with it, and not as much as where it's come from.
If I could ask a follow-on. Once somebody calls it a waste, are there forms that are required to be, as that material moves around the country, are there required forms that go along with that?
No, not unless it's going for disposal. Then it would have to, be manifested. But it's just the same process. If they're shipping to somebody else, it has to have receipt, transfer, disposal records. You have to fill out the, transport it legally in accordance with the Department of Transportation regulations.
Are there different requirements for transporting a sealed source as opposed to transporting radioactive waste?
No, because the regulations that we've adopted track the U.S. Department of Transportation regulations that you have all the different radioactive materials have different characteristics. You have to determine what type of shielding, what type of precautions you take, and so it's across the board. We probably have 1,000 shipments of radioactive material in Texas every day, from pharmacies to hospitals, from industrial sites to do testing in oil and gas industry, for the highway department. So we have so many transported radioactive materials throughout the state every day, and so our regulations cover all transport, whether it's waste or just radioactive materials going for industrial or medical or educational usage.
I understand that the regulations cover whether it's radioactive material or waste. Are there differences in the regulations with regard to transporting a particular category, whether it's a useful is not the right word, a sealed source as opposed to a barrel of waste?
From the transportation, no, these have to meet the transportation regulations. You may have to package something different depending on how much material is there, but it's basically you still have to meet those requirements that it's transported safely and in accordance with those regulations.
Okay. Does an entity have to be licensed or are they regulated in any special way to transport radioactive waste? Or is there a difference if you're going to transport radioactive waste, if you're the actual transporter?
Yes, under the Texas statute and the rules we've adopted, the transporter has to submit their emergency response plan to the department and their proof of liability insurance in case of an accident. So we review their emergency response plan and that insurance, and then we issue them a letter of authorization to be able to ship.
Okay.
And Richard, thank you. What I want to observe is in past life I've had occasion, as Richard Wells knows, to delve into the definitions of radioactive material, radioactive substance, and radioactive waste, and how those definitions relate to each other in the terms of what we're describing. And because they are all slightly different, a radioactive waste has to be a radioactive material, which has to be a radioactive substance. But when it becomes a radioactive waste is one of those questions that And I think John's question is, and I think you alluded to this earlier, Richard, is that if somebody declares it a waste and they ship it as a waste, then they have to manifest it
Correct.
as a waste. And so, for clarification purposes, it may be that until a generator decides that it's a waste and manifests it as a waste from the regulatory perspective, until that point comes about, it's not considered by you guys, for example, to be a waste. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Because we have several radioactive material licensees who take sealed sources back, open them in the systems they have to maintain contamination, and re-encapsulate. Specific, like in the oil and gas industry, the well logging sources have to be tested for pressure and temperature because they're going 10, 12,000 feet below the surface, and so they have a certification that lasts for a certain time. And so when those sources end at that time, they typically will send it back to the manufacturer. The radioactive material is either cesium or americium, so it's a very long radioactive half-life, and the manufacturers will typically open them up and encapsulate the sources.
And not to belabor this point, but in terms of volume of the type of radioactive substances that could be radioactive waste, while we may be talking about relatively high Curie content, I assume we're talking about relatively small volume on a cubic foot basis.
Yeah, most of the sealed sources and even the waste from the waste companies that are actually dealing with waste processing tend to be the smaller volume compared to what we would see from nuclear power reactors.
Okay. Thank you, Richard. Are there other questions for Mr. Ratliff at this time, Dick?
I just have one comment, Richard. So really what you're saying is you don't, and I'm guessing I'm kind of going global with this, but as a health physicist and as a business, as he's saying, the business and the owner of that determines when it becomes a waste, when it cannot perform its what it's supposed to be doing, either if it's 10,000 feet on a wellhead or whatever. It's really not the Health Physics Society, or I guess there's some type of rule about when it does, but really it's up to the owner of that. When it's not performing, it becomes a waste.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing to do with your department.
Well, we just regulate the radioactive materials for health and safety. They have to maintain it. That we have security. All of the rules are to assure, protection of public health, public safety, and protection of the environment. So those rules cover those areas.
Yeah, I think you brought up a good point, Bob, with all that.
Dick, I was hoping not to have to ask this dumb question, but I may be the only person in the room who doesn't know the answer. The source materials as opposed to like radioactive substances and whatnot, John or somebody, how does that work? I mean, when you say this is their source manufacturer, source supplier, as opposed to where the radioactive material has originated, that sort of thing.
Oh, all right. Well, we can do this now.
If you'd rather,
might as well do it now. It's germane. So,
good. Make it simple.
So, we'll talk about source manufacturers for a minute. So let's say we have a source manufacturer that's located in the state of Texas. There's at least one in the Houston area that I'm aware of. And when I say source, we're talking about making sealed sources. So each of these cups represents, poorly, but they represent a sealed source. This would normally be a stainless steel capsule, okay? And so you put some radioactive material in there, whether it could be a metal, it could be a powder, it could be a combination. You put a lid on it, and then you weld it shut. Okay, so you've created a sealed source. Sometimes that capsule is then put inside another stainless steel capsule. You put a lid on it, and you weld it shut. So double encapsulation is not uncommon. It goes through many tests then to make sure the design and all those kinds of things, and they put it in a fire and they put pressure on it and they bang it with a hammer and lots of different things to make sure, in fact, that it will contain the radioactive material under normal conditions and some accident conditions. Okay, so manufacturer, he's going to make a sealed source. He's located in Texas. The material, the radioactive material that he puts in the sealed source, and we'll say the first example, comes from the state of Texas. Okay. Second, same manufacturer in Texas, except this time the radioactive material that's going to go in the sealed source, let's say it comes from Louisiana. Third example, same manufacturer in Texas, this time the radioactive material comes from Canada. Fourth one is spilled. The same in Texas, but the radioactive material this time comes from Russia. Okay? So, from a health physics perspective, they all look the same. There's no difference. It could be the exact same sealed sources. The only difference is where the radioactive material originally came from. So that's one set of examples. Next set. The source manufacturer is now located in Louisiana. He's not in Texas anymore. So he makes sealed sources in Louisiana. He gets his material for the first sealed source from Texas, though. He manufactures it in Louisiana, but he gets it from Texas. He gets it, he works in Louisiana, he gets his material from Louisiana, and he gets his material from Canada, Louisiana, and he gets his material from Russia. That's another complete set of examples. Okay, there's another one. The manufacturer is Great Britain. Okay, so the source manufacturer is in England, but he gets his radioactive material for the source from Texas. This one, he gets his radioactive material from Louisiana. This one, he gets his radioactive material from England. So he manufactures it in England, and the radioactive material came from England. And this one, he gets it from Russia. Okay, so there was 12 examples. That's just how the source is made and where it originated from. So it can be very complicated. When those sources get disposed of, there are many iterations. Who bought, we're back to the source manufacturer from Texas. Who bought it? Was it a Texas company? Was it a Vermont company? Was it a Louisiana company? Okay. Now, also you could say, well, what if it got bought by somebody in Russia? I think the answer is no matter who manufactured it, if it gets bought by a company in Russia, when it's time to dispose of that source, it's probably going to be waste of international origin. I mean, there might be some crazy iteration, but I can't really think of one. But for all the sources, no matter where they were made or where the radioactive material came from, what if they are bought by a Texas or Vermont company? What if they're bought by a company that's located in one of the other 48 states? What if they're bought by the federal government? What if they're bought by DOE? What if they're bought by Department of Defense? Okay. Now, let's add another iteration to that. What about where the source was used? So, a Texas company takes Texas radioactive material and makes a sealed source. It gets bought by an oil field company, and that source gets sent to the Middle East. It gets sent to the North Sea. It gets sent to the Permian Basin outside of Odessa. And then maybe after it's used in Odessa, they decide the source has been around for 30 years now. It's not doing what it needs to do anymore. It's time to dispose of it. Okay, so is that a Texas source? Maybe. All those examples, whether they're bought by a Texas company, a Vermont company, one of the other 48 states, or the federal government, is it a factor of where that source was used, or when it was used, and maybe the last place it was used, does that factor into whether it's in compact, out of compact, or waste of international origin? Have I succeeded in confusing you, Dick?
Yeah, oh yeah. He's about halfway through. No,
Now,
I get the problem.
Well, the question is, it's probably really not a technical issue, because all the sources look the same. They may be identical, but I think it's perhaps more of a regulatory or legal issue, if you will.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your indulgence in letting me.
That's fine. Now you understand why item 7 on the agenda, discussion of when a waste becomes a waste. These are those of us who are familiar with this business, and I know John and Linda are certainly, and I don't know how much the rest of you are. I've run into this, and Milton, I know you have, and I don't know about you, Judge, but the questions that the formation of the question of when something becomes a waste is important to us, because whether it's in compact or out of compact, and whether it's of international origin. So what we have to do is ask a series of questions to understand the context of it, and we're trying to fit the non-technical problems within the definitions in our rules.
Right.
And in Chapter 401, which are the licensing provisions for WCS, to make sure that we help to the best we can get these things clarified, and that's the reason we're having the discussion. And I just needed to make sure that everybody, and John, thank you for your explanation, because it illustrates some of the questions we get involved in and why that we're looking at when a waste becomes a waste, because of the implications for disposal and accounting for disposal of this material. And we'll talk about that a little bit more when we get to item 7. But John, let me just ask you this question. Given your explanation and the application of RAM Services as a broker, and I'll ask the same question of you, Linda, what do you think we ought to do with the RAM Services application as broker?
Well, I think it really boils down to the question of QSA receiving sources back. But I think even bigger than that, we are, as a commission, we are dependent upon the assertions or assertions that the generators and the brokers provide to us. You know, we don't have, nor does any regulatory staff have enough people to go out and try to check and see where every source came from and check the serial number and all those kinds of, the tracking of radioactive material is done meticulously, but the amount of records that creates is voluminous. So the question becomes, for this application and the material from QSA Global, they've indicated none of the waste came from international origin. The question then is, do we need to know where every one of those sources that they're going to send came from, other than we know they were one of the other 48 states, because they're not trying to dispose of it as Texas or Vermont waste. They're saying it's out of compact waste, so they're paying the higher rate. The question is, does this commission really need to know where every single one of those sources came from? I would tend to say no, because if we start getting to that minutia, we better hire about 100 staff people if we're going to try to track all that.
Okay, thank you. I have a question along that, but Linda, I know you had some observations of yourself.
Well, we're going to see this happening again and again. So it kind of is a precedent-setting situation that we need to be aware of. So, we do have to make that determination. But
And
the broker aspects of things is a little clearer than the generator side of things. So it's maybe a little easier to deal with this first request versus the next one.
And actually, perhaps the way Linda stated is puts it into context. In essence, we're saying that QSA is the generator of these sources. Is that okay? That's really the question before the commission. Are we going to accept that QSA Global is the generator of these sources? As they are not, clearly, we're not saying they're a broker, because for brokers, we require that they get a written authorization from the generator. In this case, QSA has signed a document and provided it to RAM Services to say, we are authorizing you to act as our agent. So that means QSA is the generator. Is that okay with the commission?
Linda?
It's a little bit of a gray area,
Sure.
needless to say. But if you have to say yes or no, I'd have to say yes. Right, they are generators, QSA.
And perhaps it helps the commissioners to know, when QSA gets sources back, they don't send all those sources for disposal. Some of those sources are, I guess you could say, recycled. They're used, they're put in another device, perhaps cut open and take the radioactive material out and use it in another source. They may get a source back and hold on to it for a week or a month or a year, and then find a client who wants that source, and they put it in a device and they send it off. So some of the sources they get back don't end up as waste. They go somewhere else for some useful purpose. Others, the source is decayed too much, or for whatever reason, maybe it's the wrong size or whatever, they can't use it again, so it has to be disposed of.
Well, it goes back to the discussion of who was the last entity, what was the last entity to use it for a beneficial purpose? And did it have value at that point?
And if we look at it in that context, and we decide that part of the decision is the last useful purpose for that source, then in many cases that will not be QSA Global. But obviously for every source that they get in that they recycle, then it's not a waste, and they are. So it's not clear. It's not an easy question, an easy answer.
The follow-up question that I have along these lines is, and I'm just going to state it this way because it's easier to state it this way, we're assuming that the waste is the source itself, which means the radioactivity that's contained within the capsule, and we're really talking about sending a capsule off and assuming that regardless of where the radioactive material came from, if the capsule using that material was manufactured in the United States, then it's not a waste of foreign origin, no matter where the radioactivity came from.
When you say the capsule, in essence, you're saying that the company who sealed up,
yes,
because the seal could have been made in China for all we know.
Yes.
But yeah, the company who sealed that up, who put the radioactive material inside and sealed it up, they're a manufacturer.
And as long as they're shipping that sealed container, we're going to treat that as a radioactive waste manufactured in the United States, regardless of where the components to the container came from. And that's what I hear you're...
I think that's probably the correct technical perspective. Does this commission, or would any entity care that because the radioactive material came from Russia, but it came to U.S., it was put in a source in the U.S., it was used in the U.S., and it's time to dispose of it, if we don't call that U.S. waste, are we going to call it waste of international origin? I guarantee you Russia won't take it back. They have a very strict policy. So if you were to say that's waste of international origin, then that will be an orphan source. It will have no, it will have no home for disposal that I'm aware of.
But that element is not present in the RAM application, is that correct?
In accordance with what they have said, no, that is not that's not an issue here. We do not believe, they have said it's not waste of international origin.
Mr. Lee.
John, Linda, Bob, any other commissioners? I think we're talking about 4 key issues. At least I'm trying to boil this down, and I'm trying not to go back to engineering school at UT. I'm trying real hard. One question, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong, is that the commission needs to address in and out of compact, international origin or not, broker or generator, and I think last but not least, one of the most critical ones is relying on the applicants, in this instance is RAM Services, their assertion in their application that we rely on them and believe and truly understand that they are being as truthful as they can be. So is there any other question that we really need to answer? And I know there's subparts to each and every one of those could make it a very difficult one, but I see 4 overarching questions. Am I anywhere close? No. Lee, am I leaving something out?
I don't think so. I think that captures it. You could define them 4 different ways,
Yeah.
but I think these 4 will work.
Okay. That being said, John, if you and Linda could just tell us what you believe your thoughts are relative to each one of those, might help to move us along and maybe clarify in my mind if there's anything else that's that the commission may need to address.
If you can give me the 4 questions.
I'm glad I wrote them down.
Well, let's address them one at a time.
Okay, one at a time. In or out of compact?
The waste is out of compact.
Out of compact.
We're talking about RAM specifically.
Yes, we're talking about the RAM Services application 1-0013-00.
And that's the broker. That's as the broker. And that's as the broker, right?
RAM is the broker, and QSA has indicated they are the generator.
Linda, you concur with that? Okay. International origin or not?
We have written statement that the waste is not of international origin.
And that statement came from RAM?
Came from QSA Global.
Excuse me, from QSA. I had that backwards. That actually came from the generator.
Correct.
All right. Linda, you? Broker or generator? We got
RAM's the broker.
RAM's the
broker.
broker.
QSA Global has indicated they are the generator.
They are the generator. And that's actually in the application, John? Right?
Yes, they are the only entity that is a part of this shipment or part of this application from RAM.
From RAM. And then, is there any reason for you or Linda to believe that the statements from RAM and QSA Global is as truthful, as accurate as it can be? And do you have any reason to believe that they're not telling us what they believe the truth to be?
I have no indication from the materials I have that to question any of the statements they've made.
Okay. Same way.
All right. Are there other questions from the commission at this time? All right, Mary.
One
Okay.
thought. I like the fact that they put a lot of material in here, not radioactive material, written material, from the generator, so that you could look past the broker's petition and the generator was actually verifying what was said, and I think that's a good practice in general, and if we can look past the records to that.
Well, I think it'll be evident to anybody listening to us or becoming aware of our discussion that that's what we're going to expect from a broker who acts on behalf of a generator to make sure that there is documentation of the statements made by the generator. And I think that's, if I'm understanding, that's basically what we would expect.
I think that helps to provide a more clear picture for the commission.
Okay. Marion, you have some comment?
Yes, I had a couple of questions going back to your styrofoam cups. No, I don't need the cups. But one I thought I heard you say that a sealed source can be something that's manufactured and being shipped out to be used, and it's not just, a sealed source isn't just relating to waste. Is that correct?
That's correct. The sealed source very seldom is a sealed source manufactured and it's used just like this. Most often that sealed source is put into some kind of device. It might be used for gauging purposes. It might be used for measuring the density of a fluid in a pipe or the density of compacted soil or something like that.
So it's basically for anything that's got radioactive substance in it, not just waste.
Correct. It's only, the sealed source only becomes waste when they can't find a useful purpose for it anymore.
Okay, so that's one thing I wanted to clarify. The other question I have is, when the generators like QSA are making sealed sources, can they mix waste from different origins? Is that allowable?
I don't think QSA Global, they don't use waste to make any of their sources,
No,
if you will.
that's
The
not.
sources when they're, okay, so maybe I misunderstood your question.
My understanding from what you said is that if there is waste, then it is sometimes made into a sealed source.
If they get a sealed source back, they made it.
Oh, that is waste.
If they get it back from a company who doesn't need it anymore, it's not necessarily waste. They may take that sealed source and put it into some other device and send it to somebody else, or if their license allows, they could cut the source open, take the radioactive material out of this one and put it into another one and seal it back up again and then send it out for some useful purpose.
And can they just, so if they're sending out just waste, they don't put it in a sealed source?
If they're sending out waste, it's going to be, I would say, 99 times out of 100, it's going to be a sealed source. In their manufacturing operations, I'm sure they generate very small amounts of paper and plastic and trash and things like that, like a nuclear power plant does or a hospital or anybody else. When you handle radioactive materials, there is some contamination, okay? Gloves, protective clothing, things like that. So that will get sent out as waste, and it's not going to go out as a sealed source. It's probably going to go out in a drum.
Okay, so anything that's in a sealed source is something that's going to be reused again. It's not going out as waste. Is that correct? I'm not understanding what's counted as a sealed source, I guess.
If it's in the stainless steel container and it's welded shut and it hasn't been cut open, that's a sealed source. When that is no longer useful, it becomes waste. And in most cases, that device is going to be put into a barrel and shipped to a waste disposal facility.
Okay, and that won't be in what's called a sealed source container?
No, when it's shipped to a disposal site, it's probably going to go out in a 55-gallon drum or some sort of special shipping container.
So sealed source is only referring to something that's going to be used, basically.
Basically.
Okay.
Let me see if I can help here, because I have a layman's understanding of this. Sealed source is the container for the radioactivity, and it's called a sealed source because the radioactivity is inside and welded shut, if you will, or screwed shut. That is put in something else that is the useful tool. And if you will, the sealed source is the thing that emits radiation to allow the instrument to work the way it was designed to work. So there are times when the instrument, for example, could be no longer useful, but the sealed source, which is the power supply, to put it that way, for the instrument is fully functioning. So you take it out of one instrument and put it into another.
I got all that.
Okay. When they can't use the sealed source as a sealed source, this is my understanding, layman's understanding, they have two options. One is that they can open it up, if I'm correct, and survey the radioactive material inside of it and see whether it could be combined with some other radioactive material or reused in some manner, put into a different sealed source. And so they could reuse the radioactive material. Or they could just elect to say that's too much work and it's cheaper just to buy material to put into a new sealed source and manufacture it. So we're going to throw this sealed source away. When they throw the sealed source away, they throw the thing away if they don't open it up. It's just that thing that contains the radioactive material, and that's really what we're talking about. That then becomes a waste because it no longer has utility in the context of the instrument that it's designed to go into.
So that's how they're going to be sending sealed source waste as waste to the dump.
It will, the sealed source will be the waste. The way it's containerized is a different question, and you may be asking about the way it's containerized. And Richard and John, I don't know enough about the way it's containerized when it's shipped.
It will depend dramatically on the condition of the sealed source, how much activity is in the source. There's DOT shipping regulations about radiation level. When you put it in a package, there can only be so much radiation outside that package and on the shipping vehicle and things like that. So the shipping container varies depending upon the source.
Okay. So then you said something else about this RAM application, which, you didn't see that there was any other site that was available for disposal, and that if it wasn't accepted in West Texas, that it could become an orphan piece of
Currently, there's no other disposal option for sealed sources other than the WCS site, or if it was a DOE source, they have access to some other disposal facilities that are federal only.
So I guess my comment about that would be if people, I don't think that should be a consideration for accepting that waste or not, because if Russia, for instance, sends its waste here to, say, QSA, and QSA, takes it, and then it's in the U.S. and Russia's not going to take it back, all that has to happen is that QSA hears once that Texas isn't taking it and they won't accept any more waste from Russia. So that's not going to be like an ongoing problem. So I don't see that that's a good justification for taking it in West Texas, because as soon as, it's shown once that Texas isn't going to take it and there's no place for it, nobody in the U.S. will accept it from Russia or anywhere else.
There's no waste of foreign origin in here. Is that right?
We are prohibited from taking any waste of international origin ever.
Right, so that's my other question, is that when you're talking about, okay, where is it manufactured, where is it used, where is the waste packaged, it's like, the question is, okay, what's counted as origin? And in my mind, what's counted as origin is all along the way. If it's starting with where it's manufactured. So if something's manufactured in UK to be used in a nuclear power plant in the U.S., then we're talking about its radioactive material of origin from the UK. So it's like, to me, I don't think there should be games played with what's counted as origin.
The problem is that there are two aspects of the definition. One is the origin, which is what you're focusing on, and the other is waste. In other words, it could be a waste originating in the United States, even though the radioactive material contained in the waste originates someplace else. And so, but it's the origin of the waste. So that's what we have to focus on, in my opinion.
Well, and in your example, then, if we use that same logic, if we have a source manufacturer located in Texas and he makes a sealed source with radioactive material from Texas, in your example, even if they sell that source to the Russian government and they use it for 30 years, Russia should be able to send it back to us because we were the origin in your example.
If Russia has the same rules, I mean.
Well, you can't, once you set up the definition, we have to live with it. That's the crux of the problem.
Now you understand why we're having the discussion on when something becomes a waste.
Later, on item number 7, yes, I do.
Yeah, because there's some places in the world the only certain isotopes are available other places outside the U.S. For example, our nuclear medicine isotopes, technetium-99m, all that stuff comes from out of the country, pretty much.
And
Thank you for the clarification.
sure. All right. So, John, you have a recommendation for the entire commission? Robert, you want to comment about this before?
I have just 2 quick points, one of them based on my complete inability to avoid styrofoam cup prop comedy, and the other a more serious point. I'm only going to do 3 cups for the sake of sanity. Okay, you've got these 3 cups full of, they're all sealed sources. However, one of them contains, let's say Latvia had cesium left over from some nefarious project the Latvians are always up to. And since the only difference between waste and a sealed source is usefulness, they realized that their waste, their trash, is someone else's treasure. So they applied to the NRC to send it to the U.S. not as waste, but for use in sealed sources. So it's no longer waste because it's useful. I'm going to leave out one step in this, which is that one of the cups leaks, but that's another issue.
One of the cups what?
One of the cups leaks. We know that sealed sources do leak occasionally. But my question is also, how do you account for the fact that there's cup switching going on and we don't seem to have a very good chain of custody for some of the cups? How are you going to tell where the orphan source is? But that all comes down to something that is a larger issue, and that is it seems like there are chain of custody problems, that the nuclear record keeping is not that good, and that many of the things that are being certified as waste not of international origin perhaps should be orphan sources and thus not eligible for use in the Texas Dome. And it leads to the serious point, which is the question, since you guys have just revised your definition of what's waste of international origin, how do you know that when QSA Global swore that none of this waste was of foreign origin, that they were using the same definition that you didn't come up with until 5 minutes ago? Shouldn't you send this back to them and have them swear that their definition of waste of international origin is the same as the one you're going to be using? It seems like they couldn't possibly be using the same definition if you're still working on what that definition is. I was thinking of another example of this. It's more like a bag of coins. Someone would take the Coinstar, and QSA Global is swearing that none of these coins have ever been out of the country. I realize it's not exactly a point-to-point because all U.S. coins theoretically are made in the U.S., so I guess I could throw a complication in. In the Romney administration, they outsourced minting of American coins, and you're swearing that this bag at Coinstar doesn't have any coins that were manufactured outside the United States. So it looks as if your definition has just complicated whether you can judge this application because you no longer know if you and QSA Global are using the same definition of foreign waste.
Thank you, Robert. Are there any further questions from the Commission before I ask John for his recommendation on the RAM Services Broker application? Hearing none, John, do you have a recommendation for us that you wish to put in terms of the motion?
My recommendation would be that we approve the RAM Services application 1-0013-00, where they're acting as a broker. That approval would be for 15 cubic feet of waste, 32 curies for a period from whenever the document is signed until, what's our magic date again?
I think it's April the 27th.
26.
April 26th.
2013.
2013, sorry.
Okay. Is there a second to John's motion? Jim, you had an observation?
Well, I have a question. Are you gonna do the rest of
You're gonna make,
stuff on page
it would
7?
be for Class C field sources, coming from, QSA Global is located in Louisiana, and I believe Ram Services is located in Wisconsin. But they're just acting as the broker.
Okay.
Have I answered all the?
Are there any new clients?
Oh, no.
No. There's no carbon,
No C14, no technetium 99, no I-129, and no depleted uranium.
And it is a sealed source?
Correct.
Does that answer all of your questions?
I don't know. Does it leave? We'll have to do these after all these people leave. So. And Audrey.
All right, there's been a motion. Is there a second to John's motion? You've heard the motion, the second. Is there any further discussion among the members of the commission?
Just one, Mr. Chairman, real quick. It's probably understood by most of us, but the documents that Jim passed out that we use for agreement purposes with the provisions in them that we've seen before, this application would be used similar to the ones that we've done in the past with those same provisions, and y'all would adjust them as needed to fit the needs for this particular application. Is that fairly stated correctly?
That's correct.
Okay.
The standard provision.
Standard provision that we've already seen and talked about quite a bit.
My understanding is that the documents that were passed out by Mr. Croson are the same documents using the same format that we previously used for other applications of similar type.
That's
okay.
And that until we change them, those will be the ones we use.
Very good. Just wanted to clarify it.
And I do have, Mr. Chairman, I do have one suggestion, and that is if you look on page 6, and
Of the broker one, right?
of the broker one. Yes, sir. At this time, we're talking about the broker one, and look at capital I. I believe, given the passage of time, that probably is no longer relevant to our needs.
Has to do with anything in storage at the site, right?
Right.
All right.
And I guess we should ask waste control specialists if there's any reason for that to remain in the agreement.
I'm sorry.
Let me see that maybe.
Let me see what you're looking at.
It was basically for Stitchville.
That was Stu's provision that you had at the site.
Yeah, no,
There's not.
Does it hurt you to leave it in there if we need to do it without retyping the application?
No, sir.
Okay.
It's just deleted. Go on.
I just don't like to have loose language if you don't need it.
Okay. It's just a paragraph that would be in our broker agreement if we included it without meaning in this instance, because it has no relevance. You're recommending that we take it out because
Yes,
it has
sir.
no relevance. All right.
Could be misread later if it's not relevant.
Jay?
Just to talk about waste of international origin, the Act actually defines it very clearly. So I'm sure they're looking at the same thing that we're looking at, that it means low-level radioactive waste that originates outside of the United States or a territory of the United States, including waste subsequently stored or processed in the United States. So that fits with what you were talking about.
That's the Texas definition, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, and we'll get to that when we get to item 7, because the question is, when does it become a waste? And that's the reason we had that, we're having that discussion. Because we're focused on that. All right, you've heard a motion, and if I can restate the motion for our purposes, which was seconded by the judge. Motion was to approve the standard form of the agreement with the exception of paragraph I on page 6. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
For approval and execution between the Compact Commission and RAM Services acting as broker on behalf of QSA. If I restate that correctly? All right. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes. So it took us an hour and a half to get through by the time we started, it only took us an hour to do that. So we've done the RAM services application as broker, which is the first of these. And why don't we take a little short break before we move to the RAM services as a generator. And we'll just take a short break to allow us to stretch our legs and move for about 10 minutes or so. Good morning.
How are you?
How are you, ma'am?
I'm good.
How are you? Good to see you.
We just need to get rid of it because people can read it.
Yes, how are you?
Read something that doesn't mean. I know we got it. We will do that.
Okay, Jim has the contract.
At least the first kickoff of my pack. We want to work out something so you can know later. I think this time
Copies of the packet that you like, Audrey.
to keep good notes. That's the most important thing.
No, I don't bring it up. Do you want copies of all? Just, Audrey, just making copies. Sending everything. My engineer dig into it, boy. I can get
Well, it's out in the tool.
radioactive waste truck that crashed in Nebraska?
Sharon told me that. I guess that's crazy. But then I heard Rockland has a series. Oh yeah, that's nice. They're doing that tour. Sharon was all put out because, they won't let her on the site. There's a tour she does for them. That's what she does. And they won't let her on the site. And they put that on the so she called me put out about it. You're the instrument, not me. But one of the journalists well, they said that she got this we were wondering why they were I'm not sure.
I thought we should put together a video of the Halifax
Our meeting is over yet.
I'll mail you the same address.
Did you give everybody
She said if we don't pay, take that home.
now she's from Vermont. Come down. Mountain boys. Yeah, believe me, we've been doing it lots of money.
I assume you're aware of the role of the Green Mountain Boys in the war north of Depression.
Conversations frequently gotten gyrated. I'll be glad to get back to funding. I'll be glad when I get back to funding and depression.
Well, if everybody will sort of meander back, our 10-minute break, which is stretched into the usual almost 20, we'll we're glad to provide this forum for everybody to get together and chat, because it's a small community and we know each other. Okay, the next item on the agenda is 5, second bullet, RAM Services as a generator application. This is our application number 1-0014-00. And again, Mr. Salzman.
All right, sorry about that. All right, the technical committee reviewed the application again from RAM Services Incorporated. It was noted as received by the commission on August 1st, 2012. And that the number assigned to that one is 1-0014-00. In some respects, the application is fairly similar to their application where they were acting as a broker for QSA Global. Perhaps the major difference is that in this application, RAM Services is indicating they are the generator of the waste. In this case, the waste itself is, I'm making sure I'm open to the right one. The waste is similar. They're requesting 7.5 cubic foot and 16 curies. It's from intact industrial devices and sealed sources from such devices and medical therapy sources. So the waste form is essentially identical. It's Class C waste. Again, as I said, perhaps the biggest difference is that RAM Services is indicating they are the generator of this material. I'm somewhat unclear as to perhaps how they could be the generator. I'm not sure that in what form or fashion they may have used these sources. If that in fact is part of our decision on who the generator is, and they are not to the best of my knowledge, they are not a source manufacturer. I don't think they're in that business. The RAM Services is located in the state of Wisconsin, and Wisconsin is in the Midwest Compact, which I believe does not require export authorization. If for whatever reason the Commission were to consider RAM Services to not be the generator, then that would open up a question, which is, so where did the waste come from, and did it come from any states or compacts that require export authorization? So that would become a question the Commission would have to answer. And I'll another question would be if RAM has indicated that the waste is not of international origin, but again, if they're not the original generator, then that perhaps is a question before the Commission. And I'll just read this statement. It had to do with the question of what other factors the Commission might have considered when they were reviewing the application. The applicant, in this case RAM Services, has indicated they are a small quantity generator, and based upon the requested volume and radioactivity, the Commission would normally grant the request that it should be totaled against a small quantity generator set aside that we've talked about in previous meetings. However, the Commission struggles with this assertion that RAM Services is the generator because it is unclear if a waste broker should be considered a small quantity generator, and this is not necessarily the only application where this question comes to pass. That is, should a waste broker be considered a small quantity generator, whether it's RAM Services or any other broker who might submit an application before the Commission. And then finally, the Commission does not believe that there is any other disposal site that RAM Services has access to for disposal of this material. I think I've hit the high points.
Right.
Linda, did you have anything to add?
Just the same question you have. I don't understand how they can be considered a generator, unless we're missing some information.
Is there anybody from RAM Services here?
Yes, sir.
Perhaps you could come forward and help us with some of these questions. And you just tell us who you are, and you're here for RAM Services.
Yes, sir. My name is Jerry Wiesa. I'm from RAM Services. I'm the President and Radiation Safety Officer for the company.
Okay. You've heard our observations and questions about how you can be, first of all, a generator. And why don't you explain what the practice is and help us.
RAM Services has a service license, a license to calibrate instruments, perform leak test analysis for clients. We also have a service business where we go out and work on any industrial gauge. So we're allowed to work on anything like an OMARC device, a Texas nuclear device, an oil field exploration device, another device that might be made, the sealed source that was made by QSA Global and installed in some other device. So we are authorized to also take apart sealed sources or measuring devices that are used in the paper industry, plastics plants, coal-fired power plants, steel industry, wherever there's a nuclear application that's used. What we do is we pick up, one of the things we do besides the leak testing and the surveys and the installation is we pick up radioactive material from our customers as radioactive material, transport it back to our facility. We dismantle that device down to that sealed source capsule, okay? Thereby, there's lead, there's tungsten, there's steel, there's numerous other brass, there's numerous other metal components that are used in these devices. So we get to recycle all that metal, and there's a monetary benefit for us to do that. There's also a monetary benefit for us to go out and work at the client site. Besides doing the service work, the leak testing, you have to be licensed to take that device down from its intended measuring purpose, package it up where we're a DOT, certified DOT IATA shipper, so we can ship that material. Once we get that material back, once we get to the source capsule and we can identify it after the gauge has been dismantled, we have a few outlets where we can get rid of radioactive material for repurposing. Like an example, we have a instrument calibration device right now that I have an offer from a gentleman on the East Coast. He would like to purchase that for use in a job at a later date. He's going to let me know about that in, he said, about 2 weeks once he talks to his client. So that would be a license-to-license transfer for this instrument calibrator. So there's a potential reuse. Once I take it apart and dismantle it, then I don't have an option that I can transfer that device to another licensee for a useful purpose, okay? So we could repurpose something such as a calibrator. Our instrument calibrator that we have at our facility, this is an upgrade from the initial calibrator that we had. Both of those came from other licensees, okay? The second one we have had a higher activity. It's around 600 millicuries right now, so we use that in our calibration range to calibrate our instruments as well as our client instruments, okay? Now, we've also had sources that were above 1 curie in size, the cesium-137. Those devices we, for all practical purposes, harvested about $2,000 worth of tungsten out of these devices, and those sources were shipped off to a source manufacturer who's going to reuse that cesium in another device. So what will happen is they'll probably take that source, either re-encapsulate it into a third special form re-encapsulation, or they may break that capsule open to recover that cesium, the raw materials, so that they can make a new sealed source of a specific dimension that it'll fit in some other manufacturer's device, and then they can sell it to that manufacturer, and it gets to be used one more time around. So some things we have an option to send it back to a manufacturer. Sometimes we can use the entire device and have somebody who's willing to use it, purchase it from us, or we can gift it to them just for the transportation costs. And on the back side of it, who you would classify as the generator, okay, that person could be either going out of business. That person could say, we no longer have a use for this product line to measure the thickness of this Seafold towel. We're getting out of that business. We're only going to make paper products from here on out, writing paper products, so we're going to discontinue this line. So they can call a manufacturer and get a price from them to take it back. They can call a broker who will give them a price for waste disposal and ship it on a 540 or a 541 shipping manifest and declare it as waste at the generator site. Once it's declared as waste at the generator site, that does not allow us an option to go back and say, now it's radioactive material one more time. Once it's waste, it's always waste. So we can't go back and say, I have somebody who's interested in this device. Okay? We'd like to ship it to that client, and maybe he'll purchase it, or maybe we can gift it to him, whatever the case is. We also cannot send it off to the manufacturer in case of QSA Global. They're not allowed to take waste at their facility in Louisiana. So even if there was a monetary value for a 1.5 curie cesium source, they would not be able to accept it, nor would they be able to recycle it at that point. So the other option that we have is by removing the lead, the tungsten, the brass, and all the other raw materials that are used as shielding and shutter devices for these units, when we take that material off, we save a lot of volume, okay? We can take tens of thousands of pounds of raw material in these radioactive gauges, take out that one source pellet, which is the size of a pencil eraser, maybe it's the size of a felt tip marker, and combine that with numerous other sources and reduce the disposal volume. And that's the whole intent, what I believe, of the compact, is to reduce the amount of disposal volume that we're putting into the site. So we can reduce thousands of pounds, hundreds of cubic feet. You know, each one of those barrels that QSA has recommended for up to 16 curies probably equates to a minimum of 10,000 pounds or more of scrap metal, okay? And a disposal volume. We would be talking probably a B25 box, which would be 96 cubic feet or greater, where we get it down to 7.5 cubic feet and possibly less. So we're conserving space, okay? We're doing a service for our customer. We don't make, our primary money is made doing service. Every 6 months going out and collecting leak tests, doing shutter checks on these devices, helping with registrations for generally licensed devices, making sure that our clients are doing what's needed by the appropriate regulatory body in that state where they're at, writing license amendments if they're a specific license. These are things that we do, and this is where we make, this is our bread and butter, where we make our money to pay our wages and pay the insurances and pay our licensing fees. This is one small portion of what we do. So besides the service license, we also have a brokerage license, and that came to pass. Initially, we had an NRC service license, and when Wisconsin became an agreement state, that got transferred to the state of Wisconsin. We retained our NRC license for a period of time, up until I believe it was last year, where we said, well, there aren't that many agreements, there aren't that many NRC jurisdictions that we work in, so we'll just file for reciprocity, pay the reciprocity fees, and use our state of Wisconsin license for that, those operations, where we would go into the state of Michigan, let's say, and do some work. So hopefully that answers some of the questions that you may have.
Well, thank you. I think you probably generated some more questions but I'll start with Mr. Salzman.
Well, I guess the first part would be just a statement, and that is, first, I appreciate your being here and your willingness to provide additional information. I think that's very helpful to the commission. In one respect, I would say, for sources that you get in that you repurpose, I mean, that there's no issue before this commission with regard to that. That's a service that you provide, or however you want to title that. I think that's a good thing. Anything that we can prevent from becoming radioactive waste and having to be disposed of is a good thing. That saves the volume for other generators. So for the sources that you get that you repurpose, whether you call that recycling or whatever, obviously that's a good thing. I think the question, or one of the questions for us, is for the sources that you get that you can't repurpose. At least it appears to me that you haven't beneficially used that source. Now, some you do. Some you said you've got a couple in and you used them in an instrument calibrator. I agree. You've got a source from wherever you got it, and you are physically using that source for a useful purpose. But for the sources that you get that you cannot find a useful purpose for, it's unclear to me how you're the generator of that. Once it magically becomes a waste, it's unclear to me how you're the actual generator of that waste.
Our interpretation of the regulations, which you've seen a multi-page letter in response to another gentleman's letter earlier, we do a license transfer, which the state of Wisconsin allows us to do. As you know, radioactive material is very highly tracked. Okay, so there's a licensee, let's say in Texas, who has this material. They pay us a fee to come in, package, ship, hopefully repurpose this material somewhere else. We need to know the source, manufacturer, model number, isotope, activity, physical dimensions of that source, and at that point in time, then we can look for an outlet where we could repurpose that somewhere along the way. In many instances, there is no repurposing that can be done. Okay, one of the manufacturers we deal with is making every attempt to recycle as much as they possibly can, which americium gets recycled. They're recycling a large portion of cobalt-60, so I'm told. They're starting to work on cesium-137. So eventually they're going to be recycling more and more, repurposing more and more materials. This is something that's somewhat new to the industry. Basically, the industry, they bought, the manufacturer, source manufacturer bought raw materials, is my understanding. They made source capsules out of it, usually special form source capsules. They were sold to an oil exploration company. They were sold to a paper mill, a plastics plant, a coal-fired power plant, and they were used. And at that point in time, they could be declared waste, or they could be sent back to whoever made that gauging device, or to the actual manufacturer of that sealed source capsule. Now, they could replace that with a newer source due to decay or some other reason for that device not to be used any longer, and it ships as material.
Perhaps let me restate my question. I'm not talking about the how the material is shipped, whether it's shipped as a radioactive material or whether it's shipped as a waste. But my question goes to who is the generator of who is the generator of that material? Are you indicating that simply by possessing the material that makes you the generator?
That is our understanding, that when we have the material, once we dismantle that device, recover any metals that are available, get down to the sealed source to see if we can repurpose that source or not, we're the one who makes the determination. We can't find anyone that's willing to make a new sealed source out of this device. We can't find somebody who's willing to take that source and reuse it for some other purpose. At that point in time, if I have no other option, it's in our building. We've sent the letter to the original generator who used that device device for some measuring purpose and said, we did a license transfer. In the case of a generally licensed device, that is required within 30 days. So we need to get the generator, whoever that generator is, a letter so he can notify his state agency of the fact, I no longer possess this radioactive material. So the state wants to be aware of it. Also, the manufacturer wants to be aware of it within 30 days of the transfer of that radioactive material. It's transferred to our specific radioactive materials license, so the accountability, there is a chain of accountability. It went from the original generator or the original person that used it for a measuring device, and it was transferred. So there's a shipping document. There's also a transfer letter that we provide saying we've accepted this material under our state of Wisconsin radioactive materials license. It's ours. So now we need to find out what to do with it.
Yeah, and you're raising questions because I think of this as a lawyer. I don't think of it as a technical person. And my question is that what we're getting to is we're trying to understand the business practice. You said you were in a service business.
Correct.
Okay, your contracts for service, who gets the right under those agreements to make the determination of whether the material that you go out and collect a gauge or a device from somebody, who gets the right to determine whether that can be repurposed, or if you make that determination and you make a recommendation, my understanding of what you're saying is the title, if you will, to that device, possessory right under a license, is not transferred to you until you make the determination that it has no other use. Is that correct?
We believe once we transfer it to our license, have it in our building, it is now our material.
What happens if that's so, and you make a determination that it can be repurposed for something
Correct.
else? Who gets the benefit of that? Do you get that, or does the original owner get the benefit?
We do.
And that's in your agreement. So when you go out to service a device, basically you're telling me that the device, when you go out to service it, part of that agreement is we're going to take this and we're going to do whatever we want to with it.
That's correct.
And so they're transferring it to you to make the determination of whether it's waste or reusable or not waste.
Correct.
So they're sending it to you with the intent that if you can't use it, you'll dispose of it.
Correct.
That's what I thought you were saying.
Could I ask a quick clarifying question? In the nature of this business relationship, do you pay them? Do you buy the source from them, or do they pay you to take it?
They pay us to take it.
Okay.
It's part of a service. We go in, we take the radioactive material down from its measuring location. Maybe we take the electronics out also if the line is being disabled. Maybe the line is being retrofitted and there's a manufacturer that's standing in line and waiting for us to get done with our job so that he can come in and put in all new electronics, a new control panel, and a new radioactive source, maybe of a lesser activity because electronics has gotten better. He wants to install that new device. So once we get the old device taken down, then the manufacturer may come in to install a brand new device.
Ask a question, Mr.
Go ahead, Mr. Krausen's our attorney, acting as our attorney.
If you knew in advance that this commission felt like what you're doing was a broker activity, could you include in the agreements that you have with various people an authorization for you to one of the disconnects here that we've got, I think, if I'm picking up on what John, one of the disconnects we've got is if normally a broker has to produce an agreement from every generator.
Correct.
Saying that the generator is authorized to do business on his behalf.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't quite have that here, I
Right.
think. And so what I'm asking is if you were to know that in the future, or even now, that this is going to be a requirement of this commission in order for you to be a broker, could you make sure that that's in the future agreement?
We would be willing to work with that. We have an inventory. Basically, we know who all the generators are, okay? We did not initially, since Barnwell closed and any sources that did not go for recycling are sitting at our building, we did not tell what you would presume to be the generator in your example. We did not tell them that they were going to need to fill out some additional paperwork and let the Texas Compact know that they were going to be responsible for this and we were going to act on their behalf. Going forward, we could have an agreement stating that whoever, if we pick up an XYZ company, we cannot repurpose this source, that it would be declared waste, and at that point in time, their name would be submitted to the compact, so you knew what location it physically came from. Did it come from Texas? Did it come from Vermont? Did it come from Kentucky? Somewhere that doesn't have access to a disposal facility.
When you acquire the sources, it sounded to me like you actually physically go to the business location
Yes, sir.
to acquire the source.
We apply for license for reciprocity,
Right.
pay our fees, to go into that state to do whatever service that we're authorized to provide.
Do you go across the United States border to provide this service?
We've done some work as a subcontractor for Los Alamos National Labs. We dismantle sources for Los Alamos National Labs, and they come back in and collect the radioactive material, the sealed sources that are extracted from those devices, because they have their own separate disposal facility and their own outlets to get rid of radioactive material. So that would not be commingled.
So that in that case, that service you're providing is outside the United States?
Yes.
Okay. But in that same case, DOE always takes possession of the radioactive material. So you're basically just
It's theirs. Right.
you're providing hands and tools, if you will.
We're providing warm bodies and a service for them to dismantle devices that they may not be familiar with.
Okay. One more clarification. Does your license allow you to actually cut open sealed sources to destroy them? Okay. You can handle them, you can take them out of devices, but you can't.
We can dismantle devices. We do not have the capabilities to break open a sealed stainless steel capsule to recover emery CMCs.
You would send that to another entity to do that?
We have to send that to a manufacturer. That's multi-million-dollar operations where they have glove boxes and fume hoods and mechanical equipment and designs and everything else. That's way out of our realm of financial.
Jerry, I had one question.
Yes, sir.
Could you tell me who your authorizers are? You mentioned DOT, you mentioned NRC, and they may have a reciprocal agreement, or when Wisconsin adopted their rules, you probably deal with Wisconsin. Are there any other authorizers that you have licenses or agreements with from a regulatory perspective?
From a regulatory perspective, our licensing agency is the state of Wisconsin.
All right.
We work under reciprocity. If we want to go out to a state of Texas, we would have to pay the reciprocity fees, provide a copy of our state of Wisconsin license to the state of Texas, alert them normally 3 days in advance that we're coming in to provide some service for one of their licensees, where we're going to work at, what we're going to be doing.
Are there any cases where reciprocity is not agreed to? Do you have to go get a separate license from a state that doesn't recognize Wisconsin?
Normally, it's 180 days of working in a specific state. If you exceed that, you have to apply for your own specific license within that state.
In those instances, have you experienced that?
We haven't had an experience where we've been over 180 days in any specific location.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Dick, are you next?
I've already demonstrated my ignorance in your field, so I can ask naive questions. I see on your website that one of the most prominent things is some kind of a graph from Kazakhstan. Does that suggest that you are doing some kind of business there? And if so, are you getting material from there or what?
No, we work with two large oil exploration companies, actually located in Texas, and they send us thousands of sealed source leak tests from around the world. So we analyze those samples to make sure that they're not above 0.005 microcurie, or a trace amount that would be found on the outside of our sealed source capsule, okay? Because that's the determination to say, is a source leaking and it should be removed from service, or is the integrity of that sealed source fine, and we can continue using it downhole at 10,000 feet where there's elevated temperatures and pressures, and it could degrade that source, or it could be corroded, or a pinhole in a weld, or something like this. So we're doing testing to verify that there is no leakage present. Our website basically, it demonstrates that we did find a leaking source from Kazakhstan. Here's an energy spectrum of what we found on that source.
Okay, and then what do you do with it? I mean, supposing you
don't actually possess that source.
We do not possess that source. All we possess is it's Q-tip. Basically, it's a sample. So what they do is they take a Q-tip, they will wipe that Q-tip on, near, or around that radioactive source or the nearest device containing that source. They'll put it in a plastic bag. They'll sign it and date it, give us all the information on the source capsule. Then they will send that through FedEx, Common Courier, DHL, however, to our lab in Wisconsin, where we will do the analysis and let them know, is everything fine?
Okay. So then the Kazakh-generated Q-tips become part of your waste stream, do they?
What would happen is, if we had something that was elevated, yes, that would be part of our waste stream.
I suppose that's de minimis. I don't know.
Well,
Depends on how many
one way to look at that is that's the service that they provide. It's called a leak test service, and there are many entities around the United States that provide that same kind of service. Now, obviously, I'm guessing the majority of your business isn't necessarily overseas, but that's some percentage of it.
It's a percentage. We ship approximately to 70, 80 countries around the world to analyze these samples. The oil industry samples and many other of these radioactive devices get moved, okay? You may have a source that originated at a manufacturer in Texas. It may get sold to one of the oil exploration companies. He may ship it off to Odessa for a period of time, and it gets used while they're exploring for oil at that site. When they found oil, they didn't find oil in that area. They make a well, they don't make a well. To really simplify it, at that point in time, that source may go back to a home base. Could be in Odessa, could be back to Houston. Now it may get repurposed, and it's going to go to Saudi Arabia and be used there for the same exact intended purpose, to do a logging of that well hole as they're drilling it, and it gets used there until that well is either completed or, the client says, we don't want you on our site any longer, and then it may come back to Houston.
Okay, so when you've represented that no waste of our international origin shall ever be included, and we're prohibited from taking waste of international origin.
That's correct, and we fully understand that.
And so I take it the point is that if you're talking about things like, I don't know, whatever devices you use, Q-tips or rags or whatever, to test these things, I take it your contention is that that's your waste and it's originating with at your site.
That would be correct. It's not been determined to be waste. It gets shipped here on a courier, It's not millicuries. Normally it's trace amounts of microcuries. It's probably less activity than you have in a granite countertop or a smoke detector or things like this. We're counting atoms is basically what we're doing. So you can find the same thing in concrete and normal background materials that contain some trace amounts of radioactive material. So it's a very small amount. If it would be a higher amount, if it would be above the 0.005 microcurie limit, one of the requirements is these people have to survey the package before they ship it to us. And if it's about 0.5 millirem at the surface of the package, they already know they have a problem. There's no need in us doing analysis on this sample because they know they have a problem with a leaking source capsule.
So take that on further, they have a problem, what happens then?
Now it'll go back to whoever owns that source, and they'll make a phone call to somebody, could be us, could be someone else, and say, is it possible for you to re-encapsulate that source? We have a disposal facility in whatever country this is, or we're going to put it in storage wherever it's at. And at that point, now it's up to them to make a determination. Now it's definitely waste. It's leaking. It's waste. It's not going to be, we don't have another option but to declare it as waste.
But it could have came from Texas in the beginning.
Could have started in Texas, okay, and now it could be somewhere else. Some other location, somewhere else. And now we have a problem. So now the question is, can it be shipped back to Texas? And can a broker pick it up as waste on a 540, 541, because it's definitely waste at this point. And that client would also have to say, it's waste, it's going on a 540, 541, can, in our case, Ground Services Act, and our agent to get it in to the WCS site in Andrews.
And it could be RAM Services, it could be another company, it could be a company that's that provides the same kind of services that RAM Services provides, headquartered in Texas.
Linda?
Just looking at your radioactive material license, and trying to see where in there it says that you can do source replacements for the primary isotopes, that the ones that you want to send off. So
I'm unclear on the question.
Okay.
I believe it's item 9 that says we can remove, install, service radioactive materials in all gauges.
The source replacement, that's Promethean. And, okay, so I've got a bad copy. It's hard to read some of it. So, yeah.
But there's a specific authorization under one of those numbers that allows us to do service on sealed sources.
Did you see that, John?
I'm trying to pull up the current license. Now, what are you referring to? Which section, Linda?
Well, I was just looking, because you said you repurposed the sources, and I was just looking to see that that's on your list.
It doesn't specifically say repurpose. It doesn't mention that fact. It says we can bring things in and, ship things out.
Yeah, it does.
So, but it does not, it doesn't specifically say, this license was transferred from the NRC and then it was revised over the years to include other operations and things like this, but there was not anything specific or any specific wording that was added to encompass the questions that had come up just recently.
If I could offer, and this really isn't a question directed at Mr. Wiesa, it's really more a question for the other commissioners, or a statement, and that is, if the RAM Services business were to be transferred to Texas, to the state of Texas, or to the state of Vermont, example works out the same, then that entity doing business in Texas or Vermont could perhaps be allowed to declare and be the generator of waste, and that would allow that entity to then get in-compact disposal rates for sources that may have come from outside Texas or Vermont. So therein lies the crux of one of the issues, which is whatever rules we put into place, or however we're going to interpret this, I think we have to do it for everyone. We can't say there's one set of rules for these people and there's a different set of rules for these people. That's going to create issues.
And we don't have any sources that we have in this request that came from Texas or Vermont in this instance. We're not looking for any additional monetary benefit out of this by saying something came from in compact. We're declaring everything as out of compact. And even if we would pick up maybe 1, 2, 10 sources from in compact, it probably would not make any sense for us to say we'd like to put these 10 small sources the size of a pencil eraser into a 55-gallon drum. How much monetary benefit would there be, and how do we allocate the space of, say, this from a 55-gallon barrel? How much monetary benefit would there possibly be for one cup of this size with 4 inches of concrete around it?
Clearly, there doesn't appear to be a monetary benefit for Mr. Wiesa and RAM Services. But if you take his business and you put it in Texas, there could be an incredible monetary benefit, and that entity might be able to create the market, if they will, on the broker business, because they get 20% cheaper than Mr. Wiesa can get.
At least.
At least, perhaps more than.
Which would be very detrimental to our business.
The same would work in both.
The exact same example, if a business were to open in Vermont, they get in-compact disposal rates, so they'd be at least 20% cheaper than anybody outside of Texas or Vermont.
And from my perspective, I'll ask a question first of all. When you go out when you contract with somebody to perform this service, you go to their site where the instrument is located or the device is located that has the seal source in it, and that's where you take possession of it. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And I assume that at the time you take possession, what you assume is that whether it's waste or not, it's used in the United States.
Correct.
And so you don't care where the device was actually manufactured or came from. You just look at where it's being used at the time.
That's correct.
And so when you transfer then to your facility in Wisconsin and make the determination, you know because of that decision that it's going to be in the United States, right, not out of the United States.
Normally out of compact, but in the United States.
Yeah. And so that's the inquiry, that's the line of reasoning that you go through. And we're just trying to understand your business because, and the way it works, because of our rule, and because we're aware of the restriction on the license about out of compact versus in compact and out of the country, waste of origin out of the country, to make sure we understand how the business actually works, to see what questions are being asked in relation to the decisions that are being made in waste disposal under the license and under our import agreement. And that's the reason we're very appreciative of your being here and explaining your decision-making process. So that's my summary of it. Any more questions from any of the other Compact Commission members? Thank you very much for being here and answering our questions.
Thank you for your time.
John, I'm going to look to you again to make a motion if you have one. Do you have a recommendation, or are we going to ask more questions about this?
At this point, I don't think I have more questions, so. I struggle with this one in that they've applied for an import permit acting as a generator. And I think in the context of what we've discussed today, and with perhaps what our understanding was of the import permits that we've granted to date, it just seems there's a disconnect. And so
my understanding is they act as a generator because they take title to the device or the instrument before making a determination about whether it has additional utility. And once they make that determination, then they say, well, it's ours, and therefore, if it's a waste, we're the generator of the waste. That's my understanding.
Correct.
And so the question that we have to ask is, does that fit within our understanding of what a generator is or should be? That's the question that you're posing to us.
Right. And if you're asking my opinion, I have a difficulty with that, because if we accept that, then we could create a situation where we allow other people to decide they're the generator, and we could thereby create a situation where somebody who's in the state of Texas or Vermont could have a significant advantage, and ultimately the state of Texas and the county and everybody else who's supposed to be receiving that additional 20% is not going to get it.
Yes, I understand. And some of the comments used a different term when they're talking about this kind of thing, and the judge is about to tell us he doesn't get any of that 20%.
No, before
whoever gets it.
I've been messing with this money for about a month back home. But anyway, this is what I'm saying before he said about any of the money things. I think Jerry needs to have these guys go and sign off to you that you're their broker. And I thought that 15 minutes ago. But that's really the only thing I have is they actually need to sign off that Jerry's company or any other company. So we have what Robert's been talking about is this sign off stuff. And then once they do that, then you as a company can do what you want to do. Now, I don't know if they were going to want to do that or not.
Well, going back, I don't know that these customers will be available. Some of these customers are no longer in business, or they filed for bankruptcy.
Yeah.
So
but
going
this commission, as I said before, is we have the door to the key. And now that we are open, I'm looking at one of my main guards up when we have a meeting is to make sure that all this stuff doesn't just happen to take the back roads as all the drunks do instead of the highways.
Sure.
Because we are the key to the door, and we need to, like as John said, we need to make sure this is done. And to me, that would, if you could do that.
So if we could identify who actually used the sealed source before it came to us, before dismantling, you would be happy with that.
Well, I mean, just like you said, a paper company or whoever.
Right. So XYZ Paper, we came in, we took their device down, we shipped it from.
They're the ones that bought it.
They're the ones who bought it, okay? We bring it back to our facility as materials. We make a determination whether we can send it off to a source manufacturer or somewhere else, some other specific licensed entity that has a use for it. If there is no other use for it, we could call it our generated waste, but you would want to see that it came from XYZ Paper Company in whatever location this was.
I'm more of into the mode of broker than generator.
Okay.
For some reason.
Because what that does is that also, what you're asking, that might also impact other companies, such as a QSA, such as numerous other source manufacturers around the U.S. okay? Their business models, from what I know of them, because they're my competition, is they send out a service rep who does the exact same thing that I do in most cases. They'll take down this device from its measuring location, they'll ship it by a courier or one of the trucking companies back to their facility, wherever that may be. They will take that source capsule out, they will put in a new source capsule, or sell this client a new device.
Okay, but that model that you just said, they're in the business to do that. And what I'm saying is that you're not in the business to do that. You're just in the business to
We're not in the manufacturing distribution end of it.
Right.
Okay, soon to be. We have a device evaluation sheet being approved by the NRC right now. I'm hoping their review is going to be done within the next month.
Anyway, that's my comment for this second.
Judge, to your point, Jerry, did I hear you say that you may be able to do what the judge stated for future applications, but it was going to be very difficult to do it for the current application that you're asking us to approve?
It would be
because of reasons, bankruptcy, are you really going to be able to identify
We can
the sources?
identify where it came. I don't know if that entity will still be around.
Or you may not know that they may not have been the generator. Is that even possible?
That's a possibility.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it could be difficult to reconcile this application. Future applications, you knowing that you can make that part of your agreements that you have with your customers.
That's right.
In order to be able to satisfy what this compact commission is trying to do.
Once we know what the rules of the compact are, we're willing to abide by those rules. So we just need to know what the rules are going to be so we can play by the rules appropriately.
And I'll say this, I'm aware of at least one case involving a Texas nuclear device where it was found in an abandoned building, and nobody knew where it came from, and nobody knew where it was used.
Right.
It was just found in a building that was being torn down. So you don't know unless you can trace the ownership trail from the original device manufacturer who was last putting it to a beneficial regulatory use. It was just abandoned.
We potentially had a similar scenario approximately 2 weeks ago. We were called by a legal representation for a crematorium. They had a lung cancer patient who did not survive, and this crematorium took care of the remains of this person. He was treated with some iodine lung mesh seeds, and apparently they either went up the stack of the crematorium or they were in place in the crematorium, and we were asked to provide a bid to clean up this material, the remains, the radioactive remains in the furnace itself. Now, who would be the generator of that material? The crematorium does not have a radioactive materials license. They did not know that they were going to process this person who had radioactive material present. Now, who, from a compact commission, who do we declare as the generator for this material? That definitely needs to be shipped as waste on a 540, 541.
Actually, in some cases, the regulatory agency of the state that's involved would become the generator, but in that specific case, hopefully that material could just be held for decay until the radioactive, because it was a short half-life.
It's a short half-life material. The state did not like the idea of just decaying it on site because they wanted to use.
I would agree that probably has to be transferred someplace else for decay, but
So we run into those issues. We also run into those issues at scrapyards, okay, and metal facilities, which I'm sure you're aware of, where a device gets disposed of incorrectly for one reason or another, and we don't want to melt it in a blast furnace, and gate monitors at a landfill or at a steel processing facility or a scrapyard identify this. Now, again, not a licensee. Who should be the generator in this case? Sometimes the EPA takes care of this. Sometimes the regulatory state takes care of it. Other times, nobody really wants to be the generator of record, especially when they didn't have a license and didn't possess it.
My suggestion is for you and any other broker, if you come to possess material like that, don't mix it with anything else.
Right.
Well, it appears that clearly you are a broker in many respects, but also a generator in some respects.
Yes.
So that makes it a little hard if we give approval for future petitions. It has to be very clear what role, what hat are you wearing with that. That's a big problem. Also, one other little quick question. Some of the sources in your possession, do you ever transfer them to QSA Global?
Do we transfer them to QSA Global? Yes.
And then you could broker QSA Global sources, which may have been your sources.
Yes. We could.
Good.
If they would be willing to accept.
You accept your own sources, okay.
Right.
But you'd be a generator too.
You know.
Well, the questions for the commission are, how do we want to track this material? What kind of representations do we want to have made in applications, and how clear does it have to be for us to help answer your questions of you smart technical people to make them fit within our agreements? And I see Mr. Singleton's down there with some observations. Or
Could I, Robert, could you hold on for just a minute for me, please? John, is it possible to think about it that this application could actually be broken into two? One, that if Jerry could go back and really identify the ones who are capable to say that they're the generators, then that would be one part of it, and then the remainder could end up being as a broker that we did on the first one. That way, I think at least maybe we could break this one up, Mr. Chairman, into two different applications ourselves, and let Lee and Jim decide with Jerry what the ones are that you can identify for generators, and deal with that, and then deal with the other ones broker-wise that we just did on the first application. I'll throw that out as a suggestion, John, if that makes some sense to do it that way. That way, I think we clean up any disparity with our rules on this one, and then in the future, he'll know what he needs to do. Am I missing something otherwise?
I don't think you're missing anything. I think, but I did want to clarify. So would that would mean that RAM Services would need to resubmit, in essence, two applications, one where they are acting as a generator for their material, and another where they are acting as the broker for someone else's material. So, okay.
Because I think that will clean up for the ones that's in limbo, that those other entities may not even exist today and may not know.
Well, as long as we aren't predisposing that the commission is going to take, if we can't, if it's impossible to determine or get information from whoever the original generator was, I'm not willing to say today that means we'll accept it.
I understand.
Okay.
But at least I would think we could narrow it down to hopefully that the ones that's missing would hopefully be a small compared to the broker side.
In other words, he would get authorizations from who he can.
Right.
And he would be a broker on those.
Right.
And then he would try to do the best he can.
On the other ones. I don't know if Jerry that'll work or not, but I think that will clean up a lot of the commission's concerns right now. That means a little more work on your part, I believe, in order to be able to get us to that point, though.
I understand where you're trying to go. I know I can give you all the names of all the entities when we have sources where they've come from at our facility. The issue that I have is we've taken those materials, we've issued transfer letters. Some of these transfer letters that have went to that original generator have gone to a regulatory agency, and that regulatory agency has accepted that letter and said, yes, we'll terminate your radioactive materials license, or yes, we understand that you've transferred this to RAM Services and you no longer have any radioactive materials, so you do not have a generally licensed device on your property. So for me to go back to them and say, oh, after the fact, after July 1 of 2008, when Barnwell closed and we accepted yours in August of 2008, now I'm coming back to you and saying, I want to put you on the hook as a generator to come to the WCS site. They had no intention when they shipped it to me under a license transfer that was actually taking place. So.
Did they think it was going to Barnwell then?
We were going Barnwell when Barnwell was open, okay? But after Barnwell closed, there was this period of time from July 1 of 2008 going forward where, there was no option.
Well, I mean, I was just saying, if they knew it was going to Barnwell, why wasn't it in Barnwell?
And this is after Barnwell closed.
Oh,
okay. If we could have got it to Barnwell, we would have had the South Carolina transport permit, paid the $200 transport permit fee, and got it into a barrel, and had the generator certification, so it could have went to Barnwell.
So I guess my question is, what did the generator, people you got it from, what did they say, where was it going?
We just did a license transfer, so it's RAM Services material.
They didn't know where it was going.
They didn't know where it was going.
And you took the risk at that point that there would be a place ultimately that you could send it to get rid of it before your possession limits under your license were violated.
That is correct.
Otherwise, it just sits at your facility, right?
You're right. I have nowhere for it to go, and I definitely would like to make it go somewhere. One would prefer not to have that liability in my facility, but we also want to do everything correct to make sure that it's going wherever it needs to go appropriately.
My interpretation of what we want to know is where you got it, where it was used.
We can give you names, addresses, everything on where we picked up this material.
I would be surprised to learn, even in a bankruptcy case, for example, that somebody didn't pay you and authorize you to go in and pick it up. You've got a contract with somebody, even if it's a trustee in bankruptcy.
Right. We've been issued a purchase order number. We've written a quote. So and we have an inventory spreadsheet, so we know exactly where the material has come from. So we know the pedigree on the source, plus we know where we picked this source up because we have tracking records on all that.
I think the commission's going to want to see that. That's what
We can provide names of what company it was, where we received that material from.
Authorizations where you can.
Authorizations going back in time.
I understand.
May be difficult. I don't know that these clients.
Wherever you may have them, though, would be.
We can ask.
Yeah, you can ask. I just think, to use the chairman's terms, we got ourselves a conundrum, and I think this is one way to hopefully get us out of the one we're in, and try to take care of the future, and not try to rectify too much on the past.
Correct.
Where we put you and other ones in a position where it's set or we dispose.
Right.
And I'm of the belief we need to dispose and not have it sitting. Public safety and all the other issues associated with that, that's where I've got
public issues, security tracking.
Security tracking and everything else, right.
Make a motion that we table this until they can bring that forward.
Bring us 2 applications, John?
I would prefer to see 2 new applications.
Okay. Looks like we have a motion and a second. Robert, did you want to say something?
Okay. First, if the commission still has any morbid curiosity about the crematorium incident, there is an NRC event report that you can read at the NRC website. My concern is just on the basis of language. If somebody breaks open a device, takes out the seal source, puts it in another device, I don't see them as having generated the seal source. Otherwise, what would you call the person who thought they generated it? The pre-generator? You can't call someone a generator because they take the slug out of one device and put it in another. They didn't generate the slug. The generator was the person who originally put the nuclear material in that slug. You could call them a number of other things, the step generator, the regenerator. There's a number of terms you could use, but I don't think you can call them a generator.
My understanding was that was not what we were talking about with that particular.
Okay. I just want to cover one thing I forgot last was that Seed Coalition has submitted some additional comments for the applications you're considering today that generally restate our objections about allocation and the still unsettled question of what unlimited use for Texas means, the problems of transportation routes not being set out, the problems of first responders in training, and the problems with water in the site. So this is something we're going to continue to file for every application you get, but I just wanted to make sure that we got that on the record.
Can I ask you a question, Robert?
Sure.
When you say first responders,
Mm-hmm.
what does that mean?
That means the fire crews, the hazmat crews, whoever, if the accident occurs 200 miles outside the Andrews site, is the first responders, or the ambulance crews, or the hazmat crews going to have been adequately trained in the particular problems of dealing with a radioactive waste accident?
Can I have your definition of adequately trained?
I don't think most small town, I'm sure it's probably different in Andrews County, but I don't think most small town first responders have specifically been told what to do in the case of even a relatively minor nuclear waste accident. I don't think that they have any specific training in terms of cordoning off material, making sure that people are not exposed, making sure that in the case of a more serious accident, for example, that there's adequate notification for people who might be downwind of the accident. But I don't think outside of Andrews County there's probably anybody who gets specific training on what to do if they're the first responder on radioactive waste.
I would say that you need to go and talk to the Texas Fire, whatever commission that does fire.
Mm-hmm.
I think every fireman has to have that training.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly, I look at, since I'm the judge, we have the Odessa Fire Department and Midland Fire Department who are sworn to hazardous waste, hazmat response.
Yes.
We actually bought them, both of them, 2 trucks, and they have to respond to a 17-county area.
Does hazmat training specifically include
all the
nuclear?
cogs kind of did that, just like Dallas or Austin or whatever. You go to Lockhart, and they're probably going to have something on the train derail in Lockhart. They're probably going to have the Austin Fire Department's hazmat down there because there's not enough people in emergency management, that type of stuff, to work on these things. So you're going to get the state response and all that. I'm just saying, y'all bring that up all the time. I just wanted to bring it up that all these places have other people to come.
Has the training changed because they're on a nuclear waste route, or is this just covered by routine training?
I think it's overstepped if they're on a nuclear route, because then they know they're on a nuclear route.
Well, right now they don't know they're on a nuclear route, though, because the routes have not been established.
Yeah.
So,
in our area,
same general problem. I had one final point that I wanted to make, which is I asked the question yesterday about whether you're changing the definition of waste of international origin and whether you were using the same definition as the brokers are using when they swear that the waste is not of international origin. But it just occurred to me that I missed a larger question about that definition, which is if you change that definition today in terms of the cup example that was being used and brokers and sub-brokers and material is sent out of the country and brought back to the country by U.S. companies, if you change that definition, are you using the same definition that the legislature used when they wrote the statute? I would think of necessity it would be a different definition that you're using that they're using. I don't want to slam the legislature too much about this, but it's my perception that the Commission routinely is trying to figure out what the legislature meant with things like exclusive use for Texas generators. And it occurs to me that if you're writing patches for badly written legislation, it might be of some use to go directly to the legislature and ask, what did you mean when you said blah, blah, blah? That way you know that you're working from the same page. Problem is complicated by the fact that I heard on the radio this morning that half of the legislature is either in their first or second term, that it's going to be a wholly new legislature this time. But surely there's someone, or there are documents where you can find out what the intent was when they prohibited waste of international origin, or when they used the term broker and generator, that might keep you from having to work to develop workarounds for things that might be the result of badly written legislation. But that's just the main point I wanted to make was that we still are making those same objections, and will continue to, and I believe you received by email the seed position on those for these particular applications.
Okay, and I'll just make this observation that waste of international origin is defined in Senate Bill 1504, but it all says it's waste, low-level radioactive waste that originates outside the United States or a territory, including waste subsequently stored or possessed in the United States. To me, that gets back to the question of when is a waste become a waste? Because it's clear that if it's a waste outside the United States, then it's international. It's waste of international origin. But if it comes in and it's not a waste when it comes in, then it's not.
I think the question was pretty well not that complicated until the cup example. And when I watched the cup example, I thought, well, is this the same thing that the legislature meant? And I'm not sure that can ever be established.
The legislature meant exactly what it wrote. I'm confident of that.
All right.
Call a question.
All right. We have in essence a motion to table of this particular application and request a resubmission of the application in two parts, one for a broker part and one for a generator part. And my understanding is there's a motion and a second because I think
One y'all made it and one y'all seconded it?
Mr. Crowson's telling me it's a motion to defer action. Actually, we could do it several different ways because he's correct. If we table it, then we come back with the same application. But if we defer action and request a resubmission, which is really what we're doing, and I assume that's the motion that was made. And the second. Okay. Is there total understanding now about what we're going to vote on? If we vote? Okay.
What did the legislature intend?
All right.
Vote on that question.
We could vote on that question, but y'all understand the motion that's been made, which was to defer action and request a resubmission of the application in two parts. And everybody understand that? All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Motion carries. And thank you very much. We're just trying to understand the nature of the business and get a handle on it so everybody can understand what we're looking at, and we can have a system that will, after a while, everybody will understand and be seamless. Thank you. Okay. I notice it is now noon. We have, and the next item on the agenda is an application for another import, this one coming from a company called Qualtech. And we took a little over an hour to address the issues with the last application, so I'm going to ask, how much time are we going to take on a Qualtech? Are we going to take a short time or a long time?
I suspect it would be less than an hour, but there are some issues that have to be addressed when we discuss this one as well.
What's the will of should we break now, or do you want to, and come back after we have an intermission for our noon repast, or do you want to keep going? I'm willing to keep going. It's up to you.
Maybe we should just keep on going with this.
Okay.
And be finished with this agenda item.
That's fine. If it's, that's fine with me. So we'll keep going then. And that means I'll call the next application under 5, which is an application for proposed agreements for importation of waste from Qualtech, which is application number 1-0015-00. Mr. Saltzman.
All right, that application was deemed received on September 1, 2012, and you've stated the number that it was assigned. In this case, Qualtech has submitted an application to act as a waste broker, and they're a licensed waste processor and collector. One of the things the Commission has to review is that we have a written authorization from each waste generator. In this case, the applicant submitted documents. They're not exactly what we've seen in the past in terms of an authorization from a generator, but we are still trying to determine, I think, that we have a signed authorization for each source. That's the way this applicant submitted it. So it makes it somewhat more complex because the material they're proposing to send is many, many sources. So that would result in many, many individual authorizations. So, if you will, there needs to be an accounting to ensure that we have an authorization for every source. And I don't know that, Lee, have we definitively determined that yet? Not yet.
We didn't go through that big stick.
Right. It's a very thick packet of material, and it basically is going to take a thorough review to ensure that there's a authorization for every source. The applicant is proposing to, or requesting to ship, again, sealed sources. They would be Class C in the amount of 7.35 cubic feet and 34.792 curies. In this case, there's no C14, there's no technetium-99. There is 109 nanocuries of I-129. The states of origination are California, Arizona, Tennessee, Virginia, Alabama, Florida, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa, Missouri, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Kentucky, and Massachusetts. Of those states, only the Southwest Compact and the Central Compact require export authorizations, and we have not yet determined if all the generators that are located in the Central Compact are on the approved list to export, and I believe we have not received export authorization from the Southwest Compact. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. The commingling rules don't apply for non-party waste, and I am unsure, Lee, do we have written documentation from Qualtech or the generators that the proposed materials do not contain waste of international origin?
I'm not recalling seeing that document. I would suggest that we ask
Okay.
the applicant when they come up.
All right.
It may be embedded within that thick file, and I missed it too.
Okay. And then with regard to the volume and the curies that they're requesting, they are very, very small percentages of the volumes and curies that were authorized by the legislature, so there's not a problem in that respect. They've requested that the material be considered as coming from a small quantity generator, and that raises a question, and that is at least two of the generators, Energy Solutions, I believe, and ADCO, are commercial waste processors and brokers in and of themselves. So that question is before the commission, and that is, when we established the ability to apply as a small quantity generator, did we intend that commercial waste brokers and processors be allowed to qualify as a small quantity generator? And I'm not saying yes or no, I'm just saying that that's a question that we need to consider. And in addition, one of the generators of material from Qualtech is a company called Foss Therapy Services. And I have some concerns about the material from Foss. They are a company out in California. I'm aware that they were involved in a criminal case that does involve their radioactive material license and the representations they made as a result of that or in doing business with that license. In addition, I think there is some concern that the documentation that was provided either by Qualtech or by FOSS Therapy for Qualtech, there may be some inconsistencies or problems with that documentation. So I think that's probably a pretty decent summary of the...
And if I could, let me amend something I said. There was nothing in the application about international origin. That was originally submitted and deemed received September 1st, but in a comment letter that they submitted to us in response to other comment letters, they have a sentence, it was a letter to Chairman Wilson on October 9th. They state that none of the radioactive waste which will be sent for disposal at the Texas Compact facility will include radioactive material imported from a foreign country, and a review of our record substantiates this as a fact. It's on the second page of that letter.
Okay.
That's what we have.
Okay. So in that respect, I think Qualtech is making the assertion that none of the waste is of international origin, at least to the best of their knowledge. I think that still leaves perhaps a question, which is, does that statement apply for the material coming from ADCO or Energy Solutions, since they are commercial processors and brokers? So I don't know that statement from Qualtech may or may not apply to the waste coming from those entities. And then there's the question of the concerns with FOSS Therapy.
Well, let me just be really picky and again observe there are definitional differences of radioactive waste and radioactive material. Any representation about the radioactive material coming from outside and no radioactive material outside the United States may or may not answer the question of whether or not it's radioactive waste coming from outside the United States, because that depends upon a question of when it becomes waste, not whether material originates there. But like I said, I'm being really picky all of a sudden, but that's my nature. So what is your recommendation, John?
I'm honestly not certain I'm ready to make a formal recommendation. I do have concerns about the FOSS Therapy material, and short of perhaps having somebody from FOSS Therapy here to answer those questions, I don't know that they can be resolved.
Okay. Let me just say this. I understand that folks call Tech here, maybe they can come up and talk to us and tell us something about our questions that we're asking.
First of all, I want to thank each of you commissioners for a very tough job. Having worked with DOD and Department of Energy. I'm sorry, it's Dale Snoder. I'm the President and CEO of Qualtech Associates. But I want to express my appreciation for the job you're trying to do here and what you're doing. Having worked for 35 years at the Department of Energy, Department of Defense, former NRC inspector, even helping the Russians dispose of their waste off 27 nuclear submarines, I understand the complexity of what you're trying to do. And the concerns that John has addressed to us certainly need to be addressed, and we're prepared to do that at the current time. First of all, the statement that was made that we will have no foreign or international sources shipped to WCS is true. We have gone through our inventory. We have checked our records a number of times. None of those sources will be from a foreign or international entity. As far as the issue with FOSS Therapy, I'm going to let my son Travis address that. He's worked with FOSS, and I think we can provide an answer for you.
Travis Snoder, in case anyone you to put that on the record. The question that came up is exactly one that you guys have been discussing about today, and the way we saw it too was we receive these sources from FOSS Therapy. And their services are similar to many people in the industry, and they load sources, reload sources, and these were sources that were a byproduct of the service they were providing. So in our records, we had shown them as coming from FOSS therapy, them being the generator to us, which is how we see them the last user of the material. However, because we are very thorough in our records, as our package may show, we also have records of where this material came from to FOSS. So we can actually take it one step further from FOSS to where it came from, and therefore identify who the user previous to FOSS was. So upon that question that came up with this initial submittal, we went back through that and found there were a few sources that were on the initial package. I want to say approximately 20 of the sources that were submitted in the package for FOSS therapy. We do know for a fact that did come from Mexico and Australia. That work was performed by FOSS therapy, and they received it in as a product of their services. Those, depending on the determination of whether you determined as FOSS therapy as being the generator because of the service they provide, if you see as them not being that, as we stated in that letter, we will remove those from that shipment. We had seen FOSS therapy as the generator for those sources, but again, if you see that they are sources that are not a byproduct of his service, then we would have to show them as generated by Mexico or the entity in Australia.
Is FOSS therapy a source manufacturer?
They provide the same services as a source manufacturer does, as far as the reloading of the sources, but they do buy another source, replace it, and
so they don't actually manufacture
the sources. Okay.
So let me answer that in a little more detail. What they do is they reload and load calibrators for the most part, similar to what the J.L. Shepard company does. And the criminal issue you're referring to, if I remember my facts right, dealt with a shipping cask. They did not test a shipping cask appropriately to be used for the shipment of some of these radioactive sources, and they misrepresented to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission and to the state of California that these tests had been performed when they actually had not, under a quality assurance program. That was the nature of this criminal thing, was basically misrepresentation to the regulatory authorities at that point in time. Now, FOSS therapy has been a client of ours since before that happened. We had them, I believe back in about 2004, 2005, had them doing service jobs for us we weren't qualified to do in loading and unloading of what we call calibrators or radiators that are used for sterilization of medical instruments and so forth. So we've had a long-standing relationship with them, but in terms of waste disposal, that's been a little sporadic. We've done maybe 3 or 4 jobs for them, very, very small entity-type jobs. And their issues they have with this issue with the NRC, state of California, is something beyond our scope of accountability. Every source that we have taken from FOSS therapy, we have checked the origin, the background, and made sure that it complied with all of the license requirements, not only of our license requirements, but also of FOSS therapy's license requirements. So we feel very good about that compliance to all the license requirements that they've met and we've met as well.
So in your statements today, it's not about seal sources, it was about
something, yes, it was something totally different related to radioactive material. These shipping casks, Type B casks, have to go through a series of 28 tests, puncture tests, drop tests, spray tests. Not getting too libelous here, but bottom line was, the way the enforcement action said, they misrepresented these tests having been done under an approved quality assurance program by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. That misrepresentation led to criminal charges against them because of misrepresentations.
Had there been any involvement with the sources that we would have brought in and these violations, we would have been made aware of them by the NRC or the state.
What is the current status of the criminal investigation today?
Currently, their license was, well, we don't really know the detail. What I do know, a little bit I do know, Commissioner, is that they no longer can ship or load radioactive material into these radiators. They can no longer ship this in Type B casks. Beyond that, I have no knowledge of what the enforcement actions were. I think their license was terminated for a while. They were given a significant fine of some type, but beyond that, I'm not familiar.
Might I also note that all the sources we brought in from them were previous to 2010, so it was when their license was still active.
Thank you.
More questions? John?
For the sources from ADCO and Energy Solutions, do you have that same, I'll call it pedigree information, however we want to talk about that, about where they came from?
We do, and we have all that birth to death type documentation from them. The issue that you brought up in regards to those being large generators, we do a very small amount of business with them. They're really, to us, they're small generators because we receive around maybe a cubic foot a year or something of that nature from us, even that much.
Actually, all that material that we have on there is all we have from them. So these were they're not the normal course of business for Energy Solutions, for example. Energy Solutions, these were a byproduct from their job that they had in the process of a remediation project. They found these sealed sources which they're not licensed to dispose. So they held on to them, and we simply collected them for disposal because we are licensed for the sealed sources.
Okay, so again, it's all sealed from those two entities. It's all sealed sources that were a result of their operations at some other location, but you have the pedigree behind that material.
The Energy Solutions, we actually, just a side note, initially did the transfer directly from the original licensee, but because the lay had already been transferred to Energy Solutions, we had to redo that to show from Energy Solutions as a paperwork trail.
Sure. Okay.
Okay, getting back to some of the original questions that John asked, and he was asking this, Lee, the matching up of the documents. I think you asked a question about, do we have...
Well, the form that you all provided, and there you have, I think, 2 or 3 different names for the kinds of documents, the transfer of custody and things like that. It's just not what the commission has received from other brokers, and that doesn't mean it's wrong. It just means it's different, and it just meant a lot more, what I will say, paperwork for us to try to go back and figure out, do we have one for everybody?
Sure. This is like trying to ask what your favorite flavor of ice cream is, because we've changed these forms 3 or 4 times to meet regulatory requirements, and everybody has their own opinion. It's the blind man and the elephant type thing. Whose perspective is it? We've called them transfer of custody. We've called them transfer of authorization, or authorization to transfer of custody. We've called them transfer of ownership. I mean, there's just been a variety of names and forms we've used over the last 5 or 10 years to meet the regulatory needs or perspectives of whichever site we go to. It works for Hanford, it works for Barnwell, it works for Energy Solutions, but again, we come here another perspective with the Waste Commission. Does it work for you? We're willing to modify it, however it makes you feel comfortable. As to the issue of having authorizations for every source, we may have 20, 30, 100 sources from one generator. We do have authorization from that one generator for those 10, 50, 100 sources. We don't have one that says, here it is for every source, but they'll list them in a packet and say, here's what we give you authorization to have custody of and ownership of for purposes of disposal.
And if I could just, you all clearly are applying as a broker for the, quote, original generators, if you will. Okay.
If I might add some clarity here, we perform a very similar function to what RAM Services just presented. The difference is that we do re-license sources, and if we do that, those are identified, but we show every person we receive the material from as their own generator. So we operate as a broker, but some of the sources we basically it's the material who we receive the material from. So
do you all ever take possession of a source and then somehow send it out for reuse where it doesn't go for disposal?
Yes, we do. And what we, as a gentleman from RAM said, he calls it repurposing, we call it reutilization. There's a variety of nomenclature you can use. We use some of these sources for training. We use them for research and development for companies that want to test transuranics and reactor-type fuel. We also use it for loading of radiators. We may use it for drills. We do a lot of drills for the FBI, the law enforcement people. We've done it for hundreds of the fire departments, the first responders. In fact, the comment made by the gentleman here behind me is that he wondered about these small fire departments being trained. Trust me, we have about 1,800 clients across the United States, of which the vast majority of those are first responders, fire departments, police departments. We do all the instruments for the New York City Fire Department. We calibrate all of those. We know that there was $90 billion given out to law enforcement and first responders after the World Trade Center event. Approximately $60 billion of that was going to radiation detection and to gas and other hazardous monitors, or hazmat. Every single law enforcement and first responder agency that we're aware of has received at least some training in that area for nuclear safety.
One of the other questions had to do with making sure we had information about every compact origination. And what can you tell us about, do you know whether if a compact requires an export authorization that it is tracked into the application that you've sent to us?
We're aware of those export authority requirements, and prior to any actual packaging and shipment, those will be provided. So we've had some of this material in storage pending disposal, and so knowing, especially the long time frame it took to get the WCS facility opened up, prior to our first shipment in there, we will be going through not only these materials, but all of our materials for that export authorization.
Yeah, it would be, obviously, if Qualtech were itself a generator, then that would be one question. But when you go back to the original possessor of the device or material or the source where you have it and call them the generator, then we have to check to make sure that Correct. Each of those persons in a compact requires export authority has it, and we haven't matched that up yet.
No, we're aware of that.
Okay. Those are the questions here.
Actually, the other question, and it's not really a question for Qualtech to answer, it's really a commission question, and that is, was it our intention, it may have been, that we allow commercial waste brokers and processors to be considered small quantity generators? And that may be fine, but it's definitely a question. We don't necessarily have to answer it today.
I don't recall that we discussed it specifically.
I don't remember that one.
Did we even talk about it, John? No, I never. I mean, when we came up with the idea of having small quantity generators to allow small entities to have a less cumbersome method of disposing of their waste, I don't think we ever thought of a processor or a broker as being a small quantity generator. We didn't think of it one way or the other.
It may be a facts and circumstances.
And it may be that we say it's fine, and as we review the rule whenever that time hits us, which is actually probably coming up.
I can see Energy Solutions submitting 1,000 10 cubic foot applications to us, for example, but I don't think it's likely that would be the case.
So it may be just
a year time limit also, wasn't
there?
Yeah. A year.
Yes. So
you would see definitely if they used us, they increased their generation of waste to us. You definitely would see that. That should be a red flag coming to the commission that, hey, all of a sudden they become a large waste generator. The reason they use us is because in many cases our prices are so competitive that they send it to us and we can do it cheaper than what they can do it for. And which brings up, Commissioner, a comment you made. There's kind of a philanthropic mission here to get these sources out of the public domain. For every source that you have an accident with on a freeway or highway, I can give you 1,000 instances of where it's happened in mom-pop operations and universities and hospitals and everything else. And after the World Trade Center event, the U.S. Congress mandated the Nuclear Regulatory Commission to identify and get rid of these sources. Their first month out, they found 12,000 sources out there missing in the public sector. So they immediately began looking at companies like ours to allow them to process this waste, to get it out of the public domain, and to make it at a cheaper cost. we can do something for $1,000 that if you define, it all depends on where your definition of waste falls in, but if it falls in where that source is still in the device and it costs $10,000 to get rid of it, versus when we process it, we charge them $1,000, you can see what's going to happen. The owner, the generator, is going to hold on to that waste. You're going to get 1% of the business where you get 100% if we process it and take it out of the public domain. So there's a very important consideration, and I'm impressed you hit on that, because there is a very humanistic approach to this thing about getting this out of the private sector very quickly and very effectively. Thank you.
What does the Commission think about the suggestion that we might want them to segregate the international waste that was given by FOSS Therapy? Bob, Linda, or John?
My reaction to that is we have to comply with our own rule, and we know that the licensee cannot accept waste of international origin. So the question is, when is it declared?
When is waste
Yeah.
waste?
Right.
I know. I would rather
we
err on the
knew
side
we'd
of-
hit on that.
Yeah. So.
Well, one way to look at that is to err on the side of being conservative and say it's waste. It was waste of international origin. It doesn't mean that we couldn't change our mind for some future application, or if we get guidance from the legislature, we can change in accordance with however the legislature, if they change the definition. But I would say to be conservative for now, it's probably safer to consider that waste of international origin.
The way I understand the representations, those out-of-country sources were not shipped for reuse or repurposing or anything else. They were shipped as waste.
When they were FOSS Therapy's possession, they were for whatever use FOSS Therapy would have used them for. But when they came to us, yeah,
they were waste.
I don't think FOSS Therapy, if they ever possessed them, they possessed them as waste, because I don't think FOSS Therapy is licensed to possess waste.
Right, they would have been possessed as material at the time, yeah.
And if they were licensed, they probably got limited by the court ruling.
Right. Or at least told you right.
That backs to the question of what is something a waste.
But yeah, if we can leave that discussion open for future applications, we can remove them from this.
I think it would be nice to remove those. That's my personal observation. And safer.
And that's fine.
May I ask a question, Mr. Chair?
Of course.
Are y'all representing here today that you have a letter from every generator covering every source?
Not a letter in the form that you guys are probably more familiar with, but we do have documentation showing contract for transfer and possession of the sources to us for the purposes of either reutilization, thank you, long night trip, reutilization, or disposal. So we have a contract and a transfer from them to us.
So you have documentation?
Yes, and that was actually submitted, I believe, in the package, which is why it's.
Well, I think the question is whether we've been able to go through it, right?
Might I add one thing, that this going back, some of those don't. So this isn't universal, but all of them you'll see a reference number on those, and that reference number will transfer you through. It might make it easier to track through each one of those sources along that spreadsheet that was sent to you.
And with regard to that pick back, if you want to show, I think I left it sitting over there on your end for the visual impact.
Actually, I'm sorry. It's the wrong one. It's about like this.
Yeah, that each sheet in there.
There's a few pages of fluff in the front.
Right.
Yeah.
And the rest of it is.
I hear
Each page represents a source and its authorization, or transfer custody, or multiple sources. And the issue we did not go at the executive director level. Audrey and I did not go through each one of those. We weren't even sure if the commission would regard that as acceptable authorization. So before we wanted to go through that and make a recommendation based on it, wanted to make sure that what y'all wanted us to do, and that y'all would feel that that was a good use of time because it was going to be considered appropriate authorization. And so that's where we set on that. I also had another question about the export authorizations, if I could. Just to make the record clear, there is no central compact state here, so that's not necessary for this application. So just to put that there, what is the state of your discussions with the Southwest Compact on getting an export authorization from them?
We have not begun those conversations.
Okay,
So,
is that waste in California and Arizona now?
No, it's in Idaho.
Okay,
it's in our
thank you. I just wanted to know where those were. Thank you.
Sounds to me like we've got a lot of questions, and we have not matched up yet the inventory of things. What is your, and I take it, I infer from, I assume from some of what you've said, that some of the documentation, for example, you don't have a letter acting as broker because you've had some of these things around for a while. And so you've changed forms from time to time and from year to year.
Sorry to interrupt. We do have documentation showing a contract and a transfer for every source.
Okay. How long have you been accumulating these materials waiting for the WCS site to open?
5 or 6 years.
Probably about 5 years, something like that.
So I can see why the documentation would be.
It takes that long to get a barrel full of
Yeah.
sources. You might get a third a barrel every 2 years or something like that. So it takes a while to accumulate them.
Okay. Well, it sounds to me like we have some work to do to make sure that all of the details of the application are there, and we've matched them up. We may need to do that with you guys, and I just didn't know what your schedule was, so I thought I'd ask.
Yeah, if you need assistance with that, we definitely be able to provide whatever assistance you need.
Okay. Is there a motion?
Well,
questions.
I guess I'm not ready to make a motion because I'm not sure how we would handle the issue with the sources from FOSS therapy that are appear to be waste of international origin.
We just would take them off the list, would exclude them.
We can exclude them. Another possibility, of course, is that we defer action.
And the issue with excluding them would be that it probably wouldn't materially change the volume, but it probably would change the curies.
Change the curies. I think.
But yeah, obviously it'll go down.
Yeah, a few, maybe 3 or 4 curies.
So one possibility is a motion to defer action until we get clarification on these issues, to have Lee and Audrey work to get the details associated with the authorization and to remove the troublesome devices from out of the country that went to California. That's one of the possibilities. So what is the wish of the commission? Somebody want to make a motion? Nobody wants to make a motion, one way or the other.
Commissioner, can I just ask a question, make sure I understand? Sure. We have 2 issues. Number one is the FOSS therapy sources. We agreed to take those off of the petition, correct? The other one is that we need to verify the authorization from each generator. Okay? Make sure that each authorization fits your needs.
And the third issue, if I will, is that that we need to make sure that the compacts, like the Southwest Compact, that's kind of jealous about its export authority, that we're satisfied that none of that is required, and if it is required, that it's present.
Okay.
Okay.
That's not an after fact.
No, it's not. There's no motion yet. Yes, ma'am.
Is when you say, are we satisfied with the authorizations, I mean, the question is whether or not they need letters from the generators as opposed to just the chain of custody. And I think we need to be clear on that as a commission, what is our expectation, and so that our staff can say, yes, this passes, this doesn't.
we run into the same problem there with RAM services. Where 5 years ago, a lot of these some of these sources we recovered in emergency situations. NRC called us up and they had a source that they found, garage sale, or it may have been somewhere else. There are no owners to them, per se. So it's going to be really tough to get, in some of those situations, go back and get that.
Well, I guess that's my question as a commission, as somebody who's worked with government and had to interact with government. Often we're changing the rules. We're dealing with things as they come. We're starting a new compact. What's fair and what's safe in terms of how far back do they have to go to redo what they've already done under the rules that were before them before. So if we've got the chain of custody, the question is, what are we doing? How do we feel about insisting that they go back and get the letters? And regardless, from this date forward, we should be clear exactly what it is they need.
My only response to that is going to be that, based upon some previous life, I am fully aware that some of the people that discovered some of these things may not have had a radioactive materials license.
Mm-hmm.
So they would not issue a letter saying that anybody was authorized to act on their behalf because they weren't supposed to have it in the first place. Now, it's possible that they would grant a contract or agreement to Qualtech to come in and say, please get this thing that isn't here out of my place. But then we would have to go back to the documentation that shows the chain of custody rather than a letter. That's my understanding of the way the practical aspects of it would work.
And I think perhaps another issue with regard to practicality is some of the other brokers who've submitted information, the letter of authorization would say, so-and-so is authorized to act as our broker. Well, I don't know that we need that exact language. If you've been authorized to accept the source and dispose of it, it's probably just a different way of saying the same thing.
Is there, and that's kind of where I was questioning, is there a clear definition anywhere of what a letter of authorization is?
No.
So
by definition, it's something we can put in the future.
Okay. It is exactly that, a letter of authorization.
Yeah, basically it indicates your authority to act, to take charge of something from somebody. So it could be from a trustee of bankruptcy. They may never have had or from a state, or from anybody that says, please come in and help us solve this problem. We want to know that you have an agreement with somebody authorizing you to take charge of material, even if that person never was officially in possession of the material.
The transfer of custody document that we do have for every source does have on there specifically listed the individual sources, the company or entity for which we're receiving it from, and it's signed by who would be the authorizing individual, preferably the radiation safety officer, but if there is no such individual, it's signed by whoever the entity responsible would have been. So could have been a financial representative, could have been a business owner, anything in between.
And I'm not sure we have tracked through the inventory of all of those yet to match them up.
I can give you certainty on that. We have not. And one of the, and if I may make a comment since we'll be the one, I might be the one doing this, I'm certain there'll be layers of questions, and I very much appreciate what Commissioner Saunders is saying. Is I know that there's going to be answers after this. That not all of this is going to get answered here. That's one, and as happened with the RAM application, I'm certain that after this meeting, now that there's been a deferral and that application will be broken up into two, that will begin a series of questions that Mr. Wiesa and your staff will have to work through. And there will be times that as we work through that because we haven't answered for sure when OASIS is created. And when they create when RAM creates their generator application, that question is going to come up here and there, I suspect, and we'll have to have discussions. And so when you offered a deferral, that was music to my ears because it gives us a chance to start digging and seeing if there's an issue there that we need to work through. And I'm not sure to what extent we have that in trying to determine what authorization is and isn't versus the stack of documents that we got. But that may be an issue. I just don't have a good sense of what the task is yet relating to determining that they have authority, as opposed to the letters that we've, and one of the reasons that we haven't developed a letter that everybody can use is because Qualtech is the first that did it like this. And so we didn't know that we need, before it was always sort of a generally worded letter that everybody understood very easily. Now that you've given us a new idea to consider with Qualtech, it's brought up a new question for us.
Mr. Chairman, I'd suggest we do this. I'd suggest that we allow Lee and Audrey, and I'm going to ask Mr. Snowden, how do you pronounce your company's name?
Qualtech.
So it is a U there, it's just silent.
Silent U.
Silent U. I told you that was a U in there. Because I kept wanting to call it Caltech, but I know that wasn't right.
It initially stood for QAO, Quality Assurance Laboratories. So that's hence the lack of a U.
Lack of a U, okay. To allow them to work with...
It's not intended to be pronounceable.
Yeah, right. All right. To work with Qualtech, and I don't know whether or not this would be a deferral, or would we ask them to come back, because what you don't know, you don't know. So I would suggest a deferral for now, bring it back for the next meeting, after there's some discussion among them, and I would hope that you and Jerry with RAM Services could actually have that done, hopefully by our next meeting also, and see if we maybe could act upon these at the next meeting whenever it is scheduled. That's my suggestion.
Is that a suggestion or a motion?
Do you need a motion, Mr. Chairman? So moved.
Is there a second? Second. All right. Miriam, you had.
Yes, I have a concern that this application is coming under a small quantity generator. It seems to me from what they're saying that they're actually brokers, and they're being brokers even for other people who aren't small quantity generators. They may be dealing with small quantities in this particular application, but the generators themselves aren't small quantity generators. They're people who are reprocessing. And so I'm concerned about the category under which this is being discussed.
They're applying as a broker, ma'am.
They are applying as a broker.
They are.
Sorry, I heard that they were applying as a small quantity generator.
No.
Sorry.
Some of the people that they're representing are larger than others in terms of their operation. But in our understanding from listing here is that in the very specific things that they're dealing with, they're very small. And they would not, otherwise, obviously, the big people would take care of themselves. All right.
Lee, might I just add, if you need assistance with that, we can perhaps maybe submit that in a little more simpler format for that sorting that you need. It's probably not put together in the way that might be easiest.
I think the other thing that would be helpful would be the reconciliation with regard to the FOSS therapy services, how we know what to take out, and that would be very helpful.
We'll send you a revision to that.
All right. Is there any more discussion? There's a motion and a second to defer and let the applicant work with our folks to solve these questions and create more questions for us the next time they bring it back. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay, that actually gets us through our import applications. That's item 5, and I suggest we're going to break now for about 45 minutes. We'll be back about 1:30 shortly after that.
Go eat, Mr. Chairman. Are you not going to eat again? You the judge over here is eating chips. I know. The judge got his chips and don't share. And I bet he do it too.
Yeah, I bet he does.
Someone has got to Bob, we'll see you up there if you're coming, okay? Okay. All right. Excuse me. Okay, I'm right behind you. I got to find the trash. Be right behind you, Linda. Talk to this Deborah for a minute.
My favorite topic.
Andrew, we need to do everything. Well, I'm around and not need to do it. Good job. You're welcome. Thank you very much. I'd rather have it with the people who know when I'm full of people that don't.
Well, I wore everybody out. I wore everybody out with my enthusiasm and my website. But here's and the reason I'm saying this parliamentarian issue is like, let's put me on your list and let me know if you're having meetings. I'm glad.
You see it. $500 in the phone.
Yeah, I mean, I would subscribe for you, but there's, I hear they prohibited me, and I just refused because everybody had, I was like, man, can I do it for other people? And they went, no, not unless they give you their email password. They don't, so. That's it's a spam prevention exercise, that's why they did that. So much trouble. Yeah, and believe me,
but he's going to pay for it now. Give him this. But the fight gets normally just
that's the pot. That's what I'm going to ask you. The necklace? It's also new. It's not I love Todd. If I would keep my tracker, I had to hold the Todd out. I know.
I've been working part-time with Toad for 7 months.
Thank y'all.
Lee, thank you very much. I realize you have a mountain of.
No, y'all, I mean, in a way, I don't blame for what you do, because you don't know what to do, and it's like, and then I went over to you for everything, everything, and then sort through it. And I'm sorry, I couldn't remember off the top of my head, it was before. I was looking at it,
We wanted to make sure that,
what's gonna shift there, once you get the determination, we'll get you to show that.
Because that's where I'm going. I mean,
Another thing that's gonna be a big issue, and I'll just tell y'all that, is the Southwest Compact. Y'all are gonna have to, that's a secondary issue that y'all are gonna have to work out with Kathy, and if you can't get it worked out, we're gonna take care of that, California stuff out before we submit it. Because what they won't do, they won't sign an agreement without us.
Honestly, I don't know that there's a whole lot.
to see what you want to say.
One, I don't think there's a whole lot from California or Arizona.
Yeah, those are the only two Southwest states you show.
I actually only think there's only a few sources. Now, we have a huge one that we're working on right now. Now that we know, okay, there's export petitions bringing in here, the process will be to do that at the same time as we bring material in. Unfortunately, this is one of the things that's happened over the last, we've been doing it before us. These people that were storing this stuff, they didn't know, first of all, there wasn't an export petition because there was nowhere to export it to. And second of all, half of them they took it from, they took it because they were going into business or their license was getting defaulted or what have you. So, like Ram Services, there's been discussion for us back and forth. He shows us a generator. Not necessarily a bad thing to do. I mean, what he's really doing is technically, is arguably a generator. But then you get into the complications, okay, where's that line?
What does that mean? And that's one of the reasons I was glad they deferred it is when those generator questions aren't all answered. So when he has to break his license as a broker and generator, and we look at the source of now what about this one? It'll be good to have the time. That's it.
You really do.
Yeah, you really do. And we open it up by having in versus out of party compact, different projects. We open that issue up here.
Comes to a point which you have to trust the ethics of the company, the ethics of the people doing business. We're not about to jeopardize losing something like this. Saying we're going to do this or that. That's stupid. And instead of money we might make on that 20% and stuff, yeah, it's ridiculous. But there's going to come a point at which then, if you close that system up too much, you constantly too much, you are going to have a myriad of problems coming in.
And even if you don't have them, the perception of them in industry just makes it horrible, and we just can't have that.
Because all you're trying to find
and what the other guys doing, they are doing this, all that starts up, and
one of our biggest concerns is we actually want to get this resolved as well, because we're planning on opening a office here in Texas eventually. I'll just bring in compact right here. And the last thing we want is accusations flying, because people in this industry would never do that. Flying that we're really
just a flurry of comment letters we were getting at midnight last night, and maybe they would.
Right, maybe a little bit. I mean, it's not like it's competitive or anything, and ethics runs amok, so, it is what it is. But last thing we want to do is when we make that move, we don't want people to come back and say, you're the generator, you're not the generator. So for us, the question has always been to avoid that period. Anyone that brings that to us, if they were the person that was using that material, they are the generator. And we don't ever show ourselves as a generator unless it's something that we actually did utilize in our functional operation, training or whatever. It doesn't, we can hear that. But that goes on this way.
Yeah, see, that's what I figured, if you're a generator, that was one of the questions that was going to come out, that when y'all said, no, we're a broker, it closed it back down, we're your generator, why aren't you shipping to compact, but then,
We'll work on this later, you got to get into that, it's done, we get generator just for assistance.
Well, that helped me with Mike Carter, because Mike was asking, Mike was sending me emails while I was sitting up there, so, he's executive director of the North, he's looking for the Northwest Compact, it wouldn't be a bad idea to call him.
I knew that.
Yeah, it would be a good idea for them to talk about, because y'all are not a house.
And we actually had the same discussion with the guys at the college on the missile-back thing, with the shipments coming back in, where the narratives came from ABC company, came to us, we processed it, packaged it with 4 other companies.
Mike Garner. With the Northwest Compact. Yeah, I can't imagine we're pretty far. So, all right.
Appreciate it. If you get going through that, any questions?
Well, what's going to happen is this. Y'all, I'm not going to do a thing. I'm waiting for step. And the reason for that is the direction was to defer and was supposed to resubmit all. Well, all I'm going to do is assume, for all I would assume, if I didn't hear from you, well, they had chosen not to resubmit. Well, so I need.
That is maybe a spreadsheet that shows the correlation of businesses and sources. So here's what we will consider. U.S. Congress.
I don't know yet what I mean. I'd have to think about it.
There's three things. One is, whatever export petitions you need.
Yeah, well, that's, yeah, or take those things off, or take those ones out, either one.
So, anyway, or somebody.
Yeah, all we do is we just take the transfer custodies and pay and number them. Some of them already have numbers. And then on the spreadsheet, we just associate each source.
And well, what I'm ultimately after, big picture is what I'm like, how we do it, I don't care. But what I'm after is some, yeah, exactly. What I need is something that says all of these sources are authorized to be brokered by you with that generator. Now, what you've given me is, and I haven't looked at that closely, for the reasons you've heard. You know, what y'all given me is sheet after sheet after sheet. And I could probably go look at through those, and think what y'all's assumption, what I'm guessing, is that, well, if they transfer custody of it, and they automatically gave us the
So would
authorization.
you like a letter? The answer is, now, getting it signed by the individual that signed the transfer custody, probably won't happen.
That's okay. I don't think we need that.
Okay, so if we show a letter that just says this company gave me authorization for these sources, these ships, is that what you need?
If even that. Here, let me do this. Y'all are telling me you're definitely going to resubmit. You're not going to walk away from this and forget it. You're going to resubmit an application, correct? You're going to address the Southwest compensation. You probably do it.
Changes to this.
You probably change it to this. But let me ask my commissioner, John, let me put that forward and say, but I don't even want you to give me a letter if we don't need it. I don't want you to go call your tenant. So let me take a look, let me talk to John and say, how consistent do we really need this application to be with what we've done before? What we could potentially do, I can just go through and then look them through, and then we'll put something on the website that says, here's a letter we really want, you know, don't do that again, we just want to do that.
Yeah, and
So, but I may not even need a letter, you see what I'm saying?
So wait for you to tell us what we need.
Yeah. I don't want you to go do something you don't need to do.
So we'll wait for direction from you. We'll need enough time, so the next meeting is in November.
We know, it's not November 8th. You'll have to be listening to it. We're gonna probably move it, it probably will not be November 8th. It'll probably be the last week of November, maybe the first week of December, so you have some time.
Okay.
Not a lot of time, I don't want to say.
It flies by pretty quick.
I know, boy, do I know it, so.
Hold on, has some direction.
But yeah, I can try talking to them this afternoon and give you a call, like Friday, or Rick can call, or whoever to call. Thank you, I do now, thank you. I can give Rick or you a call, probably Monday or Tuesday, and we could get started and see what we need to do. And then I can go through and, you know, if you want, it'll take us. If that's better. Yeah, it kind of hit us because we were looking through it, and normally we deliver it that letter, you know, and so then when it started looking like that, it was like, John, there's no point, no way at this point, and there were so many other questions about your application. I mean, I wasn't gonna say that there. But there was so much going on, it was like, I know it's kind of time to go through these, and so I guess I was, so now we're here and we can look at it.
Do you have a better feel for what we do and what the
I do.
big questions are?
And I appreciate y'all taking the time to come here today. It would not have gone this well if y'all hadn't come. So I really appreciate that you did, and I think it went overall pretty well. I mean, a deferral is, did they say the word, I'm going to look at this page, did they say deferral or resubmit, or did they just say deferral? Okay, so I'll look that up.
It wouldn't be, we have to, I mean, that's as simple as
That's the issue, is you have to notice it again. But that may not matter, because if that meeting isn't until the last week of November, if you haven't, if you resubmit on November 1st, yeah, October 3rd, or if it lands on a Sunday, November, then you know, the meeting's late enough in November, so it may not be. But if it does, says, and we'll look and make sure that they didn't take it. I can look.
And what that would do is it would end up
No, you don't have to wait, no. So if you were to ship, if you were to resubmit, in order to make the August, the April 26th deadline, you have to have an application. So is that your problem? You're way ahead of that. Or is that your deadline?
It's not a deadline, I was just curious.
No, we'd love for you to get it in this year because we want to use the full allotment. We want to use all 220,000 euros, so we want you to get it in.
Okay, and that's my concern, is, you know, for us, like our procedure, we still have a very some of the EPA stuff. So, you don't have any of that by November 15, probably not the same.
Okay, well then
That's realistic.
And what we will do, what we could potentially do, well, we may end up having to move the meeting around near the end of the year so that we can make sure we get everything. I don't know what I about it. But anyway, depending on what our, listen for what our next meeting is going to be. And I'll repost them on the website probably tomorrow when they change. If it's any time after November 26th, you could proceed as of November 1st, you can proceed with it. Even if you did have to read it. But, and then there's another one on that too. But there, all right, so there you have it. I've got to go with you. So I'll.
You got to catch up flight.
Yeah, y'all got to go too. All right, well, y'all take care. Thank you very much. Rick, thank you for
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And you're the other brother.
No.
No family there.
No, I'm just a secretary.
Okay, all right.
His family through another meeting.
Okay.
He's our manager of the Texas location.
Okay.
Not a problem.
That's okay. Yes, I was gonna say, he got the good looking genes, at least the hair. Thank you, appreciate it very much.
Take care. You get over a cold?
No, allergies.
Allergies? Yeah. That's
So he works for Reback Insurance. So he's in the right industry.
That's right. We all take care.
It's just a steady price. It's all our fault. We'll call it next set off. Now, hold on, let me ask this. And I thought about this. Tony has other expertise for what goes with they're $400 or $500 for like. So bottom line, here's the thing. If she's not, then we pull it out. Rick. John, it in there. You know what I said? You know what I said? I'm not sure I can do it. No, thank you. Not even this year. Get the word because I've been advised by my friend Bob to say, just got, I don't know if it was emissary, I don't know if it was just rumor, I don't know if it was just insiders for that meeting, I don't know what it was. But he said, nobody officially confirmed with us. So Jimmy Dale falls with this company. And if they do, I'm free to say. That's all it is. Yeah. If I could, they'll say, we like this, you're right. I reckon my letters. You reckon your letters. I'll say what I want to say. So anyway, that's what I wanted to talk to you. So I'm sorry, I just want you to know.
Well, I knew that I had to do all that, but as every good person, but I just had to. But I want to hear that, and I think you need to let me be able to call it back. But you think about this and talk to people, really? Let me explain to you. Do you get this?
The thing is that I really forgot.
Yeah, I know, I understand. I understand why you did it. I can understand why you did it.
Glad James did your.
Oh, and James probably is the person, because, Dick was kind of, Peter's already got his reservation for the seventh, and now we're probably not gonna have it, because
That's right.
he's not opening until February fifth.
Yeah.
So, James probably is stepping it up.
Yeah.
Person, and,
Well, anyway, I just wanted to share that. I have.
Oh, I know.
I was up night before last, 12:30 to 4. She said, yes.
Well, of course, she should.
She is.
Well, of course she is. That's what totally wrong.
What is it? Yes. My reaction.
case. No, because I was appointed. Yeah, it's just qualified. I think it will fine. I'm less hungry now.
Good. That's the criteria.
Yeah.
Would you like me to bring you a sandwich?
No, thank you. We're due in 15 minutes, so.
Sandwich? Yeah, okay.
Anyway. That's what's going on.
I like that. I started
This is
today.
protein.
The Henry, I sure like that. I try to make myself efficient as much as I can. Like a Sam's or Costco, or Costco, they come in those huge boxes.
So. Yeah. Yeah, I get it. I remember. You imagine that. Good.
Interrupt for a second.
Of course.
On this, Qualtech deal, are you wanting them to resubmit their application, or can they submit supplemental information? Because it wasn't clear to Lee, if that could be clarified a little bit, it'd be helpful.
We just deferred action. So
Okay.
my idea is
Okay.
they would clarify.
Okay, because otherwise, you know, they got notice, re-notice, and all that stuff. Okay. Okay, good.
We just didn't act on it, which means it's still pending with it.
Okay. Yeah. Lee had mentioned a resubmittal, and that's what made me ask.
Yeah. I think it would, RAM has to resubmit, but I think Qualtex is just a supplemental revision.
Okay.
How are you?
Feeling fine. I don't sound fine,
You
but.
know, are you sick with allergies?
Allergies, yeah.
Everybody's sick. Sick.
And if you watch the allergy report at night, you know, ragweed and the grass and the elm and roll, they've all been off the scale.
What kind of allergy has it?
just have an excuse.
I guess I could use it for a while, like.
2 years from what you're telling me.
They're tearing down my house right now.
Are they?
All the big equipment in my yard is shredded.
Was your house total, really?
Well, we have back structure, it wouldn't hurt, but they told our home their contents and everything.
And it was all electrical fires, right?
That's what they said.
Paper says.
Yep.
You get the big check yet?
Today, it's come.
You got to rebuild or turn the same side?
We've come to that conclusion. We struggled for about a month, but that's what we decided to do because money's so cheap. You know, Craig got one of those one-time, and I never even heard of it, a one-time close where you could do construction and a mortgage. At one time, he said it would be stupid not to do that because people were worried about interest rates going up. But I think he got it 3.25 for construction and our building. So that is so cheap. It's like free money almost.
When I closed on my
Oh, it's 3.25 free down the bill.
It's cheap, but it's not free.
No, but we can put money in the bank and just.
We just refinanced too. That's true, you put your check in the bank and yeah, that's true.
When I closed on our house out in Lockhart, the interest rate was 17.25%.
Yeah, remember? I remember that.
When I moved to Austin, it was 13 3/8.
When I refined this house, it was maybe what, 5 3/4, and I remember thinking, whoa.
Yeah.
The 3 and 3.2, and that's, and it's not been his dad's lifetime ever been that low. It's really low. And I think after the election, this will change.
Oh, yeah.
So because we got it a lock-in for our construction and build, and that's a, they don't, a lot of banks don't do that. One-time close, I've never even heard of it.
So, Vicky's remodeling her house right now.
Oh,
And she, well, the other day, they
real
ripped
big
out
construction? Oh.
No, they ripped out a closet and, a bunch of guys, none of them speak English, you know, that kind of a crew. And there was an electrical socket there. And the guys, it was hanging out of the ceiling and the guys, you want me to move that for you? And put it in the wall. And Vicky said, yeah. And I said, no. So I get frantic about gas and electricity.
Yeah.
I said, no. I said, hire an electrician. And she said, I don't want to spend the money. And I said,
Well, hire an electrician. Well, mine was
she hired an
mine.
electrician. She was really upset about it.
This was not in the old, our house is built in 38, but the part that they say they started from was not, was from the 88 remodel.
Yeah.
And it was not just a canned light, like that. It just, they said it just kind of malfunctioned. Because Chan said that night he heard popping in his room, he was popping in the bathroom, he had tendency to leave the lights on, and he was popping. And the fire marshal just come blew it off at first, and then later he said, you know, I think it was the light fixture and things like that. Because it came right, there's nothing left in his area. I mean, it doesn't, the roof is gone. When you drop by a car, it's like, oh, the structure looks pretty good. Then when you walk in the house, you can see that there's no ceiling. No ceiling in a lot of it. It was bizarre. So, we just glad he didn't get it.
So did you lose photos or pictures or a lot of stuff that you didn't want to lose?
I mean, we found some things we didn't expect. Like the other day, we had thought we'd gotten everything we could possibly find, and one of Craig's friends was rummaging through upstairs, and we found this little leather box of just charred, you could hardly unzip it, and my dad put the ring in it.
Oh, really?
Isn't that great?
Yeah, it is great.
You know, the old one that was just rubbed completely off, and the new one he got in 1989.
Really?
And, yeah. No, it's so flashy. So, you know, those are just, and the box was burned, but the rings were
She got back from Vermont. She realized that she had left her nightgown hanging on the back of her door.
Oh,
And
I
so
did that, actually, too.
they sent her to her doll. And then last week, she realized, she started looking for a piece of jewelry. There were two pieces of jewelry. One of which was
That's working exactly. So
you
need to go back.
Oh, no.
Well,
you know the thing, careful what you wish for, because it may go. And then our internet went out.
Oh,
So she
no.
couldn't, but they were set up for internet on the cell phone.
I mean, you don't wanna open that can of worms, because the whole thing.
And I'm not saying we shouldn't, but you never know what all these will.
Well, it is pointed out.
They have found it.
The legislation that made that legislation ain't around.
That's right, we got new ones.
You got,
It might have.
they're gonna be guessing as much, and probably worse than you.
Hey, Russ.
How are you?
Good to see you again.
Glad to see you. I'm glad to see anybody, as a matter of fact.
I'm sort of like that.
Not nothing personal. What's this, my general attitude?
Kansas 6 people.
You know, Deborah?
I'm Deborah Poland.
Hi, Deborah Russmeyer. Glad to meet you.
Yeah, he's a freshman in high school, playing football.
6 feet.
170 pounds, ornery, just exactly like Craig. No, he's bigger than me. He's just like Craig. He's just like Craig. Personality is exactly the same. They look at the glass half empty. You know? He's gotten a lot more knowledge. Oh, yeah. Doesn't like the fire.
Now I work for the Conference of Radiation Control Program Directors in their SCADA program.
There are so many. This is a small world, isn't it? It's a big world, but there's more and more agencies and groups that I didn't even know about. The Conference of Radiation Directors.
Control Program.
It's an organization that represents, all the radiation control programs across the U.S. that publish this thing.
Like
Which is
from
all the, most of the
utilities?
states, most of the
Okay.
states, radiation control.
What you have to realize though, that Russ used to work with Richard here till 2000.
Yeah.
And the head of the CRCPD is Ruth Bernie, who also worked.
I remember knowing those too. Where do you office? Where are you? Are you here?
Well, actually, both of us get to work out of our homes all over, home
nice.
bases, actually, in Frankfurt.
So you kind of commute sometimes?
She does, I don't, and I'm glad of it, because every time if I spend a minute there, if I'm doing work, I have to pay Kentucky state taxes, and then go through the painful process of filling out their tax return in order to get the money back.
We talked about that. You know, Vermont Yankee is real close to New Hampshire, but they're in Brattleboro, Vermont.
Yeah.
And there's so many people that don't live in New Hampshire but work in Brattleboro, and they all have to pay Vermont tax, even though they live in New Hampshire.
Yeah.
I didn't really understand that. If you work in the state, you have to pay that tax.
Talk to the baseball players, basketball players, football players who go to California to play games.
Ooh.
Really? So just because they go play a game in California, they have to pay California?
Because they contribute part of their salaries to the time they spend playing in California.
They need to get their contract written that says that they get paid for all games except those in California.
That's a gratis game.
The
Salary some of those guys have is probably a pretty big
It's
chunk.
probably a pretty big chunk.
all of the clubs have tax attorneys and tax accountants.
You'd have to have one, my God.
Because of all of the different jurisdictions in which they go.
So if your home team, you're a Florida team, if you play a game in California, you pay state tax?
Yes, if you're the Dallas Cowboys or the Houston Texans and you go to California, you got to pay taxes.
Well, what about other, you mean every state you play in has a state income tax you pay there?
Some states charge it, some stuff California has gotten.
They need the money so badly, they probably charge for everything.
Yeah, well, that's only because they stole away the money of God.
Right.
Brother. I'm glad to know y'all are all chocoholics, just like me.
Not me, I haven't eaten any chocolate yet.
You're not a chocolate lover?
What are you eating over there, John?
A mint.
Mint.
Strictly a mint.
I am a chocolate.
Carrie. She loves chocolate.
I do too.
We actually bought some while we were in.
Was it good?
Oh, yeah. We bought some chocolate, it had cranberries in it. We bought it from them.
Antioxidants. Blueberries and cranberries, all good.
Do you go to, like one of those places, North Pack,
I did. I don't know that it's actually working very well.
Yeah.
Hope the second half goes faster.
St. David's. Okay, 30 seconds. 30 seconds is rather. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand. Addresses don't mean anything, I can find the building.
That's you.
I've gotten to more places than that.
Anyway.
Oh,
the barrel was coming to
this one I really wanted to.
Was it in Nebraska?
Yeah. And the guy, he slammed on his brakes to avoid a collision, and the load shifted, and the load was completely intact. There was no bridge or anything like that. And it hit the pusher gap and crushed it completely.
Anyway.
So, they couldn't material.
So then maybe the load wasn't
properly. Without a doubt, I mean, DOT will issue a violation to whoever the shipper, and we have even got a load that's not properly braked. But I mean, it did,
locked him up, and that was a lot of trouble. So what just happened to the driver?
No, he was okay. But
I don't know how much before we can talk about it.
If it would have just had to talk about it, it would have gone in. No, we got a picture of it.
Wow, that's pretty.
But, you know, the shipment was still intact, and there was no, you know.
You got to economic issue, and I understand that. If you're in Texas, you get Vermont, you get Texas in compact rates, so you can do all this stuff cheaper and you can run everybody else out of business. I understand.
You gonna go into the business, Bob?
I know people who are in business. That occurred, Gallagher, but it also occurred. I would have to let that one there fly. That's why the survey meeting.
Well, I felt the future clear.
No, they give me $500.
We've been nibbling around the edges of that, Russ, but we haven't gotten there yet.
You sure? Up to 30 military. They treated radium like a TRU and A. Seriously. 30 military.
Oh, exactly. But they were not able to do the work.
Because the collection I'm doing is part of it, I've already set up.
Can I call you back? I might call and tell them. If you would call me. Call me tomorrow.
I hope we're talking on topic and not just around.
Well, I guess we'll go and.
So how come you don't need that control?
Okay, don't need it.
I did a collection, I did Northwest Compact.
You can use my name.
Hey, I was talking to Don. Much low-level records, collect on it. Project collection agreement, and expanded out to the rest of the U.S. Quite a few military size radio sources.
You can just call me Mr. Schrock.
They do have some, and I have called them.
Is that a golf swing there?
I've already kind of divided it in. But everything, I mean, it can be packaged and sent to the U.S. So that's why I do that.
Are they 15 militaries?
But there are only 25 microcarriers. And they got about 10, 15.
Oh, really?
It's not like not a few sources they can't take. Well,
Well, probably the other side, I believe my son,
like I used to do it.
shop.
But radium
Oh, well,
specifically.
okay. I had the text message. He said that you guys found, a broken engine mount on the right side. Okay. So I guess I would say, yes, if you haven't already done it, yes, you need to do the work. Great. Now, the only issue will be, I have the credit card, and I'm I'm unlikely to get there. I'm in the meeting at the Capitol.
They're all independent as hell.
Okay, hold on just a minute. I'll go to
second quarter, and it kept coming
You
out.
guys actually might already have it from the,
Waste and can be.
did some work on it.
Monetary waste.
Monetary waste. There it is.
Probably worth more than.
MasterCard, 5524 7540 0248 356.
This is that,
There's no on that card is John and
during the private sector. Guy, and you install, and everybody shares something. Because they're going to work, they get the third year, focus on the free and go right in.
We just went 4405.
We stayed around.
Hopefully I don't have too many good pairs, but.
I know.
All right, thank you very much, Frank.
TV show.
And when they had
Anyway, it looks like that.
Okay, I don't know. We'll get there. We're not there yet. We're not there. The next one is the thing I'll pay for. Well, that rule.
You okay? Just checking. I've seen you since downtown.
I managed to get out and walk around, so I'm okay.
Good.
Run down.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, don't let me interrupt that. What's gonna happen this weekend? We're gonna have our heads headed to it. LSU's been up and down.
Their offense is up and that gives us the chance. Big thing. We have a chance there, and it will be important for us to not have turnovers.
Right. Well, and I hope we don't have any injuries too. You know, they're a big physical.
Oh, that's for sure.
Mean bunch. Yeah. That's what scares me about Van Sickle is he just is so wild.
Yeah, I know every game I said, oh my God, he's gonna get tickled so far.
It was funny, our group, our old 1958, class of 58, those of us who can get together twice a year and try to play golf. And it was last week here in Austin. One of our guys, one of my better buddies, M.E. friend, lives in Kerrville. He was very involved in recruiting.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And it was
funny, he was telling the story, he said, Mansell, of course, just everything in that area is like they want to stay there. He said, Darrell Royal wasn't interested in it, and Baylor wasn't interested in it, and so he said, he was begging, and he finally got that Wynn to come out and watch a game with him. And that Wynn looked at him and he said, really? And of course, our buddy said, oh, yeah, absolutely.
Well, and Anderson, he's also retained out by Oregon.
Yes, but he didn't want to leave the state.
And I'm glad he didn't, but I would say this, I think he could have fit in very well in Oregon.
He fits pretty well.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That is definitely a good system for him. The previous system, I don't think would have fit him as well. But no, he is somewhat pretty much ideal. And unlike you, though, I just hope he doesn't get killed.
Yeah, that's going to be the problem, because between LSU and Alabama, they got hurt on defense. Hurt big.
They're big, and they're not just big.
Their defensive backs weigh more than half the interior line. 225, 230 pounds, ran a
They got now, I would say this.
Oh, no.
Good. I'm not saying they're not good. They're just not as good.
It seems to be
well, that one kid.
And either kicked him off the team or he got hurt or something. They don't have the same team that they thought they were.
I thought these were just decorative. They are actually, there is water here. I thought these were just decorative. The cups were just
well, I think he got one
for talking points.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, I don't think he played.
The quarterback from TCU?
No, the kid from LSU, the defensive back. Yeah, he ended up getting crosswise with the coach.
Oh, yeah, but another one of their good guys has been injured.
It was imported. On that thing we were talking about the oil, they're not just what they do is they use them all over their sources. They use them a lot for static electricity and chemical plants. So if you get it in a caustic atmosphere, it will cause the emission to come off the coil. So it's not really just a leaking source, it's still leaking. Yeah, all years I've been there 4 years. So that's seeing all the things. Everything you can imagine. Nothing catastrophic except one only vector pad with an accelerator and a fire where the unit functioning on the system. They didn't have a camera working. She just pushed the button to reset, and basically and it's important. Yeah, it's amazing.
Scale on that.
Oh, yeah.
Obvious questions you don't want to answer.
That's true.
The guy at Salmon Operation felt that had the fuel
Right.
tractor treated last night.
Oh, yeah.
So they decided they would tie the employees to the railing. And the fitness for duty reports are almost coming out.
How's it going?
Long time no see.
Yeah, same here.
Everything going all right for you?
Doing well,
Good,
doing well.
good.
Probably fishing my 40th year in
I was going to say, are you still gainfully employed?
Next year I'll be 66. Well, next October, that's when I thought,
You'll never give it.
Get Social Security and come down here and volunteer to be an aide.
There you go.
Keep it exciting.
You wouldn't be the first one.
Yeah, I know.
Through the years, there's been a lot of that.
Well, I'm paying years. I'm paying a
salary and a pension to the governor.
Wouldn't be surprised.
I believe he's got a legislative.
Well, if he doesn't, he qualifies for one. I don't know whether he's taking it.
I think they brought that up in South Carolina or whatever.
Is that right? Oh, well, he probably needs the money. Having a state issue house, probably needs the money.
That's all right. Okay, if everybody will gather around, we'll move on towards the afternoon session. I will note that I'm already over beyond my estimated time of the length of today's meeting. Mine is on.
Because you didn't have a quorum.
I think we're going to get started now, folks.
All right. Before I move on from item 5, I understand that there was a question about whether the intent on the vote on the Qualtech application was for the existing application to be clarified or have it resubmitted. And I think the vote was to have it clarified and not a resubmission, but we just clarify it and amend where necessary. So there would not be a resubmission. That's my understanding. Okay.
That's my intent.
Yeah. See how you made the motion. That's all right. All right. Item 6 on the agenda is consideration and possible action with respect to taking the vote required by Commission Rule 675.21L. And for those of you who weren't around when this one was done, this is the export rule, not the import rule. And I'm going to turn this over to Jim Krausen, who has been asking for this particular item to be on the agenda for months now.
Jim. Here I am, can't turn my mic on. Some significant time back, the commission, and I guess only Bob and the judge were commissioners at the time. But in any event, very close to the time that the commission passed the importation rule, it also passed an exportation rule. The problem at the time was with either rule was that y'all had no resources, no staff nobody to do anything, except, your lawyer and whatever we can get out of the chair and the vice chair and other volunteers. So you put a provision both in the import rule and the export rule, requiring a vote of the commission before you would implement these rules. And the reason for that was you had no resources, and so you continued to do exports on an ad hoc basis, and then ultimately you got an appropriation from the legislature, and in the process of adopting the import rule, you removed that restriction from the import rule. But the restriction is still in the import rule, the export rule, and if you turn to 655-20.21 L, you can see there that before y'all process applications under this rule, you have to vote. You have to vote to say that you have the resources to do so. And one of the things that you may want to consider as you consider whether to take off this restriction, so that you consider export rules under a program rather than just on an ad hoc basis, is it does establish some fees, which at the time were considered to be necessary since you had no money. If you were going to do anything, you had to have fees. So the question before you, and I don't really have a recommendation, is whether you want to take the vote under L to cause this rule to be implemented, and that is a vote under a specific provision of the rules that requires 5 commissioners.
And for those in the audience, let me go ahead and read this. It says, notwithstanding any other provision of this section, the commission shall receive but will not begin to process applications for exportation of waste under this section by a compact generator to a non-party state for disposal until such time as the commission determines by vote taken pursuant to section 3.02, which is the provision that requires the act of the commission to be 5 votes of the compact, that it has adequate resources to properly examine applications prior to issuing permits and thereafter to enforce the terms and conditions of such permits as are issued. There's more to the rule, but that's the statement that that sets out the vote that we're required to take. And so this is on the agenda to consider and possibly take action on taking the vote to find that we have the resources. And Jim and I have not talked about this, but one of the questions that I have is, will this vote just be a vote under the just to find that we have the resources now, or can it be limited in time? Because right now we have the resources.
Well, I don't think it would be necessary to limit it in time, because there's always, anytime you're dependent on appropriations, there's a chance that they'll go away. So I don't think it would be necessary to limit it as to time. That's my answer. And it also goes on to say, as the chairman indicated, it does say that you can continue to act on an ad hoc basis. I'm paraphrasing, but that you continue to act on an ad hoc basis based on a resolution that you passed in December of 2009, which is what you've been doing. And there's nothing necessarily wrong with continuing that practice, but you do have resources, so it's probably time that you either decide to take a vote or not.
In effect, the vote to declare that we have resources will initiate our actions pursuant to the rule, as opposed to doing things on an ad hoc basis, and we'll put in all of the terms and conditions that are in the rule. And I confess that I haven't evaluated those to see what difference it might make to the way we receive and consider and act upon export applications. Maybe somebody else has done that, but I've forgotten what those are. This rule was passed in, I was going to say, January of 2011, maybe, sometime like that, 2010 maybe. Sometime back in there, it was done at the same time some other rules were done, and we didn't worry too much about these other things that were in here because we knew we didn't have any resources to operate on.
It's not precise, Mr. Chairman, but essentially the process is similar to the one you follow now for imports. You get the applications and you circulate them for comment, for a period of comment in the Texas Register, and then you respond to the comments that you get on the application. You're required to, you can't act according to your own rule any sooner than 60 days after the application is received, nor more than 120 days after the export petition was filed. So you've got a 60-day window.
And one of the things that I should note is this rule does not have the provision in it that our current export application rule has in it that specifies that applications received as of the end of the month are deemed received the first day of the next first business day.
It has nothing like that. That's right.
So it's just from the date that they're received. So I would note that for the commission members. Finally, the last thing I'm going to say is if we go to play with language of this rule, we have to go through a rulemaking.
That's correct. You can, under the rule as written, you can vote to implement it essentially by saying that you have the resources. But if you're going to change it, you have to go through the rulemaking process.
John?
With regard to the question on the issue with regard to posting, do we have to actually post the entire application in the Texas Register?
Yes, it says that you'll post the export petition to the Commission's website and to the Texas Register.
Yuck.
So this is on the agenda for possible consideration and action by the Commission. We don't have to take this vote.
If you don't act, you'll simply
continue to receive them on an ad hoc basis. And one of the questions that we have been receiving with respect to export applications is how quickly do we want those submitted to us in advance of an upcoming meeting. And I'll just note that for purposes of the commissioners.
If you stay on an ad hoc basis.
If we stay on an ad hoc basis. And there's nothing about posting or notice of those if we're on an ad hoc basis. In the past, for export petitions, our practice has been to post them on our post notice that we have received one on our website, and I think we give notice to the register also. But we do that more by practice than by something required by the rules.
May I ask? I don't quite understand the purpose of this rule. It looks as if we're saying until we get the wherewithal to be able to give these adequate reviews, we may not do it, and then in the last sentence it looks as if it says we may do it anyway. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes, sir, that's correct. Where you're doing it, you're even doing it, it's maybe even better or worse than that. But what you're doing is doing less review on an ad hoc basis than you would do under this.
Okay, so whether we vote yes or no is kind of academic, I guess. Is it not?
Well, in a way, the other thing is that I would note that the rule has specific findings that have to be made on a applicant's and an application for export.
It also establishes levies fees. And the other thing I would suggest that y'all might want to do is consider a rulemaking to clean up this rule, and based on the experience that we've had to this point. So really, I guess in a sense, I'm saying there are basically three options.
So could we consider perhaps continuing to review export applications on an ad hoc basis and decide to undertake the work of revising the rule?
You could do that, and you could ask staff, to the extent you have one, to provide a draft for the next meeting.
What is the effect on generators? I mean, people who want to export. I mean,
I had assumed that we'd hear from them today, but I guess they seem to be silent.
I guess no one wants to export.
I mean, I just wonder whether they view this rule, maybe Derek could talk to it. I mean, do they view this rule as an impediment to exporting or as just
really
creating an uncertainty where they'd like more certainty? Or
I can't wait to hear this answer. Commissioners, for the record, I'm Derek Seal. I represent Vermont Yankee, and we've followed the Commission's process with the other generators as the export rule has been developed and changed over the years. As you know, well, first I should probably say I didn't talk to my client about making comments in front of the Commission today. As you all heard in Vermont, David Teketch reported to you that Vermont Yankee is considering and anticipates filing an export permit. I will say that as a lawyer and reading through the rule, I think the requirements under the rule are a bit more onerous than they have been under the ad hoc process that you've been using in the past. So I would just encourage you to consider this very carefully before you move forward. Mr. Chairman, as you were laying this out, I was glancing at the rule. I looked at it early this morning, and one thing that I would kind of like to see as a lawyer, but before you move forward, is the rule says that if you're going to process these permits or these petitions under the rule, that they have to be on a form promulgated by the Commission and posted to your website, and I couldn't find one when I looked last week. And I looked through the Texas Register, and I don't recall that one was ever actually proposed with the export rule, but I could have been mistaken because it went along with the import rule. So I would encourage you to give us a chance to look at what your form of the export permit might look like. I think that, in my experience, sometimes the guidance can be trickier than the rule in practice.
What would you say about, we have been approached, Mr. Selig called me and said, when do we have to get export applications into you to get them considered at the next upcoming board meeting, commission meeting? And what is your view on that?
Well, obviously we didn't file one. Vermont Yankee didn't file one for this meeting. We weren't quite sure how the commission might respond to it, so I think we just weren't comfortable filing one. But as Mr. Teketch did report to you in the meeting in Vermont, I think Vermont Yankee is anticipating filing one in the very near future.
My response just for the commission has been that I wanted, if he wanted us to act on something, he needed to have it in front of us by the time we developed and posted the agenda. But that certainly would not give people time to consider the fact that it was before us and comment on it, something that is in our rule that we're not doing on an ad hoc basis. And I wanted to point that out to everybody. So because we do them on an ad hoc basis, we have nobody really has submitted that many comments on export petitions. We've had a few.
To the extent it matters, I think you'll send out signals. The commission sent out signals the last time you considered exports, that they were going to be very closely scrutinized.
I just think that it's important to have clear signals between us and the people who might be interested in exporting. And I'm not singling out any particular party. My guess is that we're going to have several export petitions over the next couple months, 3 months, and if the generators feel that they've got clear signals and it works as it, it's a kind of a if it works don't fix it situation, or if they think that we could send clearer signals and they give them guidance as to how we'll consider this thing. I just, knowing that lawyers pore over these things and kind of try to figure out what to do, I'd hate to have people coming in and saying, well, we can't figure out what you're going to require and all that. I don't know. I mean, if you think it's pretty clear as it is, I'm interested to know that.
Well, Commissioner, I think the answer to your question is if Vermont Yankee was going to file an export permit today, I expect we would probably follow the same format that we followed in the past for the last couple of years, unless we got some direction from a few compact commissioners individually, or your council, or your executive director, that you wanted additional information or you wanted information in a different form. But I would expect if we were going to file one, we would probably follow the format we followed in the past.
And there is an action or resolution that the board took that's published on the board's website on December the 12th of,
I think it was December the 9th.
Right, December 11th of 2009, I think. And it provides minimal guidance, but it is some.
I see my colleague Dick Adams is going to save me here.
I would note that, Mr. Seal, that when we received them before, generally they come in by letter and describing the waste and where it's supposed to go and how long it's supposed to go there, and giving us some information about it. But that's what we've done in the past. We had the most recent ones of these I think we had were earlier this year, when we had applications to continue this was before the site actually opened.
And y'all cut back on the time request.
And we cut back to where they were all expired September the 19th of this year.
I think it was real clear during that time that we basically put 6 months up, I think is what it was, rather than the year that had been requested. I think y'all were very clear and put us on notice and said, we'll be back. I think you made it very clear. Now, we didn't say how, and you didn't necessarily say when, but thinking that after that 6-month time frame, that was not going to be adequate enough to cover whatever class and capacity that was already on site for all three generators. That's what I remember happening. We never talked about the content of the application itself, even though there was lots of questions, and we thoroughly vetted it. Long-term issues were talked about with short-term and all of that. So I'm sitting here wondering, what's the deal? I'm a little confused as to why we're even talking about this.
Well, Commissioner, if I could just weigh in very quickly, and I don't want to cut my colleague off. A lot of water has gone under the bridge since the last time the commissioners considered export petitions and saw fit to grant an additional 6 months. As the chairman pointed out, those export authorizations expired on September the 19th. I think as a matter of public record, that the generators have entered into agreements with waste control specialists. At least for Vermont Yankee, we've been shipping waste there. We've been shipping Class A waste there, from what I understand. So a lot of things have changed, and my understanding is WCS has weighed in on the issue since then as well.
Dick?
Mr. Chairman, Richard Adams on behalf of Luminant Generation, the owner of Comanche Peak Plant. I don't know that my comments are really all that different than what Mr. Seal had to say. Luminant does not have an export petition pending. We intend to file one, although we don't have a particular date in mind by which we will file one. Frankly, my observation is that working on an ad hoc basis really has worked pretty well. I don't think any of us have had any major problems dealing with the export petitions on an ad hoc basis. Mr. Seal pointed out, and I think Mr. Krausen did too, there is no form that we have to deal with yet under the rules. So we would be very interested in seeing what the form would be before we file an application under the rule. And I think as the chairman observed, only 2 of the current commissioners were on the commission when the rule was passed a couple of years ago, in my recollection. And just food for thought. If the rest of you wanted to take a closer look at the existing rule and maybe revisit parts of it, that may be time well spent. But
I would just say, Dick, I think all of us probably learned a lot since this rule was written, and it might look different if there were to be a rulemaking.
And my final observation would be just to reiterate what I said a few moments ago, and that is from Lumen's perspective, the ad hoc basis of considering the export petitions has really worked pretty well.
Judge? I think, when we wrote this, nothing was in stone. Now it has, and I'm like Derek, a lot of water has been under the bridge. I do think, though, that the legislature want us to portray on the money of this. I think I'm hearing from my constituency, which is all y'all, that Class A is probably the biggest part of this, and B and C is not going to be in this. So, as I've told my hometown constituency, you told the people of this county that A, B, and C was on the drawing board, and now you're pulling A off. So, other than that, I don't really have any comment. I'm like Dick and you. I think it's worked together. They've seen other things. I'm just trying to make sure that my community gets taken care of with the generator it has out there. But I can also see that Energy Solutions has a solution too. But I'm really kind of like the lawyer. I think we probably need to go back and look at this because it is fee control and stuff. That's my comment.
All right. WCS want to weigh in on this?
I really don't have any comments on this.
Okay. All right. And let me just see if I could summarize the discussion so far. Basically, we've heard from some in-compact generators that they think the current process, the ad hoc process, is working well. That means that we don't need to take action, and we don't have to have a motion to take action if we're not taking any on this agenda item. But the secondary question is, do we want to institute a rulemaking to take a look at the export rule to see whether or not it needs to be revised? And I'd like some input from the commissioners about that, because I'm great at setting up committees to do that sort of thing if we want to do that. Any thoughts?
Without volunteering, which I'm not, I do think we need to take a look at the rule and go through it. Clearly, it indicates there's supposed to be a form, and the form doesn't exist. So at the very least, we need to develop that form. But I think in doing that, we probably need to take a look at the rule as a whole, and ensure that it gathers the information that the current commission wants to see, and that we put into place a process for posting the application, perhaps one that is not as onerous as having to send the entire application to the Texas Register. Maybe we could do something similar to what we do for import, which is, we post notice on the Texas Register that we got an application and we put it on our website. So I think we need to take a look at revising the rule.
And the whole question of whether you want to try to charge a fee is a whole other issue.
All right. The question about fees is a different issue. The question about notice actually comes in Well, do we want to make it parallel with our?
In terms of how we when an export application is deemed received and all those kinds of issues.
Yes, and the issues associated with our evaluation of it, which is something that I heard from the judge that he might have an interest in commenting about. And anything else that anybody cares to say? If not, what I'll do is we just won't, haven't heard a motion that we do anything with respect to this agenda item, so we'll take no action with respect to this agenda item today to make the determination required under the rules, so it'll stay in place as is. And do I need a motion to start rulemaking, or did I just set up a committee to report back? I think I can just set up a committee to report back.
I would do it without objection. I'll appoint a committee.
Yeah, without objection, I'll appoint a committee, and Mr. Lee, of course.
I had a feeling when, that's why I was saying, I don't know why we're discussing this. That was the reason for my comment at the time.
Is going to be in charge of that committee, and Judge, would you be willing to serve on it?
Yes, sir.
The judge will serve on it, and somebody from Vermont. Okay. Dr. Sanders will serve on the committee also. So a committee of 3 to work and report back to the commission on recommendations to us with respect to potential changes to the export rule, which we would then take to develop into a proposed rulemaking to start the process and hold hearings, much as we did for an import rule, to work with the staff. Is that agreeable, without objection?
And that would include, I'm sure, allowing the committee to have a public meeting and with stakeholders.
Public, the commission, that's up to the committee to determine the best way to go about it as they see fit. I'm not even giving you a schedule on when you have to report back, because we'd like a report at the next meeting, but it may be that you haven't done anything by the next meeting, you're just getting organized.
Or maybe the rule ought to be repealed.
They can make any recommendation to us that they wish to make. And so with that, as long as we're clear on what the committee's task is, thank you very much, Jane, for volunteering to be a part of it. And Milton, I know that you would volunteer to be a part of it. Judge, thank you.
I did too. I thought since he has so much experience with the import rule that he'd be involved, so.
All right. That's agenda item 6.
Can I ask a clarifying question
Sure.
about agenda item 6, if you don't mind? Being the person who will probably be the first person to see these come in as part of the ad hoc process that will keep in place for a bit, and I really appreciate you trying to get an answer out of people who would not give you one, which is how quickly would it come in? And what we would fall back to, as it stands right now, is seconds before the agenda is posted would be what I'd be left with. And so is there any guidance that y'all would have on that?
I want it clear that if it's done that way, the commission may not choose to act on that application in connection with the meeting that it's posted for the agenda on. That would be my reaction. And if they want to bring it in 2 weeks before the agenda is actually posted, we might have more time to look at it. But my view is just because we have the application that comes in seconds before the agenda is posted, the commission could very well determine that it did not have enough time to look at the application between the time the agenda is posted and the meeting takes place. Certainly, we would not normally have enough time to receive comment on it.
Duly noted.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions on item 6? All right, moving on to item 7, which is the favorite that we've been discussing all day again. Discussing issues in progress on resolving the question of when a waste becomes a waste for purposes of the applicability of the commission rules. And Ms. Ng, if you don't mind telling us a little bit about what's been going on with respect to the commission, or Ms. Morris, if you could tell us also, Linda, or John, any of you care to report, because I know that you have been doing things since we, so Linda, why don't you start?
Okay. Well, most of you know that on, let's see, what was the date, John? Lee?
Keep going, I'll find the date.
Houston.
That was October 2nd.
Okay, October 2nd, John Salzman and myself, along with Lee and Audrey, met at Nuclear Sources and Services in Houston. We were invited there to discuss with the broker and the generator some of the issues, and also there were other people present, Eddie Selig and Rick Jacoby. So it wasn't really a meeting. It was just kind of like a fact-finding thing, specifically for the commission. Anyway, so we discussed a lot of these issues, looked at typical generator broker activities. I think I got a better feel for that after we made that visit. Then also Lee was able to round up a bunch of documents for us that were very helpful in providing some of the definitions that have been out there for a while, NRC definitions and also TCEQ definitions regarding a generator and when a generator is a generator and when waste is a waste. So, and also some rather interesting older documents from the EPA. I believe it was EPA, wasn't it? Yes. On looking at different things that they've had to deal with that are parallel to what we're trying to decide. So so I think it's still fairly early in this process, but we seem to move along. Every time we have, like today's meeting, we actually discuss this further, and but we're not quite there yet. So, John, you want to add some comments?
I think the discussion that we had in Houston was very helpful. It's probably, everyone should understand that this question is primarily associated with sealed sources. There's very little other radioactive material that would be involved in this question because there's very little use. The radioactive material that Texas A&M University generates as a part of our research operation, nobody wants it. It goes as waste. Most of the material that would come out of a hospital or things like that, it's going as waste. The question is, for the most part, related to sealed sources because in many cases they can be reused. The other issue is they are easily stored. So entities sometimes have a tendency to say, I don't want to pay the money to dispose of this source that I don't want to use anymore. I want to sit on it and wait till my business situation is better and I can better afford the waste disposal. So when you think of this discussion, it is primarily focused on sealed sources. It has value and it is easily stored if you don't want to spend the money for disposal.
I mean, it's like buying a piece of land. You might buy it today for $500 and tomorrow sell it for $1,000.
That's possible.
That's what I'm saying about the value.
It is very possible. Americium right now, the only place you can really get americium is out of Russia. So there's actually more recycling of americium right now because it has become relatively expensive. So rather than having to go buy new americium, if you can get a hold of an old source and you have the right license and you can cut that source open, you can extract the americium out of it and use it to make a new source and do it cheaper than buying new americium. So there is the very real possibility that in some cases people are sitting on these sources because they have value and they may be useful in the future. I think the other point I would make is what we're discussing is not strictly under the purview of the commission, at least this commission. There's another commission, the TCEQ, that has a very real interest and is a party or should be or will be a party to this because they actually have documents that talk about the generation of waste and how forms need to be filled out, and I think it's very much germane to the question that we have today. So, if I'd like to go ahead, if you don't mind, Bob, and just read that.
Please.
And Charles, I hope you're okay with this. It's a document entitled Instructions for Completing Texas Compact Waste Shipment Verification Form, TCEQ Form 20225, and it's dated February 21, 2012. And it's several pages. I'm only going to read one small part. And there's item number 2. It says, is generator the original generator? And it's a form of a question. It says original generator means the last person who puts radioactive material to practical use. And then there's a parenthetical phrase that says practical use means concerned with the production or operation of something useful, end parenthetical phrase, before it is determined to be a waste. Waste processors and brokers are not considered generators. A processor or broker may not list itself as the original generator of its client's radioactive material or waste, nor sign on behalf of the generator. A broker may assist the generator in completing the waste shipment verification form. However, the generator must sign the completed form. And there's more to it, but I'm not saying this is the end-all guidance, but it is definitely some guidance that exists, and it currently exists for anyone who's required to fill out this form. It's pretty clear to me that that would be generators in the state of Texas have to use this form, and they're being told how they fill it out. So an issue we have to consider is for generators that are outside of the Texas, should the rules be the same?
One of my questions is, if somebody outside of Texas is considered a generator under an import agreement with us, our broker, and ships the waste to the facility, do they have to fill out the same form?
Charles, I think that's a question for TCEQ to answer.
For the record, I'm Charles McGuire, Director of Radioactive Materials Division at TCEQ. Everybody fills out the same form that is interested in pursuing something like this. I might note for you, the form has endured several revisions. The current form has a September 19th date, but the particular piece of the form that you read hasn't changed since the February version of the form.
So the answer to my question is, if somebody in Iowa wants to ship something to WCS, they also have to fill in this form?
Yes.
Okay, and that's required by TCEQ because of the license to the WCS facility?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions of Mr. McGuire about this matter? Lee, did you have some observation or anything you cared to say about this task and your contribution of searching for documents?
It definitely gets me thinking because then to the extent that RAM Services would ever submit 2 applications, that would be something I would then feel like I'd have to explore with TCEQ, which is one of the reasons I'm really glad that y'all deferred that, because it gives me time to go ask those questions and to have that discussion with RAM, that if they are a broker, then how can they be a generator by this definition, and how they're looking at each one of those sources and their processes, and how is this definition in this form applied to those processes. I don't know the answer to those sitting right here, but I think it'll be important to start talking to people and asking those, and I wouldn't be surprised if some of those questions don't come back to this group ultimately.
And I'll just note this for the members of the commission. I had an interest because the implication of our decisions about what is an out-of-compact waste and what is in compact, and and that relates to the question of when is waste a waste and what decisions are made about it. And I used to have discussions about a former member of the commission, Bobby Gregory, about this, and he always told me that it's not a waste till a person who has it says it is. And I just wondered how we were getting at that and how that fit in to our decisions. We need to make sure that our decisions about considering what imports are and who we have agreements with, knowing that TCEQ has a form, that it all works together so everybody's on the same page when it comes to filling out these documents going to WCS. And our agreements don't create problems for TCEQ, knowing now that they insist on this form being filled in by everybody who ships to WCS. So we just want to make sure everybody's on the same page, looking at it from the same perspective. Okay. I don't know. I assume that our committee is going to continue to work on this question.
It has been suggested that at our next meeting, there may very well be a meeting before that meeting where I think it's kind of an industry group is talking about getting together to discuss the issue of sources and when they become waste and things like that. I don't know the name of the group though.
The Disused Source Working Group, the Low Level Waste Forum, is coming. As a matter of fact, it's the next agenda item of our next meetings. They would like to come in Austin and have a meeting in Austin at a time adjacent to one of our meetings so they could come present to us about what they do and what the nature of their discussions and get us more informed on what they see the issues are and what they're doing.
Okay, and this is generally for, I think everybody here knows about this, but the question of these seal sources and is a question that is high on everybody's priority, because when WCS opened for the first time, there's a place to get rid of some of these sources that are not Department of Energy related sources, and there are all sorts of discussions about that, and the discussions include everything from being appreciative, and that was expressed last week at a meeting in Chicago, to the Compact Commission here for making sure that there was a small quantity generator set aside. It's really important to consider the location of this. It's considered really a national security issue under Homeland Security for various reasons. So everybody has an interest in this. There are also overriding financial concerns that are involved in this, and some. And then there are the orphan source questions. The scatter program of the Conference of Radiation Control Program Directors, Russ Myers here, who's working with that program. So we have all of these folks, and again, discussing this issue, and again, our long-term goal is to make sure that everybody comes to a uniform understanding about the way it's supposed to work in a way we consider it, the way TCEQ considers it, so everybody has a clear idea and knows what the rules are, and they can bring themselves within the ambit of what we expect for import agreements and disposal agreements at the site. That's one of the reasons why we're spending quite a bit of time discussing it, for those of you who might be curious about that. Are there any other questions from any of the commissioners?
Why are we, if they're the regulators, why are we trying to get involved?
That's one of the questions, in all honesty, of if they have a system set up, do we need to do anything with our agreements that other than to say we're going to follow their system? And the question is, it has to do with, let me put it this way, economic issues for processors that are brokers that might collect this in Texas versus those who might not be located in Texas. Asking questions about when is a waste a waste. Because everybody has to follow the same formatting that ships to WCF, but it might make a big difference of whether you do that as a generator being located in Texas or Vermont versus being a generator located in Tennessee or North Dakota.
At least a 20%.
Yes, that's a minimum.
Minimum.
So there are business considerations that are causing us to look at this.
There are also potential pitfalls for the state of Vermont. For instance, if we did allow the scenario you were talking about earlier, about having encouraging people to start businesses in Texas or Vermont, then we could have people starting businesses in Vermont and then using up all our waste capacity in this at WCS without having it be Vermont waste. So I think
you mean by that Vermont Yankee
we're
waste?
Involved in that respect. Yes.
Yeah. These are generally we look at the carry content, not at the volume of these things, and the carry content could get kind of high, and so Vermont is limited to 20% over the 50-year period of what Texas actually puts into the site. So the carry content could be a problem longer term. So have I answered enough of your question about why we're looking at it?
The wheels are still turning.
Okay, Judge. All right, then we'll keep going down the road on item 7, and may have a meeting. Is that meeting designed to be in advance or after our next, depending upon when we hold our next meeting?
My understanding on my last discussion with Todd Levenger was that they didn't really have a preference. I told them we usually have ours on Thursdays, which made them consider having theirs on Tuesday and Wednesday, but I don't know that they're tied to that.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else on agenda item 7 that anybody wants to bring up on the commission? All right. Item 8, reports. Mr. McGuire, this time I tried to give you some bullet points to where you helped us. To where
That's
you
much
knew
appreciated.
specifically what we were interested in.
That's much appreciated. Thank you. For the record, I'm Charles McGuire, Director of Radioactive Materials Division at TCEQ. And I do appreciate the bullet points. And once again, I just want to say sometimes I feel sorry about some of the things I have to work on and decide at work. And I get to come to a compact commission meeting, and I feel like a whiner. But I truly admire the efforts that you're going to deliberate and be judicious about some of these critical issues. I thank you for that. You asked that I speak to the status of the rate case. 2 of the parties have in fact settled, and we've been told that the rest, settled's the wrong word, withdrawn, and we've been told that the rest will likely soon withdraw by virtue of the contracting process. You asked to speak to the status of the pending waste control specialist license amendment applications.
Charles, let me ask you a question about the rate case. I assume that the parties, if everybody withdraws, then there'll be a rate published for rulemaking. Is that right?
That's correct. We would go to a rulemaking process at the agency following the withdrawal by all the parties.
Because then the contested case would essentially be ended.
That's right.
By agreement of the parties.
Okay. And there's a process at the court. The administrative law judge acts on those withdrawals, and so that's what would bring it back to the agency.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. I was just trying to make that clear for everybody.
Okay, thank you. And so relative to the WCS license amendments, we don't have anything in public notice right now. We are reviewing some of the WCS applications that they've given us to amend the license, and we'll soon be putting together what we want to consider, at least as amendment number 19. You asked that I discuss the method of tracking out of compact disposal quantities, and I wasn't particularly sure what you might like for me to address there, but I would just tell you that we use the final manifest from what goes to the compact waste facility to determine the amounts disposed. Prior to that disposal, on-site investigators have determined that the planned disposal conforms to all the license conditions and regulations. We've reviewed the information provided to TCEQ and the Compact Commission by WCS that tracks disposal for various import petitions, and we review the information provided to TCEQ and the Compact Commission by WCS that tracks disposal for compact generators. And so we have our own database. We track the information that's provided. We've had several conversations with Lee working out, what the form of the reporting would look like, so that we all can sort of know what's actually disposed and that there is some tracking versus the particular import petitions.
Yeah, I think when I put that on here, I was just worried, not right now, but as we get close to the end of the first operational year, how we know how close up against the 220,000 curies we're going to go and that sort of thing, and we just need to figure out how we're going to keep track of that as we get closer.
Yes, and there may be a day that we want to do it more often than monthly. I think when this originally came up, I asked if it needed to be real time, hoping you would not say yes to that. But I think we discussed that monthly was probably adequate to track. But I can see as we move into that, and if we are close to the numbers, we certainly will need to be tracking it very, very close. And I'm sure WCS will work with us and with the Compact Commission to make sure that the data is flowing as needed to appropriately manage those limits in the license.
Okay. I'd heard that there might be an amendment filed to ask for credit for radioactive decay of certain isotopes.
Well, I think we can anticipate that coming at some point in the future, but I can say that will not be part of Amendment 19, and I really don't know when we might be looking at that. But that's certainly something when, particularly when people want to track the capacity being used, wanting to know sort of, okay, this is what was disposed of, what is it now, and so I think we'll have to be prepared to deal with that, but that won't be in number 19.
Yeah, well, I can see why we don't. That's one of those things now that we have plenty of curie capacity now, so we don't necessarily have to worry about it now, but as we get close to limits, even in a yearly limit or whatever, we might have to track that a little more closely, and I could anticipate that one coming.
Yeah, I see it coming too. I'm just glad it's not right in front of my nose right now.
Okay.
Charles?
Yes, sir.
Could you describe what real time is to you, in that if you had a monthly report coming to us, how accurate or what date would it be close to if we're looking at the end of each month or the first of each month?
Well, you probably are seeing that some of the activity that takes place for disposal in that last week before the end of the month, the final manifest not being in that report. What our experience has been, because the activity is daily out there, even weekends, and so it seems like the paperwork is at least a day, maybe 2 days moving through the system to update some database. Now, again, I think if the number becomes critical, well, certainly, I mean, we can, we have those final manifests, and we can update the database as often as would be expedient. It's just those updates don't necessarily have to be hourly right now. So.
And just for clarity, I'll add that report comes to us from Sherry Pexka at WCS. It comes to us by the 5th of every month for the previous month's disposal, is how we're getting it currently. And we're not getting it through TCEQ. So just so everybody knows.
The license conditions require reporting to TCEQ, and we get that, and we have worked closely with Lee so that the Compact Commission is getting updates, and those are coming from WCS. We look at them as well.
Okay, thanks.
We'd like to encourage anyone submitting import applications. We've noticed in some of the documents they have original activity, and then some people have added another column for current activity. So it needs to be clearly indicated so we'll know what's what. Is that the way it is on your reports? Is it differentiated between original activity and current activity?
Yes, and I think the manifests reflect that as well.
Okay, so it's clear. Okay.
Okay, and then the other thing you mentioned is an update on the status of the capacity study, and I'm very pleased to say that the division's draft of the capacity study has been completed, and it's in management review at TCEQ, and we, I can't promise it just yet, but we are hoping for an early November release of the study, just because we know there's widespread interest, and that's probably the all-time understatement. But we are hoping to deliver the study in early November. In an organization like ours, though, you can imagine a lot of folks have to look at it, and it's not a simple document. And so there's some time being spent with briefings and just moving through our organization before we do in fact release it. But we've turned the corner. We think we have the numbers. We undertook a significant effort to confirm individually the numbers with each of the utilities, with Vermont Yankee, with Lumen, and with South Texas Project. We gave back to them how we interpreted what they provided us in the survey, and asked them to confirm that. It's good that we did, because we found that there were some gaps in the information that needed to be closed up, and so and because that represents probably 95% or more of the total capacity, being absolutely sure that we are in agreement, one by one at least, with each of the utilities, makes me very comfortable that we have the numbers right.
One last question. Carbon 14.
Yes, ma'am.
Is either WCS or TCEQ working on maybe figuring out a better limit to C14? Because I think we're at 600 curies. Is that right, John? And a number of the import applications that we've dealt with and that we've approved in the past had sizable amounts of C14. Maybe become a limiting factor at some point in the not so far future. So are you? Because I've heard different explanations of where that 600 curie limit came from. I'm not sure it's based on hard science. So is anybody looking at this realistically?
We are looking at it, and certainly as a part of the briefing process we're undergoing with the capacity study, that seems to just pop right out, and so I would say at TCEQ we're probably acutely aware of what that limit means in terms of the operational future of the facility, and we also are involved in looking at a new performance assessment and some things like that. All of that will give us the ability that I think we need to deal scientifically, and I do bless you for saying that, but that is the way I want to deal with it, is scientifically, and so we will be doing that. That's not part of Amendment 19 either, though.
I wouldn't think so.
Thank you.
All right, any more questions for TCQ?
Now, you have the contracts, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, the ones that have been given to us by WCS that have been signed by somebody that wants to dispose.
This may be more for Jim, but how are they? How are they protected? How do the confidentiality laws work on that?
They've been deemed confidential, and so we don't disclose them. Amy, you wanna?
A contract document right now is treated like any third-party document that we receive. If that party describes it as confidential, we will hold it as confidential. It could be released, but it would only be part of the Public Information Act process, and so we would turn it over to the Attorney General's office to make a determination, and the third party that marked it as confidential would have the opportunity to defend that.
Well, now, in Vermont, we have like 40 exceptions to the access to public documents law. In other words, we have a lot of situations in which an agency can hold things confidential. I obviously don't know how the Texas law works, but at some point, I think that this commission should know how that works, but I also understand the importance of confidentiality of business matters. And so I just thought I'd toss it out there, and I guess, are you fairly confident that you don't have a problem, you're not going to have a problem protecting that confidentiality?
This is Amy Richardson. I forgot to mention my name before. I'm one of the attorneys at the TCQ. Our contract review process is also an open process. We do have it up on the radioactive website, so I thought I would add that in because I think you mentioned that you might be just interested in the process of it. But the other aspect to the contract review are some legal memos that go through, so they might be withheld as attorney-client privilege, so thought I would mention that as well. But the process was open, and it could be reopened again. And I do think that no member of the public has asked for the information
I
yet.
don't understand what that means, the process.
The process itself, the contract review forms and the way that it goes about was gone through. We had a public meeting about it. Chairman Wilson was there. It was just to kind of open up the process of the forms that the parties fill out and some of the issues. So that process is open. That's on the website, just the blank forms, of course.
But, no, I'm talking about the deals that have been made regarding the disposal of waste. So I'm just interested in what's involved there and whether it just seems to me logical that this commission have a sense of the way the mechanics of this thing work. And I mean, you know, we sit here, and a meeting or two would go, WCS comes roaring in here and tells us that they don't want any exports whatsoever, that absolutely they're going to oppose every Class A export, no question. And they got all kinds of great reasons. More recently, we received something that indicated a change of heart. And now they're all in favor of it, at least as to one.
But you only
possible, one generator. And I can't help but think that, you know, it would be useful for us to kind of have a little better sense of what's behind that sort of change of heart. And I suspect that it has something to do with the deal that's been made. And I don't know what other things are going to come up, but anyway. Well, okay, enough. I guess we'll just have to work with Jim and figure out how that.
It's a very complicated question, as Amy knows, and we're we're one off from the deal that they have, and I'll just say the Public Information Act being what it is, and the rulings on it from the Open Records Division, how closely they're going to be able to keep that from the general public may be a question, and secondly, even if one appeals to the Attorney General and gets a bad ruling, one can hire another division of the Attorney General to defend your decision not to release it, even in spite of the opinion of the other division of the Attorney General. So these all get fairly complicated, and if to the extent you all want access, I can attempt to sit down, and it's going to be a three-party negotiation, but I can attempt to sit down with Amy and counsel for WCS and see what we can work out.
Right, and I should add that because the third party has marked it as confidential, they can waive their privilege if they want to. So that might be part of this equation, and it could be subject to protective order so that maybe the commissioners at the Compact Commission can look at it. But
okay, but don't get me wrong. I'm not suggesting that this be blasted all over the world.
Right.
I mean, there are legitimate. I can imagine a number of legitimate reasons that these should not be run all around in public, and that they have, in effect, legitimate trade secrets in them. No question. It doesn't take. It's not rocket science to take a few of these deals and back into all kinds of financial calculations. But I do think that the time has come that we should be looking at these and seeing about
Mr. Chairman, if there's no objection on part of the board, I don't mind at all working with Amy and her and the counsel for the others and see what we can work out.
Well, I'll observe for the commission that there have been lots of discussions going on about our access to some of this information, and basically the details are working out whether we will, an opinion from Jim Krausen on confidentiality for us, for the information that is delivered to us. And basically it's just a question of working all that out and trying to see what we want to have access to, because some of the commissioners may be interested in the money part. I may be more interested in some of the terms of the provisions of the agreement, what's included and what isn't included. And so each of us may have a different set of eyes looking at this thing for various reasons. That's one of the great things about this commission is we all look at it from different perspectives. So you started to say something, Dick.
No, well, I haven't. I don't know what I'd be interested in.
Yeah. So you saw one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, none of us.
Maybe none of it.
Well, that's true. None of us have seen anything yet, so we just don't know. But I'm sure it can be addressed. And the judge may have other reasons to be interested in them.
Well, we do know what the form looks like.
We do know what the form looks like. So.
No, I've said this before, I don't know who's the auditor in the state, it's the comptroller, but
Can't hear you.
I said, the state auditor, not state auditor, but the comptroller may have, and the legislative budget board may have, want to know.
I certainly think the county would have some interest in.
Yeah, I figured the county would.
So.
I do think it's a good idea that Jim sit down like he suggested, Mr. Chairman, that we allow him the ability to do that, and let's see what happens.
Well, then we'll just assign that task to Mr. Krause and let him report back to us on his success.
Or failure.
Would you actually have to, ask for an opinion?
All we're gonna do right now is see whether we can work out an arrangement that's satisfactory for three people, three parties.
Because if I was one of those guys, I mean, I want to release my stuff.
That's right.
That's right.
Absolutely.
Sure.
We understand.
And if that's the decision, I'm sure Mr. Krausen will report that to us, then we can decide what we want to do next, if anything.
I always like to work with Amy anyways.
Likewise, thank you.
Be easy on him, Amy.
All right, is there anything else for TCQ from any of the commissioners? I'll just say thanks to TCQ for being here today, and thanks also, I'll just note this, I'll cover it a little earlier. We got a request from the comptroller for an estimate for revenues for the next 4 or 5 years, and I said, we don't know anything about this, and so I sent them over to TCEQ, and TCEQ supplied that information, and thank you very much for doing that, and letting them know who the real people were who was in charge of the money.
Could be subject to debate, but at least we try.
I understand. All right. Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda, item 9, received reports from WCS, and again, I have bullet points to help you out.
Thank you very much. Always good. My name is Dan Burns. I'm with WCS, and with me is Ryan Williams, who's also with WCS. And first off, I have Rod sends his regards. He's out at the site right now watching a shipment come in, and he had a tour out there this morning. So he regrets he couldn't be here, but he will be here next time. Just first off, there's a lot of exciting things going on. The site has been hopping. We've gotten quite a few shipments in, and I do have some summary numbers that are up to date and actually real time for right now, just to give you a sense. And you know, first off, we do have to recognize that safety is always our number one goal, and we are doing very well with the safety through this critical startup period. And as you're aware, anytime you start up a new operation, you do lots of mock-up testings and things of that nature, and we have been preparing for that, and all that training has really worked out well. So nearly all the shipments have gone, you know, just as per plan, and if there has been hiccups, they've been able to stand down and assess things and work through them, consult the right people, and get the jobs done safely. So this is always our number one priority, and it's going really well. And the folks out there really need to be commended for the success that they're having in handling this material. Give you an update on as far as what we've buried, and this is basically as of today. Right now, we've buried about 1,700 cubic feet of compact waste, about 1,000 cubic feet and 350 curies from Vermont, and about 700 cubic feet and 100 curies from Texas. For the out of compact waste, we're right at 5,300 cubic feet and about 44,000 curies. That jumped quite a bit today. As you know, I think in the last monthly report you saw it was probably in the 30 range. But we received the first hardware shipment. I think it got to the site on Saturday, and it got unloaded yesterday, and it should be, that's what Rod's doing right now, is watching that thing being buried. So that should be down there, and that was about 11,000 curies. I'm going to get into why that's important in just a minute. So that's the update from the site, unless there's any other questions about that aspect of it.
Dan, could you give those numbers for in compact again?
In compact is 1,700 feet total, 1,000 from Vermont and 700 from Texas.
Okay. And what was the curie level again?
350 for the Vermont shipments and 100 for Texas.
Thank you.
John, how much has been approved, do you know, as of this? Just curious comparison.
The
approved for
disposal.
For out contact, was 18,613 cubic feet. Total radioactivity was 215,134 change in curies. Is that enough?
So that compares to the 53.
44,000 as opposed to 215,000.
We're percentage-wise, the cubic feet we're closer to the 1,800 or 18,000 than the curie content, obviously, the curie contents. And I can explain the reasons for that as well. So we're going to see those variations. The next thing, I'm going to defer to the previous discussion about the pending license amendment applications, since we talked about that. The next bullet item was the expectation for the full utilization of the volume and curies that have been expended. And basically, this is going to be another hard discussion, I think, because the way it looks right now, with trying to hit exactly 220,000 or 215,000 curies on April 25th next year, it's probably not going to happen. And realistically, it's not going to happen. It's difficult to plan with that degree of accuracy when you've got a cap. So when we can only approve 215,000 or 220,000, everything has to go perfect to actually hit that on that schedule. So it's just a practical matter, and so that's the overarching statement. A couple of things I'd like to mention about how things are going. We are one of the things that occurs, and this is important for what we saw yesterday, or considering this first hardware shipment, because as you know, the curie content of the hardware shipments is 100 or 1,000 times higher than any other shipment. So just a couple statistics that are going forward. We've gotten, I think I had information on 7 shipments from Exelon, and the curie activity on each one of those liners, which are basically the same waste. They're all resin, they're all profiled the similar ways, and each of them came from 2 different plants. They ranged from 50 curies in one can to 220 in another. They average about 120. So with that variability, you can understand that the precision that we have in these forecasts is a little bit difficult. So it makes it harder on you guys. Unfortunately, everybody coming up here is adding to that, but that's part of the dynamic. It's the way it is. And the other aspect of that is that you do not know that actual number until right before it's shipped. Its preliminary characterization is taking place, but you can't do the full measurements and get into the manifesting and put down the actual numbers until you have it in the can and you're getting ready to ship it. So it's a timing thing. So you really don't have that accuracy until just before the shipment occurs. And going further, what we saw with I can't remember the exact numbers on the TVA shipment because that was 150,000 curies out of the 220. So that's obviously something we want to track closely. And Brian's here and he can speak to that as well. So we are tracking that closely. But this first shipment was 60 cubic feet and it had 11,000 curies in it. And if you trend that out, what you'd find is that 11,000 times 8 or 9 shipments is not going to add up to 150. But we fully expect that the third liner is going to be much more radioactive. So the basis of the petition and everything was, we were all doing the best we could with the projections and making sure we could plan well. So we're going to see those kind of things happen. So I guess what that means to us is it means we have to continually to track this in real time, and we are doing that. We have schedules from everyone that has petitions, importation petitions, that have been approved. We have detailed schedules, and Ryan and his guys work with those folks every day, and we try to update that, and to the point that we are probably irritating some of our customers just to keep so much track on it. But we are doing that, and we're trending things as they come in. We're double checking our assumptions, and what the good news about that is that soon, not yet, but soon, we will be able to provide some trending and tracking, not only tracking, but the trending information so that we can get some more refinements in our projections, so that we can take possible actions. So unfortunately, it's still just a little bit early. We've, from an importation perspective, we've gotten quite a few customers waste in, but there's still several of the petitioners that have not shipped yet. They are scheduled in the next several weeks, and some of those are, but we do have some of the big ones. Exelon and TVA is shipping in a routine fashion now. So, yeah.
May I ask a question? Sure. I guess I don't quite understand the implication of what you said about how the difficulty of projecting right on the money as far as curies or what have you, that on April 25th you will have such and such. I mean, wouldn't that be true no matter what your limit was? What are you suggesting should happen in order to relieve that problem?
Yeah, I think there's a couple things that we'd like to offer for consideration. And the first one is that we need to go ahead and start working on the petitions for April 27th through April 26th of 2014. That's one thing. And we need to get that process going now. So we are talking to the customers about going ahead and starting looking at their next year plans. I think that's part of the solution. Just so we can know what's coming later. So if we do have to pull something to the left, or if there's a shortfall or something happens, there's an outage somewhere that causes the customer not to be able to ship his waste, not through any fault of their own or anything, but it's they just won't be able to do it for some reason that we could all understand, that we'll have a pool to go to and say, okay, we can start pulling that stuff over. So I think looking more forward is going to help us. So that's one thing that I would offer. The other thing is to potentially go ahead and look at more petitions for this period up through April 26th, or in some combination of the following year, and not approve them for importation before that, because we don't want to go above the cap, the 220 cap, but develop mechanisms that they could be implemented in a quicker fashion. And I think that's where I'm trying to communicate is part of the issue. The issue is it takes people time to respond. The people, as I said, not all the people that have petitions that were signed in July have begun shipping yet. It takes time to get that going. They have to have surety that they've got the capacity. They're not going to make, because it's more than just throwing a drum in the back of a truck and sending it. In the case of this hardware, they've got subcontractors on site that are working inside the fuel pools. They have to coordinate that with outage schedules and fuel movements and fuel inspections and rack inspections. So it's a highly integrated and planned process. So it takes the folks a little bit of time, 2-3 months sometimes, to be able to say, I can get 10 liners out there and another 1,000 curies to meet that.
So are you suggesting that we should have kind of two categories of approvals, one being a regular approval and another being kind of a standby sort of thing? Is that
very well work? I wanted to initiate this.
In the case of that not all the ones that are approved actually perform, then you have standby ones? Is that
we have to have them identified.
Remedy you're suggesting?
Mm-hmm. And I'm not sure of all the mechanisms and the Commission's preferences on this. I think it's something that it's a timely discussion, is all I'm saying, because the suspicion is, like I said, we're not going to meet that full cap because of the practical realities here. of what I've just said. So, and we're going to know more, and we're working diligently to, as I said, to track and trend this stuff. But we understand some of the data is anomalous to this point, and so we can't trend on what we have yet. But we're going to get better at that. So I think what it is a discussion about that timing, and there may be several elegant solutions, and I'm sure that conversations between you all will probably come up with some additional ones. I'm just saying that it's probably time to talk about this, and one possible thing that that seems to make sense to me is that, okay, we say, you do have a, company XYZ will give you authorization for, 20,000 curies or whatever, but it's not effective. It becomes effective on some trigger or something, that by action of the commission somehow. I don't know how that works, but I think it's something to consider. Because the bottom line is we do need some time. So even if you said today you can ship those cups, it may take a couple months. And we're dealing with a short period of time. April is, 6 months away.
And is there any issues associated with the shipping cast that is maybe delaying some of the approvals that's already been done, or is there other issues or concerns?
Shipping casks are a constraint on the rate at which the customers can send us waste, yes.
Is there any other ones, any other issues or concerns they're just not ready to ship, or I would imagine they were as anxious as anyone to get this to the disposal facility, but
yeah.
maybe my thoughts are wrong about that.
No, I mean, I can assure you that every one of these petitioners that has been granted an importation petition from you all is tracking this at the highest corporate levels. They are very appreciative, and they are working hard. I get at the CNO level, these discussions are going on. They are taking it that serious, and they understand the value of what this commission has done. As far as, I've been doing waste for a long time, and we, burial is the absolute last step. Mm-hmm. And as you can see in our systems, there's 4,000 links to make that happen. Everything from characterization to cast to liners to lids to waste acceptance approvals, it's notifications, notification timing requirements, manifests. It just, all of these links are sequential, and it's like a chain. You break one of them, and you're not going to get to the end. You can't make these things parallel. Every check box has to be checked off. So there is a lot of things that could go wrong. And I mentioned a few of them. Some of them are, as I said, listening to TVA and the way that they've built their schedule. I mean, they're trying to operate in windows between outages and scheduled fuel movements and things of that nature. It's phenomenal, the coordination it's going to take, and there probably will be slip-ups. And so it's more than casks. The casks are definitely an issue.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
My question is, how are the shipments, when you actually get a shipment in, I know that somebody gives you a prediction of the curie content that shipment might have, and are the actual measurements for that shipment running close to what they say it is, or do you find there's a deviation of 20% or 30%, or what are you finding? Or do you have enough experience to know yet?
Yeah, for the resins, they're going to average out. You're going to have this variability. As I said, a population of 7 shipments with a very, with a profile of 70 to 200 is a pretty wide curve. Yeah. But when we get more of them, we're going to find that from that plant or from those plants, it will be at a plant level. And we do need to gain more data to be able to accurately predict it. We base our information on historical information and of when these things were moving, and that data is 4 years old because it hasn't been moving. So things have changed, plant operations have changed, chemistry has changed, loading periods have changed. So we need to update all that. But we are going to get good at that very fast. Chairman,
Yeah.
so.
My question is, I can understand why there might be a 30% variation or 40% variation in estimates versus actual, plus or minus.
Yeah.
Because you don't have enough information. And as you gain information, I assume you'll get better at doing that, which will then help you achieve greater predictability on how you achieve limits and help you forecast that out.
Yes, sir.
And I can see us moving in that direction, but I just didn't know. I would suspect that was true, but I didn't know for sure until you told me.
It's really interesting to watch it right now because it's seeing the things moving and things is it's very interesting. So it's nice to have real stuff and real waste moving and the folks busy.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, a question.
Yeah.
Dan, do you foresee the likelihood or the possibility that some of the generators who are granted import permits would come back to this commission and indicate they will not be able to use up their entire allocation?
I would think that is likely, yeah.
And are there things that we could do to encourage them to do that sooner rather than later so that allocation could perhaps be provided to somebody else?
Yeah, I say that, and then I'm going to go back to what I originally said, and Brian's going to step up here real quick. And I appreciate that.
No problem.
Because, as I said, it's premature. We think we got a good idea, but we're not certain, and it just is a little premature, Commissioner. And I, in a month, and certainly in January, we'll be able to have a real good idea.
If I have my dates correct, I think January 26th would put us about 3 months before the expiration.
I think you got the right date.
Yeah. So that's what I mean, and that's why we're frantically trying to do this. But it would not be appropriate to pull that trigger yet. Sure.
All right, I'm Brian Wood. I'm from TVA. I have a bulk of the Curies for year one. We have on our schedule 9 shipments of irradiated hardware. Those 9 shipments, we estimated roughly about 1,500 Curies per blade that we are processing right now. The first shipment was not that. It was a cooler pool. The blades were not as hot as we anticipated. But we are going to get into Unit 2's pool. We know based on power curves and when the blades were removed that they will be hotter. It will be hotter shipments. We have also scheduled 29 radioactive Higgs shipments of resin. So when you add all that together, TVA is frantically moving our waste through the system and to WCS as soon as we can. We are going to be able to shore up that dose projection. And one of the ways that we're doing that is through dose profiling. We can take that blade that's in the pool 40 feet below the water, get a dose profile on it along with the power histories, go ahead and turn around and say this shipment is going to have X amount of Curies based on that. We don't have all of our blades dose profiled yet. We had 133 blades in the pool. We just shipped 13 to WCS. So you can see that's a pretty big deal for us to go ahead and get the dose profiling done. We are pushing that through right now. We expect that dose profiling to be done middle of November, beginning of December for every blade that we have in the pool. So I'll be able to report more accurately on the dose profiling of all of our blades at that time.
Okay. What kind of blades are these? Control rod blades?
Yes, I'm sorry, control rod blades. Yes, sir.
I was thinking about a turbine. I went.
No, I'm sorry.
If you turn the turbine apart, you got a real problem. And then I had to think a minute. So thank you.
Yeah. It's the irradiated hardware. We have 133 control rod blades and 57 local power range monitors to go ahead and process. And Browns Ferry is where most of this waste is coming from. They have a lot of waste, and we are turning that as quickly as we can.
Thank you.
What have we approved of those petitions?
TVA has 2 petitions, 150,000 Curies and 2,000 Curies. So I own 69% of the Curies for year 1 of operation. TVA owns 69% of it. I had a meeting with my CNO yesterday and expressed
My chief nuclear officer sat down with him across the table and looked him in the eye and told him how important this was, not only to the state of Texas, but to WCS and to TVA. He has bought in and has given me the authority to go do what I need to do to get everything, 133 blades and 57 LP arms out of the pool.
And we've approved all that?
That's correct, sir.
Aren't we even?
Yes, you are.
June 29th.
Okay, yeah, I remember.
Oh,
me too.
I wasn't here.
I don't remember the exact date, but
Yeah, I wasn't here.
You weren't here?
All right.
All right, thank
you.
Thanks, Brian.
All right, is
Okay.
that the full volume inquiries for non-compact waste through April 26th? Are you going to tell us more about that, or have you finished?
I think I've said what I
Okay.
was prepared to say, unless you...
Yeah, no, I don't. The next item I put on there, I'm going to apologize to you. I remember in Vermont, people saying that we're hoping to get additional processing capacity installed at our facility, primarily compaction and dewatering stuff, perhaps.
Yes, sir.
And the question that I asked, I put this on here after I saw your letter about Vermont Yankee saying, please approve exports of Class A through 2018. And so I wondered why the 2018 time limit, and so I thought I'd ask you, are you not going to install this capacity until 2018 or shortly before then?
No, we are absolutely working on, it's really not it's capabilities to provide, what's the right term, an economic solution for this low levels of Class A. We're absolutely working on it. We've made some great progress too, and we're going to continue to do that. The compactor that you referred to, we do have a license amendment that was already approved, so that we can use that. That's only part of the issue with respect to this material. One of the big issues with us providing a more economically attractive offer to our customers is associated with the burial inside the MCCs. I think you all understand that from several perspectives. It's this kind of waste that we're talking about it comes in a sea land, it's bags and rags and all those kind of things, and you got to get them in there, and it's just not efficient. So we also have a potential license amendment to allow us to do something we call co-disposal, which will allow appropriate types of waste to be buried outside those canisters in another structured manner. So that's another part of the solution. So yes, we are working on all those things, and we're going to continue to work on them.
Okay.
But they're not fruit yet.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out how the date that was, because I don't see your contracts. I was trying to figure out how that date worked out. The 2018 in the letter that you sent to us about exports of Class A, and one of the secondary questions was, are you going to perhaps install equipment that you're talking about at your processing facility so you can process material and then send it to Clive?
No.
Okay.
Say that again? I'm sorry.
Are you going to install?
I got really lost there.
Yeah. So you could, for example, contract with Vermont Yankee or South Texas Project and process some of the material as Class A material to reduce it before it got sent to Clive for disposal? Or would you do that?
I don't think we would do that.
I didn't think so either.
No.
But I thought I'd ask the question because I
could
couldn't
think,
put the dates together.
Yeah.
So that was the reason this was on here. I'm just curious about it.
Yeah, but we are pursuing, we know we want all that waste to stay in Texas, but we've got to do it under the right conditions, and we need to implement some enhancements. We can't go from 0 to 70 miles an hour instantaneously, and so this is something that we need to continue to develop.
I also would ask the questions because I knew that probably Judge Dolgener would ask the questions if I didn't about.
I was wondering when do they change cars?
So I just thought I'd take on his heat for him. Okay. All right, and the last question, of course, is anything else you wish to tell us?
Not at this time.
All right.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for our WCS Brad? All right. Thank you very much for coming.
Rather than take a break, I think we're going to push on through because my report, I know, is going to be short.
And I think Lee's is going to be short. Yes, Marion?
I got a quick question. I'm going to make an assumption from what I just heard about the deadlines for reaching the limits of capacity for the year, that there isn't carryover from one year to the next.
We're going to talk about that in just a minute, but this is it's a provision in Chapter 401 of the Health and Safety Code. It's not directly applicable to us. It's directly applicable to the license and the licensee. And what it says, and therefore that's a TCEQ provision. What it says is the first year they can, well, on an annual basis, 120,000 curies, except the first year after operations, up to 220,000 curies. So our interpretation of that license provision that is really a TCEQ WCS provision says first operational year they've got an upper limit of 220. Second year and every year thereafter it drops to 120. And that means to me that 220 that's unused could not be carried forward unless TCEQ has a different interpretation. So, does that answer your question? All right. Let me go forward with a few things. One of the things that I wanted to talk about was, in fact, the 220,000 curie limit, because it is becoming clear that for lots of different reasons, it is difficult for WCS to get up close to that without going over it with any planning in advance. And so everybody is clear. The Compact Commission is free to approve import agreements without regard to an annual curie limit. We have, really without respect to volume limits, we have to average volume over a 50-year period, but we're free to approve anything we want to in terms of importation agreements for curies, because this provision was put into a different part of Texas law dealing with license. And so the license is limited to 220,000 curies by the revisions in Texas law, but they didn't say anything about what the Compact Commission could do, and they didn't revise the Compact. It just says we could approve import agreements. And so the question becomes then, and one of the questions that we have to consider is, because I think that this is my reaction, I'm not speaking for all of you, but my sense of where we all are is based upon particularly what the recommendations, John, that you gave to us in June. We except for the set aside, we'd like to see them come as close as they can to the 220,000 curies in the first year for lots of reasons. I don't think it affects in the first year. I'm pretty confident it wouldn't worry us about capacity. And so the question is, if they have difficulty getting close to that, and we've approved certain import agreements, somebody's not shipping, but other people want to ship more, how do we come up with a methodology to make adjustments to make sure that we could achieve reasonably close to the curie limits within the context of, do we have to post notice? Do we have to make amendments? What kind of notice that we have to give for comments, that sort of thing? And a suggestion to me from our lawyer has been made, maybe we should appoint a working group to look at that, to work with WCS and TCEQ to see what kind of group we could come up with to perhaps generate some language to where we need to know, for example, if we need to amend our agreements, how we go about doing that quickly. And so we can schedule this in. So that's generally the idea that I'm considering, and if everybody agrees with that general proposition, I'm ready to listen to those who are volunteering to work on that group to try to come up with language to work on this. And obviously I'll need somebody from Vermont and then a couple of other people. Mr. Lee, are you about to tell me something?
No, I was gonna recommend
that
John Salzman would be part of that, and so I think Linda should be too, so that's fine.
I think we need lawyers.
Uh-oh, that means I'm the only one.
You got one from Vermont.
Well, there are two, one from Vermont here, and then Peter, if he comes, he's a lawyer.
It's an interesting problem. I'd be happy to. I take it that it sounded as if TVA is kind of ready and able to meet the schedule, that we're dealing more with the difference between the 220 and TVA as far as uncertainty is concerned.
And I won't speak for TVA directly, but I know even TVA would probably agree. Their schedule is only as good as them being able to get the casks that they need, and all it would take is one issue to come up with a cask, and then they won't be able to meet their schedule. So the problem is really for all the generators that are trying to make the shipments. It was described well. It's like Tinker Toys and dominoes, and it only takes one little problem to mess up the chain.
It's clear to me that, John, you're on this committee, and Dick, you volunteered to be on the committee, and so who else wants to be on the committee?
John does so much already towards technical review. I hate to see him.
So that means you're volunteering?
I guess so.
So Linda is on the committee,
You're off, John.
and Dick is on the committee. Judge, do you want to be on this?
Yes.
Sir?
That's fine.
All right. We'll put a committee together of the judge and Linda and Dick to assist us and work with WCS and TCQC within our existing rule and our existing agreements, what we might have to do to make adjustments to achieve closer compliance with the upper limits set by the legislature in the licensing provision, but we want to see them use as much of that without going over that we can, and we need to have language that talks about what we can do and see whether we need to amend our agreements, lowering some, raising others, whatever we need to do, work out the question of the kind of notice we have to give and any changes we have to do to amend them. Because I think we've just contemplated having agreements, but we haven't contemplated what to do if somebody needs to amend one. So,
How many casts are there now? 1, 2, or 4? We're getting how many more next year? We've got 2 that are being constructed. Yeah. So there'll be 6 total.
And then we're building a couple as well.
It'll be 8.
Yeah, we hope more.
Were there more going to be, Dan, I thought there was going to be more that's going to be made available, that the NRC was conducting tests supposedly a month or so ago. I think you or Rod said and thought there might be more available by the end of the year. Am I just totally messed up?
That's not ringing a bell with me, no. I don't expect any additional fleet to the, there's actually 5 what we call Type B containers right now.
Right.
And there will be Energy Solutions, as you just heard, has ordered a couple. And the last I had heard, those would be delivered in the June timeframe, and that's also the timeframe we're looking to put a couple new Type Bs in place as well.
Okay.
And there's one other company that's in the design mode that I know of, for this kind of waste anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, so the relief's not here before April on that, no, sir.
I take it that, it sounds to me as if WCS is gonna be kind of key to this process. You know, we'll wanna know the kind of, at least those of us who really don't know the business that well, will wanna know the practicalities of it, and what we can do to try to solve these problems.
Well, we'll support the subcommittee in any manner that you all ask. So, and you know, whether it's briefing, statusing, trending, assessment of historical information, that kind of stuff, we could certainly do that, and we'd appreciate the opportunity.
Okay.
You just need to let us know when and where. And
okay. I'm my three committee members. I'm going to appoint, without her consent, Linda to be head of this particular committee and get everybody organized and funnel information through her to you. And she knows how to do all this better than most of us. So, and Lee would help also. So, Linda, if you could just start the ball rolling and see where we have to go, and if we have to.
No, I'm going to volunteer my boss.
The boss?
Rod. Please call Rod.
It's nice that we're volunteering other persons.
He's not here.
Nice of you to make all the offers of helping, though.
And Mr. McGuire, from the TCEQ, who would that be? For the TCEQ, who would be the point person for this? The point person for TCEQ the point person for the TCEQ to talk about amendment, you know, that might be able to help us out with this.
Well, probably me.
Okay.
And if I need technical help, I know where to go look for you.
Thank you, Charles. All right. Just a couple of other things I wanted to bring up. One is that for the information from the commission. I got an inquiry from the Comptroller's office about estimates for revenue over the next few years of the biennium, and I responded by saying we don't know nothing about that, and we can't get the information, and we don't have anything to supply to you. So again, thanks to TCEQ for supplying that information to them on our behalf. They do have the information, and they were able to supply it. We got an interesting question from, and WCS should know this, but we got an interesting question from one of the people who has sent a shipment asking about whether or not, why he was paying a charge to support the Compact Commission. And when he saw it on his bill, and I said, I don't know anything about the bills you get. And basically I had assumed, when I responded to him, I wrote him back and said, after the site opens, there is a portion of the fee for disposal that's used to support the activities of the Compact Commission. And so I quoted the language to him, and I told him I had made an assumption. I said, I don't know how these are structured, but if I were WCS, I'd want that separately stated so it's clear it's not income to us, that it's a fee that we levy and pass through to somebody else. We don't have to account for it as income, and I assume that was, but that was just an assumption on my part because I don't know anything about these bills. So that was my response to him. We haven't heard back from him. So people do not understand, and I'm becoming abundantly clear on this, that they do not understand because the Compact Commission is supported by a charge made by disposal operations. That money is reported and sent to, first off, WCS sends the money to TCEQ. And then TCEQ, because they're a state agency, it goes into the state treasury, which means that there has to be, under our Constitution, there has to be an appropriation before the money comes out of the state treasury to us, or we can't access it. And so I am finding that this process, even internally to the state of Texas, is a mystery. And so it is just one of those things that we're constantly having to restate for everybody that's involved, and eventually I hope we all learn about it, or it changes to where it's not one of those things we have to worry about anymore. Yeah, so that's just one of those things, and I will have to say, Betsy Bird is standing back there. Thank you, Betsy, for helping us explain all of these things, because Betsy has been one of the most effective people to go talk to the folks at the comptroller and the budget board and the governor's office on our behalf to explain the way this works, and we couldn't have done it without you. Thank you. Then the only other thing that I wanted to talk about is suggestion has been made to us, and this has to do with Lee Ing. When we contracted with Lee and continued her contract, and Audrey's now with us as an administrative assistant type person, Lee was supposed to be doing it in her spare time, and her spare time is 110% of all the time she has, basically. And so we're driving her to a frazzle. So the suggestion was made, maybe we should start looking for a full-time executive director, and that Lee continue with us then on a lesser consulting role. And Lee, I can let you talk about this if you want to in your report. But I know Milton Lee and I have had some conversations about this, and we intend to go. This is for the commission. We intend to go meet with folks and see. I asked Lee to draft up, and she did so for me, a job qualification list based upon the one that I did when we published it on Craigslist, and she submitted her application. So but we have a lot of room to go yet, but we may begin the search for somebody to help us more full-time and let Lee take on the technical role and the things she does so well, rather than posting things to the website and making sure it operates at midnight and doing all that other stuff that she has been doing for us. So I'm just letting the commission know that we're doing that now. We're beginning, and it's mainly Milton and I who will take this on unless somebody else wants to get involved in the process, at least initially. And Milton, I don't know if you want to say anything or add anything to that.
Not at all. Thank you.
All right. Just so we want to try to let Lee do more that's really valuable to us, and less of the making copy things. Particularly now that Audrey is here and able to make the copies for us. So that's the only other thing that I wanted to report. I know everybody, I did make it to Vermont as opposed to being at the last meeting that we had here in August, which I missed, and thank you, Milton, for taking that on for us. So now, Ms. Ing.
Well, we've already done all the juicy stuff on the agenda. Mine's just the boring wrap-up, and it's basic office stuff. The first thing I'd like to report is we finally have our new official address. It'll go up on the website probably tomorrow, and it's at the Hobby Building. And I'd like to thank everybody who helped me get that address. I became such a harassing and vociferous person about it that I started sending test letters, and I started getting suspicious they were getting delivered because the U.S. Post Office was literally afraid of me, and they would find my letter no matter where it was and would deliver it. So I thank Eddie Selig for being a person who they didn't recognize sending us fake letters. And when his letters finally showed up, I knew that our address works. So I'll get that on the website here soon, and that means all of the office moving and things are now really pretty much done, and it's just wrap-up stuff. We've even moved in all the boxes that were from the old office that resided in Bob's old office in his house, and he got those moved in. So we're now a complete office, and Audrey is in the process of organizing all of that. On the webpage, I would like to thank everybody on the record who's given me feedback on our webpage. As you all know, that's ridiculously important to me, and as a result of some of the input we've got, we've put our rules on the website. Access to our rules are on the website. I'm happy. I need to call Sarah and tell her I finally got those audios of the Vermont meeting up yesterday, and I really appreciate all of your help for making that possible in Vermont. And the next phase that we plan to go with on the webpage is not a surprise to y'all, the export page, getting our export page polished up now that we're going to start having exports, it looks like, and working with the export subgroup to ensure as we're making updates on that's happening on that page. That's the one page left that's I kind of let go since we weren't doing a lot. That's about to change, so the website's about to change. And then the other big thing that we're working on is trying to get a backup system. Right now, all the files are either on on Audrey's computer or on my computer, and if something happened, we need a backup system. So in a way that all the files are kind of in one place, and we're going to be working with a way to do that very efficiently and cheaply. And maybe even a way that somebody who would want to access them remotely, that we may even update our website so that the commissioners could have a password and get in and get whatever documents they wanted instead of having to call and get them from us or something. So that's another upgrade we're looking to do. And with regard to your invitation, Bob, for me to speak about the ED position, I will say what I've always said. It's been an honor to work for all of you every single day, and I enjoy it very, very much, and I work at y'all's discretion and at your leisure, and I'm happy to continue to do so to make this commission continue to be as successful as I believe it's been, and I mean that very authentically, and I thank y'all. And I'll continue to do that as long as you want me to. So thank y'all very much. And that concludes my report.
Any questions of Lee? All right, the next item, we have a discussion of possible changes of date locations for the remaining fiscal year 2013 meetings, and this is primarily addressed to the meeting that's supposed to be coming up November the 8th, which is our next one, which was projected to be there. And we've received, both Lee Ing and I have received requests, first request from WCS, that we might move that meeting until later, and then second, at the low-level waste forum meeting, we got a request to move it with the issue source working group meeting to a later time also. And Lee, we're talking about, and I wasn't around. I wasn't here for the August meeting when when the November date was set. My understanding was it was put in because there might be some things going on after this meeting that would be done by the end of the year, but we didn't want to have a meeting after getting close to the Thanksgiving holidays until New Year's. And so we picked the day before Thanksgiving, and now it looks like we'll be after Thanksgiving. Is there a date that you have in mind?
A date that there's been 2 weeks that have been suggested to me by the low-level forum that would work with them to correspond with their disuse sources working group, if we wanted to align those. And the weeks that they gave me were the week beginning November 26th and the week beginning December 10th. If there is a way that we could do a meeting somewhere like perhaps in the middle, near the end of those weeks, then they would tag their meeting with ours, and they could potentially even be on our agenda and give us an update and some information about what they've been talking about and some of the findings they've had through their When Waste is a Waste discussions.
So that would be the 29th if you follow the Thursday.
Which would be the Thursday after the Thanksgiving Day.
Yes, if we kept them on Thursday, then yes, that would be November 29th, or potentially Thursday the 13th.
So there are 2 questions before the commission. First question is, do we want to move the November 8th currently scheduled meeting date to the later time? And I don't know how that works out with different people's schedules, particularly our colleagues from Vermont. But secondly, the question is, if we do want to shift the meeting, and I know, Jane, you had asked about this also in Vermont when we were up there at that meeting, about moving that date. If we want to move it, which date would be preferable? December the 13th or November the 29th?
Peter Bradford can make it on November 8th. I can't speak for him about any other day. I could make it probably more likely the 29th if I couldn't. Might be able to make it the 13th, but I don't know. If we got these ahead of time, it might be easier to figure this out when we came here. I feel bad not being able to commit. But I do have a question about the January meeting as well.
Okay.
Right now, I'm okay on either day.
All right.
It's my student holiday Christmas party on the 29th, so I hate to miss that. Being a department chair, but.
That's important. John?
Either day works.
Judge?
Probably, meeting early December, but I'm with you.
I can make the 29th, but not the 13th.
29th, fine.
Do we have to have it
What?
on that Thursday? Why do we have to have it on Thursday?
We don't have to have it on a Thursday. We could
So
pick it
maybe
up.
it's the 28th.
There's the ice cream deal at the cafeteria.
What time is your
Consider doing
party?
it on the 28th.
It's the 29th, 30th is fine, Friday's fine.
Was that Wednesday or?
Yeah, I could do any of that.
Either Wednesday or Friday.
Yeah.
That Friday makes y'all travel maybe on weekends, so.
Nothing wrong.
Okay.
Nothing wrong with that from my point of view.
All right.
I don't know
Yeah,
about you.
okay. My point of view is my husband's home on the weekends.
I can make the 28th or 29th, either one. Just can't do the 13th.
What about the 30th?
I can make the 30th.
Okay.
Started there, I got pre-trial 28th.
So the
Which
30th.
won't last an hour, but.
Yeah, you got to be there.
I can do the 30th.
Okay. Why don't we shoot for the 30th?
Sorry.
That
All right.
helps, Lee, that helps with the accommodation for the room, right? Betsy, is that right?
We'll find out for y'all.
Right.
Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, y'all need to be, I would say that, because legislature, this is hard, making your rules.
And while we're on the subject of dates,
January 18th is in for the Compact Commission, which is a Friday. And this has to do, my understanding with, and I wasn't around, but this has to do with the fact that the legislature is going to be in town beginning early in January.
That's correct. It's a lot easier to get a committee room on a Friday, especially early in session. Members go home on Thursdays, and so it would be a little bit more difficult to get a committee room during the week. In January, probably not going to be an issue, but it could be. That's not to say that y'all couldn't meet somewhere else. I mean,
That's true.
I know. You don't have to meet in the Capitol. There are lots of options.
We could even meet, in the past, we've even met at TCQ, and either Thursday or, normally that room is not in use except on Wednesdays. And
the only thinking here is, and I don't know whether recent polls would have any difference here from those of you in Texas, but it is the inauguration of the president, whoever that may be, that Monday, and there's events the weekend before.
okay, on the 21st then, is what you're saying. So you'd like to, if we're going to have it the week of the 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, you'd like to have it earlier in the week? Okay.
I know I have to be in D.C.
Okay, well, naturally.
But, you know, that needs to be.
Yeah. So what is that week of the 14th, and obviously the week after that, you're out, you're in D.C.
Mm-hmm.
So earlier the week of the 14th, or we don't even have to have it that week, but.
That week, I cannot do it on the 16th.
you can't be here on the 16th, which is a Wednesday.
Monday, my day, saying over here.
Okay.
Court, county court.
Right. But you're all right on the 15th?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm no good that whole week except for the 18th.
Only the 18th, are you good?
Yes, and we need to move it. So, why don't we just move it a week?
You don't necessarily have to move it for me.
Yeah, but I'm just saying if we could move it a week, maybe that could do it, or some of it. I'm pretty good the rest, that next week, pretty clean. Yeah.
How long are you planning to stay in?
I just have to be there Monday and Tuesday.
Monday and Tuesday, so you could possibly be here
I can leave on
Friday the 25th?
Yeah.
That works for me. How about John?
Okay. Why don't we shoot for Friday the 25th, January?
25th, okay? January.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jim, is that all right?
Yes, sir, but I was wondering if we were pushing this group that's getting together to try to ameliorate the situation, might need a meeting of the commission at some point. I'm just asking.
Yeah, moving it all the way to the 25th, that basically takes up all of January, and just getting closer to April 26th, so, I would prefer going.
But you're saying it makes that big difference to go 7 days?
I think 7 days is gonna make a difference at that point, John.
Really? I think it's possible, but I would be hard pressed to say that 7 days, 3 months before the April 26th date would make that big a difference.
It depends upon what we come up with on language about amending the agreements. If we can amend them without having a long comment period, if that's part of the deal, then that's different. So that's my observation about that.
Well, one of the things that might be important is in order for an application, and what may help is if we have something besides March 22nd at the back end, because March 22nd is the last commission meeting before April 26th. And so when you back up the comment period and everything, the last day we can get an application in, and it would have to be deemed received on February 1st in order to make it to a March 22nd agenda. So that means January 31st is the last day that we can receive an application under this schedule of meetings and have it make it into the facility this first operational year ending April 26, 2013.
Full comment period.
Yeah, as per our rules, yeah.
That's for a new application.
Yes. Yes, that's for new application, if that would be something that would be a component to this. For amendments, it would depend on the comment period that was deemed appropriate.
Yes. So that's where we are. Of course, we could talk about this next meeting also.
It will be on the agenda.
Do we want to go to the 25th of January or not? Because I want to block it out now. I really do. If we need to change the 22nd, I suggest we decide on a date now, just block these things and get it over with. Because I'm going to fill some stuff in. I know it already. So I'd rather block it in for the commission if I'm going to do it. So as best as we can, and recognize that we may have to change it, but I'd rather get close right now.
Where are we? Dick,
I'm not planning that far ahead.
I'm not either.
I like the idea of planning, because then it is blocked.
Okay, and we know, Jane, you won't be available on the 18th.
On the 18th, but not, but that's fine.
I can do the 18th, that's fine too. January or something like that.
I want our Vermont people to participate, so that, sorry, but it looks like the 25th to take into account the other schedules. And I think we'll be able to still get the stuff done
Okay.
We'll figure it out.
Okay. Well, I guess a question I would have is, so we'll have the meeting on the 25th, and then the next meeting is not till March. Which date did you say? 22nd.
22nd.
So
that doesn't mean we can't schedule another one.
Right. And
Or reschedule that one. We have 2 more meetings between.
So what is your preference, to move up to 22nd, is what you're saying?
No, I think it's fine. I really do. This is okay to do the 25th, but where I'm going with this is I'm thinking that, the waiting till March, the last part of March is going to be problematic. So
Doesn't mean we can't move that March meeting earlier.
Asking about, should we move up March, Dan?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I do think we should move that, potentially just push it up to February.
What's going on here? I've been kind of assuming that by the end of January, if we're doing export or import petitions or whatever, at the end of January, that'll pretty much set it through to the end of April. What is there any great importance to fooling around with dates between then and April 26th or whatever that?
Okay. Well, I was just speaking to the March date, and because as Lee says, that with the rules that we have in place, they have to be deemed received the first day of the following month, and there's a sequence of events and that kind of thing. So the sooner we meet, the sooner we can make decisions, or you all can make your decisions that you need to make, and we can present the information.
Okay, so looking at it from that point of view, if we received an application, a new application or a amended application sometime in January, it would be deemed accepted first business day of February.
Yes, sir.
And so if we posted it that day, there'd be a minimum of 25 days comment period.
Yeah.
So we're looking at the end of February or beginning of March.
Yes, sir.
And that's what you're suggesting is moving the.
You might be able to get a couple of new imports in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about March 1? Friday. March 1?
Are we gonna meet on Fridays now regularly, or we just all of a sudden switch to that?
No.
The reason being, with the legislature here, at least this makes this room convenient for us, that's all.
Is the legislature off Fridays?
That's what Betsy said, that
They
they generally go home.
They generally go home early in the session.
I can tell you, they are not here on Friday until late in the session.
We're the same way in Vermont.
Yeah.
That way, at least we know we got.
Till the last weekend, then they're here all the time.
And then you go to
Last
May.
several months,
And you go to
several
Memorial
weeks.
Day, we have
Yeah, you go to Memorial Day weekend, they got night and day.
Okay, so you're saying March 1st?
That's what the suggestion was made. That would be, if everybody is good with that.
Speaking on behalf of the Vermonters, the more in the real dead of winter we can do. You want to schedule 10 meetings.
We got to January 25th. Now, come on. That's good.
I actually understand that now.
I bet March 1's not too bad either.
No.
All right, we'll pencil it in for March the 1st of 2013.
So I'm going to repeat this back to make absolutely sure I have it right before I let it on the website. Our next meeting is November 30th, 2012. The one after that is January 25th, 2013. The one after that is March 1st, 2013. And the one May 16th, 2013 stays in place.
We haven't talked about the May 16th. Don't we have graduation, Linda?
Let's see, not until,
No.
these days are prepared.
All right, so we take the March 22nd meeting off. We don't have to take the March 22nd meeting off. We can tentatively leave it on until we decide what we want to do. Because I don't know what work we'll have to do to.
Possibly you'd want to meet again.
Yeah.
it's
Are you
possible.
gonna have both of them on the calendar, Mr. Chairman?
I think that we're gonna leave both of them on for
Okay.
right now, because we're gonna have another couple of meetings to decide.
So I'm going to say this one more time, just to make sure. November 30th, 2012, January 25th, 2013, March 1st, 2013, March 22nd, 2013, and May 16th, 2013.
15 or 16?
16, 1/6.
March 1st and March 22nd?
As per the chairman, yes.
I like it.
Okay, we did that for you.
We're gonna.
Maybe you could just stay 20 days.
February, huh?
All right.
We heard you.
Is there anything else from any of the commissioners? If not, you and Linda and Dick are on the committee dealing with changes to try to work with WCS
Is that a working title of the committee?
and TCEQ to make sure we run as close to the 220,000 carry limit as we need to. And yes, and that's chair, and Linda chairs the first committee, Milton chairs the second on exports, with you is on that, and Dick is on that. I mean, Jane is on that. Okay, Jane. Nope. We continue our working group on the technical application side, and Milton and I are going to talk about, see about suggestions or comments or anything on a permanent ED if we want to hire one of those, and we'll bring that back to you. Okay? Everybody good?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I don't even make a motion. I'll just say, that's it. That's the agenda, and we're done. Thank you, everybody.